said, "Maybe in your crew." "What kid?" "Sachik's." "Thought he'd left town." "He did. Went to some farm in the West Hills. This is his kid. Must have stayed behind to work." "Where's the girl?" "Went with her father, as far as I know." The pause this time lengthened out, stretched around them like a pool in which their last words floated, desultory, vague, fading. The room was full of dusk. Kostat stretched and sighed. Stefan felt peace come into him, as intangible and real as the coming of the darkness. They had talked and got nowhere. It wasn't a last step. The next step would come in its time. But for a moment he was at peace with his brother and with himself. "Evening's getting shorter," Kostat said softly. "I've seen her once or twice. Saturdays. Comes in with a farm wagon." "Where's the farm at?" "West in the hills," was all old Sachik said. "Might ride out there if I could," Kostat said. He struck a match for his pipe. The flare of the match in the clear dusk of the room was also a peaceful thing. When Stefan looked back at the window, the evening seemed darker. The guitar had stopped and they were laughing out on the steps next door. "If I see her Saturday, I'll ask her to come by." Kostat said nothing. Stefan wanted no answer. It was the first time in his life his brother had asked his help. The mother came in, tall, loud-voiced, tired. Floors cracked and cried under her step. The kitchen clashed and steamed.
The fuck? What should we get here? I think tech for now. this might be good too. I'm gonna try it, dude. I never tried this one. So took that down to 41. It's still kind of a lot though. Tech is so bad, I couldn't even beat these guys. What is this one? We need a 4. Damn, this guy moved? Oh no, he didn't. 710, dude. Eight to 21, 5 to 16. Why not use this one? guess, dude. Or this. Let's try this. Should we try to fight these guys again? About 862. Okay, let's go with that for now. We're gonna have to wait a minute. Okay, maybe here. Okay, come on, man. Was that debris? I want to get into the nebula so I can get that refinery bullshit on the station. What is this? Arctic? Need energy. Okay. This is not in the nebula. Fuck shit. Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Serious, man? These fuckers keep dying, man. Fuck, man. So much bullshit in this game. The hell? God damn it, I knew I did. Fucking son of a bitch. Oh, maybe we just wait for this. Okay, we need to build a star base. I think, no, not yet. I have to finish this research. 46 months, jeez. Just wait, you fucking piece of shit. Oh wait, what is this? Dude, they keep finding all the bad shit. These guys gotta go, dude. And it's exactly the same. Okay, we need 200 for that. Okay. What are you doing? What's up? What do we need here, man? These guys are way ahead of us. I think we need a switch. I think we need a switch. Traditions. Okay, what can we do? 280. Try to get this planet over here. Yeah, I think we need to pivot on the... Yeah, pivot on the traditions. They're trying to limit us on our expansion here, man. It's fucking bullshit. And they're way ahead of us somehow. That's good for us. is it? No, I already gave you one.
It's like
Should we do another one? I guess so. What is this one gonna be? It can be generator. Looks really good for it, actually. And this guy's trying to beat me to this. Seven to 21. Bro. Okay. Shit. Oh. What are they doing? Your kids are acting up? Bro, I need resources so bad. It's not going great. 683. It's 402. Buy shit, I guess. I don't fucking have any energy though. $600. Why is it always like this? Bro, how? What'd you do? Okay, ship build speed. I think maybe this one for now. I don't fucking know, dude. Why does it show both, dude? I just Oh yeah, it gives you like options to do stuff. I need to set all that shit up, dude. Alright, we're getting there, dude, but this shit is bullshit. No, I mean, you just never used Twitch before, really. I'm not like a pro at it either. I just know you can use those coins things to set up like stuff that your chat can do. Like, I don't know, some people set it up for different shit, like telling them to do certain things, or like playing little games, or unlocking like emotes or whatever. This guy needs to do this. Nice. Okay. Now we can do this. I need like 5K before I kill that guy. 5 or 6 even. getting better. This guy still has a ton more ships than me. What about this fuck down here? Minus 300, bro. What? Okay, great. That's good for me. Hopefully he can weaken him enough to where I can do something. Does she read books? Or not yet? Like super baby kids books? Or do you read books to her? Dude keeps failing us. He has archaeology skill too, I don't understand. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? I guess I can do what the hell do I need this thing? I could get another scientist, it says. That's hilarious. So slow, dude. I don't know what. It's because this guy blocked me from all this. I usually try to get into one of these. You get a bunch of resources from those. Okay, what is this? I guess this. This guy doesn't like me. Yeah. I feel the same way. It's just too much going on. Way too much. This one. We're almost there. We gotta go around because I can't beat this guy yet. 2.5. I need like 5K. So he's basically 4,500, about 4,000 at least. Turn off auto upgrade. No, we didn't. I really want to see what's at the end of this one. I've never done this one before, this graveyard. It's like these giant, where are they It's like their breeding ground or something. This is graveyard. Maybe the breeding ground's a little different. Okay. Oh, dude, I just been so fucking. I don't know, man. Just over it. these science boys to open these things. Actually, I don't know if I have the tech yet. Okay. I want to start this. Oh, yeah, maybe I'm too far away. Hold on, let me turn up the volume. Is that better? I wasn't talking very loud either. Holy shit, dude. What is all this shit? Alright, I think I want to... Maybe... Damn, these guys are fighting them too. No? It says equivalent. And then what about these guys? Inferior. Alright, so maybe I can fight these guys. What does that do? Alright, stop. He got a... Oh no, cognitive node. %, research speed, 25% survey speed. Seems good. Squid Game? I don't know, what do you like about it? You're talking about season 2, right? Why is this one not upgrading? Is it because it's new? Bro, I just need fucking alloys. mean, it's cool. I'm good with it. Where did this come from? Was that always a world? I didn't know there was a world there. Alright, dude, fuck it. I'm gonna fucking attack these guys. Hopefully I don't get fucked up. I need to build a thing here. The fuck is it talking about? Yeah, it's good. Oh, like the production value of it or whatever. Okay, great. Is this in the thing? Maybe, I don't know. Doesn't really look like it. This one definitely is, though. Shit, we're gonna need an army. Damn, fuck that. Did he die? Oh no. What can we do here? Oh, what the fuck? How does he have... What did he build here? What? What the hell is this? We need more armies. $42? What the fuck is that? Yeah, there's this shit in, well, I mean, a lot of people talk about it. Like, Zizek talks about it. Mark Fisher was the one I was thinking of, though. In this book, Capitalist Realism, that he wrote. I was looking at it over there to see if I see it on my bookshelf. I might have gave it to somebody. So it's really short, like, I don't know if it's easy to read, but it's, I don't know. I like the way he writes anyways. He was like a blogger at first. But anyways, there's a part in there where he talks about Kurt Cobain. I mean, the whole book is really about this, you know, capitalist realism. It's like a specific, like, political theory term. Specifically the realism part. But wait, what should I do here? I guess this, fuck it. But anyways, he talks about how, and I think this is why some of that, like, mass hype, fucking capitalism sucks stuff, doesn't, like, what the fuck, why? Why is he there, dude? Why? Why the fuck were you in there? What the hell? Oh, I guess there's no way to get there except for there. Fuck, dude. That was my bad. I should have paid attention. Anyways, in that book, he talks about how, well, first I guess I just tell you what Zizek said, because what he said is really simple. It's like it's easy to explain what he said. He basically talked about how Starbucks, people think Starbucks or like Home Depot and companies like that are good companies to work for, and okay. Sorry, I'm like, my brain is not working right now. Yes, dude, this is great. I love that. Anyways, forget that shit. I just tell you about the Mark Fisher shit. He talks about how Kurt Cobain, his, you know, his whole thing was, like, he didn't want to be famous. He didn't want to be popular. And he was kind of, like, bothered by how, you know, the fame, just, like, I don't know, made all, like, I'm sure he was happy about the fans and the, you know, people liking his music, but I think, like, there's an aspect of it that's, you know, it's like the trendy shit or the whatever, but it's like, I feel like people liking it isn't the problem. The kind of, like, vulture capitalism shit that takes advantage of that is the problem. So he hated the music industry. You know, like, a lot of other people are like that, like MF Doom was like that, and fucking, you know, Kanye West in his, like, crazy rants talked a lot about that kind of shit. And I mean, you have, like, opposite examples too with, like, Billy Corgan, ruining the Smashing Pumpkins because he basically sold out to the music industry. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who really love Kurt Cobain who have a lot of stuff to say. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not like, I got a buddy who's like a huge Kanye fan. I always thought he's kind of like a pompous fucking egomaniac. But I didn't hate him. Like I don't know if he's playing a part. It seems like that's how he really is. Like he's a little full of himself, but whatever. Yeah. My friend is kind of like that too, but in a way, he's not. I love the dude. He's not bad. Yeah, I don't want to throw shade on him like that. Like Kanye's way worse, but I think there's something there about like the power dynamics shit that he appreciates. I don't know, but anyways, Kurt Cobain. I'm pretty sure like that had a lot to do with him killing himself, because it's like it's basically like you're trying to fight against this like hostile takeover of the music industry and of like pop culture and all that. But he started talking all this shit about like how MTV sucks and fucking whatever, but then like he started to realize like that what MTV was doing was they were using that. Like people love that. People love hearing people talk shit about how corrupt the music industry is and how it's all fucking pop culture trendy bullshit and whatever. So they used that like to sell more Nirvana. And I think that like he realized that basically there's no way like to win that game. That's why I always talk about the Borg. It's funny, I never really heard anybody. I mean, I've might have heard some random people mention it or something here and there after I started talking about it, but I never really hear anybody like make that analogy, to like what? Oh shit, dude, am I fucking dying? Am I dying? Oh no, he's dying. But I might need to retreat, dude. This is holy shit. Yeah, that kind of fucked my dudes up. Alright, just go down there, man. Fuck. Maybe I need to slow it down. Anyways, like, yeah, it's like the Borg. It just, like, assimilates everything. So I think, like, there's even people doing that. I feel like Squid Game is kind of, it's like that in a way. It's like, I mean, think about it. Like, I really wish I could remember who said that, but I don't know if it was like some of the communist stuff with the Chinese revolution, or it was the Russian stuff, or maybe it didn't even have anything to do with communism. But they said that, since it's like all rigged, the government's rigged, they give people like this fake kind of illusion of choice. You can vote for this party or that party. And they said it doesn't matter which party they vote for because they always vote for us. And I mean, that's obviously what's going on in the US also. So it's kind of ironic, like if it was socialist stuff. But I mean, I think it's all just like power shit, you know. Fuck, dude, I've got no resources. It's just all about like power and control shit. But basically, I think he just saw that like the commercialization of protesting against the thing, like you're protesting against the commercialization of things, and then they just commercialize that, you know, which is silly because it's like there's a hunger for it, there's like a love of it. Like amongst the most people, the working, like disenfranchised. But it's like, what can you do about it? Like, I don't know if it was Mark Fisher or Zizek who says that it's like it might be Mark Fisher in that book, but that it's like a form of catharsis. You know what that is, right? It's like a feeling better, basically. It's like related with grief, you know. It's like if you lose a loved one, or like it's basically a way of making yourself feel better. People do it all the time, like with scapegoating and stuff. It's like a way to, like, I don't know, ease the pain of your like dilemmas or your unresolvable problems, you know. So I think that's like what they're selling people with stuff like Squid Game, is like, you know, here, feel better. Yeah, it's all fucking bullshit. And then like you still have to go back to work, you know. It's like, bro, that wasn't the only path there. He could have gone this way. What the fuck, man? Stupid fucking AI, dude. What is this? 85. God damn, now this guy is like, dude, this stupid game. Now this guy is out of fucking control, dude. Wait, what happened with these guys? Is it like Matrix Resurrections, where they did it like a fuck you? She did it like a fuck you to the label, kind of, or whatever. $297, dude. That sucks. Okay, he's only 106 though. What the fuck? Where? How did we get this? Oh, it's because we got these guys now. Okay. Yeah, that's funny. You know that The Cure, their like real popular song, I can't remember the name of it, like Friday I'm in Love or whatever. It's one of people's favorite Cure songs. It's like one of the most popular, but they made that song to like make fun of pop music, basically. What, you can't automate this? What is this? Oh, there you go. This is a really good planet. If we can get that shit. Get out of here, dude. Yeah, have you seen that? Matrix Resurrections or whatever? The last one they did that was like 10 years after the original. The most recent one. Bro, I can't believe this guy... I can't believe it sent this guy to his death for no fucking reason. Stupid ass game. Bro needs to heal, actually. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, fuck. Wait. Okay. It's a little fucking slow, dude. Oh, shit, dude. We gotta fucking get out of here. Fuck, bro. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it not... Oh, my God. Not good. No, I mean, I think they would actually hate that, you know. Dave Chappelle talks about that too. Not that I'm a fan of Dave Chappelle and all his bullshit recently, but he tells this story about how fucking Comedy Central stole the Chappelle show from him. It's the same shit like Kanye was talking about. You know, like the contracts, the shitty contracts that make you sign when you're just first starting out. Where like they own the rights to everything. Bro, this is fucked. I can't get enough of this. Alright, dude, come on now. God damn it. Yeah, it's shit like that. Like, well, I mean, he was saying that basically he gets no money at all from Chappelle's show. And, that basically if you're his fan or you care anything about him, like, never watch that show. Oh, God, man, this shit. Such bullshit, bro. I think I don't have the technology for that. I mean, I could try to build a thing here. Of course, I don't have fucking anything. When does this guy come back? What the hell? Now we have an energy shortage. What the fuck is that? $500 days. Wow. Dude, this is fucked, man. I fucking hate this game. Yeah, he talks about that too in his little story. He talks about how that's like that whole thing about that he went crazy is like that was their story. That was like their way of discrediting him. And it was like, I mean, that was before there was like very much sympathy for like mental health stuff, but man, this sucks. But anyways, yeah. I think he was basically saying he was pissed about like what happened, so he took a break and he like took his trip to Africa, so that like everybody was saying it was like Dave Chappelle went crazy and quit the Chappelle show. Like, why would you quit a show that you were being so successful with and people love so much and wanted to see more of? Oh, bro. I'm fucked. I shouldn't have attacked these guys. I wasn't ready. They fucking disbanded all my shit, dude. God damn it. Oh yeah, Cat Williams has always been talking shit about that, like not selling out. There's a lot of like people in the like African American entertainment community who have been blowing the whistle on like what Cat Williams always talks about, like them making Kevin Hart wear a dress, and that's like part of the indoctrination, initiation shit. I think there's a few other ones too, you know. Like there's some female ones. Like I think Eve, if you know who she is, from the 90s. She talked about that stuff. But yeah, people make it out to be like it's some big like Illuminati fucking devil worshiper conspiracy thing, and it might be. I don't know. There might be people doing some weird shit like that, eyes wide shut type shit, but regardless, it's all about like power and control. Like all the Diddy shit was about that, and that's probably a big part of why people were talking about that stuff. Because, like, Diddy's mentor did that shit to him, too. Yeah, I know, but I don't know if you were into that kind of music and that whole scene. I mean, I'm pretty sure you'd, like, it wouldn't be fun. Like Scientology, dude? Oh, God, these guys are gonna fuck me up now. Bro, this is such bullshit. Because I ran out of, like, rare exotic gases, dude? What the fuck? Like, how am I using that if I don't even have the tech for it? What the fuck, man? This is real bad. Yeah. I mean, I mostly like all that shit that I sent you. Like, yeah, look at this. 6K, dude, I'm fucked. Fuck this game, bro. I'm gonna start over. Fucking bullshit. Every time it's some fucking bullshit like that. Oh no, I'm like obsessed with it right now. I'm trying to figure it out, man. Like you know, it's like civilization. It's some people are like they can I mean, there's like multiplayer also, and they play that shit, but they can they can fuck up the computer like on the hardest level. I'm on like the I don't know. I'm on like not easy. But I'm just trying to figure it out, I guess. Like how to fucking do it. But I don't know, like with the cult stuff, it's funny how people, I don't know, just how all that like ties into history and just people's moral judgments about all that stuff is, I don't know, I think it lacks a little bit of context. I'm not saying that it's like that they're wrong, you know, obviously, abusing kids and that kind of stuff is horrible. Just, I think it's a lot more closely connected to Christianity and history than a lot of people would like to admit. I mean, look at the Catholic Church, dude. They've been still doing that shit. I mean, not like whatever. It may be for different reasons. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they're still doing fucking the shit the pagans were doing. Some of the pagans. Those Mediterranean mystery cults. I think I'm gonna try this one. Fuck it. Try to find some more planets. But like, yeah, the Catholic Church is fucking crazy, dude. How are they still, like, how is all that shit still around? It's just they had too much power and control over shit. So that's like, like, you know what? Like, if fucking, like, Washington Mutual, like, was exposed for fucking molesting kids as, like, part of their, I don't know, corporate fucking management rights of initiation or something, like, they would be out of fucking business, bro. How is the Catholic Church a thing that people believe in so much? I mean, I get, like, you're raised Catholic and it's family shit and it's whatever, you know, tradition, but I mean, come on, man, like, my dad and his side of the family is all Methodist, and when I found out that, like, I wasn't, that they told me, like, how all that shit works, and that, you know, maybe there was more to it. When I found out there was other religions, basically, when I learned about, like, Hinduism and Buddhism and all that shit, and that exists, I was pissed, man. And I was like, fuck this Christianity shit. I mean, I got over it after a while. Fear of the afterlife? Yeah, but why do you have to be Catholic? Like, why, you know, like, well, I mean, I'm just trying to understand. I don't... Oh, to be Christian? Yeah. I mean, well, I'm not, like, against Christianity for that reason. Like, a lot of people are like, with the science shit, they're like, oh, God isn't real and that's all dumb to believe in that. Like, I'm not like that. I was for a while, but I got over that, like, when I started really studying philosophy and everything. Because, like, I'm talking specifically about the Catholic institution. Like, the Catholic Church is the Roman Empire, what's left of it, basically. Like, Christianity infiltrated the Roman Empire until Rome adopted it as their religion, because they were, like, permissive. They were letting people practice whatever religion they wanted, from, you know, because that was, like, their way of assimilating other empires into their population, was, like, just letting them do whatever they want. As long as you pay your fucking taxes to Rome, like, you're good. Oh, yeah. That's what, like, question it for sure. But, I mean, it's what it is. I hate that saying where people, like, say a little bit of philosophy makes a person an atheist, and, like, a lot makes them religious again. But I kind of see that, like, there's some truth in it. I feel like it's kind of a cliche thing that a lot of people say to, like, say, oh, yeah, you should believe in Christianity or whatever. But I feel like agnosticism, like, should be at the heart of all of it. Always. You know, because nobody really fucking knows. Like, the specifics anyways. You might, like, have a strong faith and conviction that there is something more, you know, and, like, even have, like, witnessed it in a way, and, like, had it revealed to you, and that's why you believe it. But it's like, oh yeah, bro, they were the fucking worst. Like, I don't understand that shit. The people still today talk about how the fucking Native Americans were so terrible because they were doing human sacrifice, or they were slaughtering each other, or whatever. Or, I mean, the ones doing sacrifice were more the ones in South America and shit, but, and, you know, like Mexico, Central America, but but anyways, like, the pagans before Christianity they were doing that shit. A lot of them were. And then the Christians, the Spanish Inquisition, that they were killing so many fucking people. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, how does that make sense, bro? That, like, oh, they're killing people, so let's kill them. What? Everybody knows, dude. It's so obvious they wanted the fucking gold. They weren't, like, on some fucking more... Like, I'm sure some of them believe that shit. That they're on some kind of, like, moralistic crusade for God or something. Like, but... even a lot of them, and even today, man, a lot of those Christians, like that fucking Tom fuckhead, he, they'll like pick shit out of the Bible, you know, like the Old Testament stuff where God basically tells the Israelites to go slaughter all the fucking Canaanites and take that land from them, that it's like justified because you're doing it for like the good of your people or the good of you. I mean, even the fucking Nazis said that shit, dude. Like the Nazis in the Nuremberg trials, their defense was basically, I mean, a lot of it was, oh, we were just doing our jobs, but you know, like, dude, we were in that class, the fucking Navy. Like, you don't know anything about that because it came up like probably after you got out, but. Wait, Unity, that's what I want. Oh shit, I'm on fast, dude. I need to chill. Okay, I got that. Fucking... So they do this, the trolley problem, right? But they do a different version of it where it's like cities. So it's like there's one city that has significantly less people than the other. And your job is to, like, control this nuclear missile defense system. So there's a city with like 3 million people, and then the other one has like 3,000, or just whatever. Some arbitrary bullshit like that, whatever. So you, so there's you get the like word that there's a nuclear missile coming towards the city with 3 million people, and your orders are not to do anything. But if you press a certain button or like activate something on the nuclear defense thing, you could divert the missile, but it will hit the smaller city and kill the 3,000 instead of the 3 million. So what do? So, you know, like most people say they would do it, right? And without getting into the whole, like, just rehashing the fucking whole trolley problem and like what people say, what if your family was there or whatever. This dude says in the class, he says, it doesn't matter because, like, my job, I don't know, like, the whole big picture, but I have to do this guy was like a CT or some kind of, like, you know, intel community top secret clearance fucker, and he said, like, I had a job like that. He said, like, you have to do... He's basically talking about, like, mutual assured destruction and those kind of things. So it's like the U.S. president, for instance, has like, they always carry that nuclear football around. So the president, one of the jobs of the president is, if the United States gets nuked, if there's like a incoming missile, the president is obligated to, it's part of our policy, to fucking launch all of our shit and like attack whoever attacked us. So if the fucking Russians attack us, we launch all of our fucking nukes at them. And we have to. It's part of like the mutually assured destruction thing. It's like, if we're going down, we're taking you with us. Oh shit, I forgot to do that. Anyways, the guy said, like, you know, I have to do it. It doesn't matter if my family's there. It doesn't matter, like, what. Like, it's orders, and that's, like, you know, if we don't follow our orders, then, like, everything goes to shit, basically. And I mean, I get that. But again, that's like what all the fucking Nazis said in the Nuremberg. One of them was talking about how, I can't remember which one it was. I always want to say Eichmann, but I know it's not him. But he basically said, like, what makes you a good person? Like, it's easy for everybody to do the right thing, like, for themselves. But what, like, the true test of your character is, of, like, your morality or whatever, is your ability to do bad things that are good for your country, to, like, protect your people and take care, like, of the common good, the bigger picture kind of thing. Which is like, I mean, it goes into, like, the whole critique of utilitarianism and whatever. Or, I mean, I guess that's a critique of absolutism, like deontology shit too. But you know, I say utilitarianism because, like, that's a very utilitarian argument, like saying basically how people say, like, oh, it was a good thing actually that we nuked Japan and all those people got fucking incinerated and radiated and destroyed for generations, because it ended the war and a lot more people would have died. And, you know, there was all these other benefits of it. But I don't know, man. It just seems kind of fucked up to me. I need another science ship. And what the fuck with this, dude? Why? Is it because I started it late? Is that why? What if we're all out and the next guy does it? I don't know what you mean. Wait, did I do a construction instead of a science? Oh no, it's just waiting till after that. If we're all out of nukes? Well, I mean, we got a bunch. Like launching all of what we have. Oh, you mean like what if we launch them all at Russia and then China? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if they got any kind of fucking contingency for that or whatever. I mean, I'm not even 100% sure that's the policy, is launched like every single one, but it feels like I read that in some fucking investigative journalist book on like nuclear shit. She talked about all kinds of like nuclear power, and basically like the best way to fuck up another country is to like launch a nuke at their fucking nuclear plants. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's what she says, but I might be exaggerating. I don't remember exactly. Okay, this is good. Can we get a 750? Okay. This guy gives us 5% unity and reduces deviancy. This guy gives us... Oh shit, yeah, we should use this guy. Oh yeah. I'm gonna put that guy for sure. Food or stability? Okay, nice. Yeah, I don't know for sure. What is that lady's name? Let me see, maybe I can... I love that lady. Alright, well, let me see if I can find that book first. I think, yeah, this was the one. Annie Jacobson. No, I don't want to watch Bro Rogan or Lex Friedman or Sean Ryan. Well, this guy's gonna talk about how she's full of shit. Wait, here we go.
Welcome to the Future of Life Institute podcast. My name is Gus Stockber, and I'm here with Annie Jacobson. Annie is an investigative journalist and the finalist for the Pulitzer Prize and the author of, I think, 6 books on history. Is that right, Annie?
This is the 7th. Yes, it is.
This is the 7th. What we're talking about today is your latest book, which is called Nuclear War, A Scenario. So, what is that scenario? What do you do in this book? Just introduce it to us.
Yes, I'm going to set it up by
She talks about a lot of politics
brief second
shit.
About those
Like,
first 6
more
books,
than just
because that's what led me
nuclear
to
stuff.
nuclear war. And when I say that, I just mean this in sum. I write about war and weapons, national security and secrets. And every one of those books on the CIA, on the Pentagon, on specific
Yeah,
military
that's how I first heard
bases,
about
on
her, was her talking about the
CIA
CIA and
paramilitary
shit.
programs, hundreds of
She
people
hates
in each
the
book.
government.
All of those books, all fundamentally come down to one thing: to prevent or deter nuclear war. How many octogenarians who dedicated their lives to national security, be it, as the director of science and technology at the CIA or a general at the Pentagon, have said to me, Annie, my life was about preventing World War III, and we did it. These are the Cold Warriors speaking, right? And so here we find ourselves, the younger generation,
Bro,
at this time and place,
that
this
shit
moment
is so
in
dumb,
history.
though. It's like,
And
they think that, man. I don't know. I mean, I know, like, for the people who were dealing with that shit, it's like life or death, and it's such a big deal. But again, man, it's like they're just like using you as a tool for their own agenda. Like Oppenheimer and shit. They don't give a fuck about you or like anybody, really. They're just trying to be in power. And there was that other history, but I can't remember that guy's name either. I wish I remembered that book. Where I learned about how, because I grew up in school they teach you that the United States was like the savior of the world, and they saved everybody from the Nazis in World War II, and they turned the tide of the war and all that shit. But what this guy says in the book was like, really, it wasn't the United States that did anything. Like, the Russians really did everything. Like, the Nazis fucked up by invading the Russians because they I mean, at first they were like slaughtering them, but then like they underestimated the winter, and they didn't have like their fucking logistics failed basically. The Russians basically were just like, you ever see those movies with like zombies where they just like pile up on the walls until they can conquer the fort? It was basically like that. Like, the Russians lost, I want to say it was like 6 million people or something, which is fucking insane if you think about it. Why is it -1? Unity. Yeah, 8.7. I mean, total that's like fucking almost 30 million people is insane, dude. But I think out of this number, it was like 3 million died as prisoners of starvation, which is fucking crazy. Anyways, like the Germans just got overwhelmed by the numbers of the Russians and the winter. Like, they couldn't resupply that well in the winter time. Like, they didn't have like good enough cold weather gear and shit. So the Russians started beating their ass, and then the Russians pushed them back, and the Russians were like steamrolling them back into Germany. And the Allies got together, England and, you know, the fucking what was left of France and the United States, and they were like, we gotta fucking do something about this, or like communism is gonna take over all of Europe. So even before the end of the war, they were like anti-communism. I mean, you see that in the Oppenheimer stuff too. Like, he got accused of that, and he was, I mean, there were a lot of people who were into that shit more. God. Back then, like, it was less safe, but it was also more safe, you know? It was more like up for discussion. Nowadays, you talk about it and people are like, fuck communism. It's basically like, you're not even allowed to talk about it, or else you're a traitor. But anyways, yeah, I think like that whole thing about, oh, we're preventing fucking World War III, or we're preventing nuclear war. Who? Oh, those people, yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying. They're saying that they're preventing that shit is like, well, I mean, it's funny that you say you're preventing it while you also, like, created the conditions for it to happen. You know what I mean? Like, if you wouldn't have done any of that shit in the first place, there would be no problem of, like, that happening. Like, I remember when I was a little kid. I wish I could find that too. That there's this like episode of Fraggle Rock. You know, those like little creatures that live underneath the sink. And like one of the members of the community, I don't know, she gets like elected or something to some kind of like city council or some kind of community leader position, and she makes this decision that is like negligent, that leads to like the sink pipe breaking and flooding, and then their community like almost gets destroyed, and then she comes up with like the solution to fix it, and then like they're giving her an award at the end, but then they take it away from her because they're like, wait a minute, you're the one who caused all this shit. It's like that, man. It's like they're the ones who caused all this shit. So, I mean, how does it make sense to like feel pride in the fact that you're preventing the shit? The guy from Harbinger, Jim Farrell, I mean, there's a lot of that too. Like, pretty much the fucking par for the course of capitalism these days. But as far as like the conflict resolution stuff and all that goes, there's the guy from Harbinger, Jim Farrell, talks about like when they did those peace talks with Israel Palestine, and how like one of the guys, I don't hear it say if he was Palestinian or Israeli, but he wrote something about basically how during the conference he realized that you know, how they had been othering each other, and where it's like the enemy is so bad, and you know, they didn't even really see them as people. And something he said, he wrote like a little letter. It was really good. He basically said, at the end of it, he said, we felt like that we have to see each other as enemies in order to survive. But actually, seeing each other as enemies is what is putting our survival at risk. But yeah, whatever, you got psychopaths in charge of everything. Okay. I need another scientist, but none of these ones are fucking good, dude. And I have to wait 2 years. I guess I could just... God, okay, whatever. Alright. This one can be unity. I don't know what that means. .6 years, so that's basically 2015, yeah. Oh, yeah. It makes sense, I guess. It's just like, I don't know, I feel like I'm antisocial too. But, you know, yeah, for sure, that guy's a fucking robot. Him and Zuckerberg. It's just like, it's fucking bizarre that people idolize that. Like, the only reason that people idolize shit is because they make a bunch of money. You know, it's just like, I fucking hate this stupid game that they made up, where the making money game is like your measure of value as a human. Yeah, I know. I get that sometimes too, though. I get that Luigi fucking Kaczynski shit going on. Dexter. It's like, I don't want to harm regular people. I just want to harm the bad people that are harming everybody. It's like psycho wars, I guess. But, you know, I don't know. I really do believe that's not the way. Because it's like, that's basically all that's been happening forever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm, like, depressed, dude. Because, like, I mean, a lot of it was with the Navy and just, like, being, like, what was personally done to me and, like, being fucking, you know, treated the way I was. But, like, even that was due to, like, me being a black sheep and kind of waking up to, like, what was going on and, like, saying we should do things differently. It's like, should have joined the Peace Corps instead or something. But, like, I don't know, like the whole Pat Tillman thing. That's why Pat Tillman's like my Pat Tillman's like my hero of the military. Because, I mean, like, I kind of joined, like, at the same time as him, you know? And for the same reason, like, I wasn't, like, I didn't, like, hate Muslims or anything, but I did think that, like, the U.S., I thought Islam was fucked, like, militant Islam. And, I thought, I don't know, I just wanted to do something good for the world. But, it didn't take very long for me to figure out that not only is, like, the bureaucracy and the institution itself really corrupt and fucked up and, like, a lot of toxic leadership and all that, but, like, just what they're doing and what they're being used for is imperialism, you know? So once you realize that, it's like, it's hard to, like, in good conscience support that mission. And I know a lot of people see it as like a protectionism or like a, well, would you rather have the Chinese be in charge or the Russians be in charge of the world? And I mean, probably no. But, you know, like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, it seems like they're all fucked up. You know, like, I don't want anybody to be in charge. I just want people to be able to fucking live their lives, like, without having some fucking emperor bullshit, you know, like subjugating them. Yeah, exactly. It's like, why do I have to fucking listen to somebody's bullshit, dude? And like live my life the way that they are forcing me to. It's fucked. But, you know, yeah, I just, I think, like, well, I think most people feel the same way. Like, when I talk to people about it, it's like, that's mostly what everybody wants. Like, that's what the whole libertarian mentality is about. It's like, just leave me the fuck alone and let me, like, live the way I want to live. And, like, you can't do that in a system like this. It's like they talk about how fucked up communism is because you're like forced to work in like these shitty conditions or whatever, but it's like, what's fucking different about this? You're forced to work in these fucking shitty conditions in this also. You know, and I get it that, like, no matter where you go or what you do, like, you are gonna have to work. Which is, like, you know, it's not about work. It's not about, like, being lazy and not wanting to work. It's like, you know, if we had a community, you know, there's gonna be people who like to fucking take care of the plants, and there's people who like to go hunting, and there's people who like to fucking cook food and shit, and we can, like, figure out how to divide these survival tasks. Like, that's what people were doing before fucking agriculture, you know? Like, they were surviving, and, you know, yeah, they had fucking parasites and didn't have air conditioning and all that shit, but like, their work that they had to do to, like, live and feed themselves and take care of each other was about, like, 3 or 4 hours a day, dude. You know, it wasn't that fucking intense where you had to, like, slave your fucking life away. Until later, until fucking people started doing that. You know, it's funny, it's like, it's so backwards. It's always like, the people who accuse people of being lazy and not fucking wanting to work are the people who are, like, enslaving people and making them do all the work. You know, some dickheads come along and, like, conquer your little tribe and, like, make you do all the work for them and, like, say that you're inferior and that you, like, are fucking animals and shit, and they're just using you to make their lives easier. Yeah, that's that Christian shit, dude. Yeah, when I was home in Texas, yeah, well, I think, like, the whole stuff about, like, uplifting the poor and uniting people in that way was, like, on the right track. You know, they were doing something there. Like, I mean, Nietzsche hates Christianity because of that. Like, he thinks it made people weaker and made them more like, ashamed of their own power, basically. Just by like introducing this whole new set of values, like self-sacrifice and like, well, I think like so like the Nietzschean thing is like I mean, a lot of that stuff ties into like what the Nazis were doing and like the eugenics and whatever. Like Nietzsche was before that. I mean, his predecessors, like Heidegger, was a Nazi. I mean, he wasn't like a Nazi, but he supported the Nazi party. But anyways, I mean, there's a lot of nuance to that too, like it's kind of like, well, whatever. I don't want to get into that, but what Nietzsche always pointed to, right? He really was just saying like, figure it out yourself is the better way. Like, don't buy into fucking some other values system or morality just because somebody else told you. Like, just what you were saying about the preacher on the pulpit thing. He's basically advocating for you to think about what you value, and for him, he liked to kind of romanticize and idealize the Greek culture and like their values, you could call them the Homeric virtues, like in those stories like Achilles and Odysseus, and like those guys were, they were badasses. So he was saying that like the Greeks, they had these examples of like these very badass people, which is kind of like an Aristotelian, yeah, for sure, yeah. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, what I was trying to say though about Christianity and shit, and what Nietzsche said about it was like he hated it because he thought Christianity introduced a new set of values into Western civilization, which he calls them like the slave values. And he says it's like submissiveness and basically not trying to be the best that you can be because you don't want to like offend other people, or you don't want to make other people uncomfortable or whatever. It's more for like cohesion to the community and that kind of stuff. And also like because it came from like the poor people, it came from like the people Jesus was trying to like uplift or whatever, supposedly. But so he thought like you shouldn't follow that. You shouldn't follow that because he respected power, and like to get power you have to take power basically, and like advocate for yourself. So like I agree with some of what he's saying, but I think it's like it's easy to, I don't know, like turn it into like a justification for doing wrong. And another thing I think that like he doesn't really acknowledge as much is that Christianity gave people power. Like it gave the poor people power by like instituting those values and all that. It gave them like a way of solidarity and unification that empowered them. And they were able to cause a lot of problems that way. So yeah, it was like about control and power. Like, I mean, any cult leader is like that. And Jesus was a cult leader, if you think about it. Like, but, and they're like controlling their followers in a way. But I think like a lot of what he was talking about was good. You know, it was like, it's just like everything. It's like they distort it into something else that becomes like a means of control. Because that's what the Romans did. When they figured out they couldn't beat Christianity, and like it was such a popular movement and disrupting their government, they just adopted it and then they changed it into something else. They like Romanized it into this kind of like big bureaucratic institution, which became the Catholic Church, which was not what it started out as. You know, it became a tool for empire, which is like what the Romans really cared about. So like, finally I get a fucking scientist, dude. So I think like, I don't really agree with Nietzsche about it. Like, I see what he's saying. I think he has some good critique of it. But him ultimately saying that, like, it's, like, the worst thing that ever happened to Western civilization. I actually think, like, you could say the same thing about Nietzsche and, like, the egoism of all that shit. I mean, it kind of, like, has roots in Descartes and everything, but, you know, that whole turn towards the individual and the egoism and the like, there's good things about that too, but it's like, I don't know, there's so much like black and white thinking and like all or nothing. It's like, this is good and we need to reject that. It's like Ayn Rand was Nietzsche's fucking biggest fan, and her whole thing was like 100% reject any kind of like altruism or helping other people. And she ended up saying too that Nietzsche wasn't scientific and materialistic enough. He was, she ended up like saying he was a mystic because he didn't fully commit to materialism. I mean, in some ways he did. He was like, he talked a lot about determinism and free will and like wondered if free will is a real thing and like whatever. But I mean, he was kind of at the beginnings of the, I mean, that was before, you know, Einstein and like modern science. It was like kind of at the very beginnings of all that. So like, I don't know. I like to look at all those people in their context of like, you know, what was going on and why the fuck, dude? And this guy should go here, I think. Why the fuck is this so low? I don't understand. But yeah, I think in the beginning Christianity started out as like a populist movement that was anti-empire. It was like a revolt against the Roman Empire. Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny because really they were doing what Nietzsche was talking about. It's like self-advocating and standing up for like being treated a certain way and you know, living life a certain way where it's like, this shit ain't right. Because basically, like, in those times that Nietzsche's glorifying, this was way more violent. I mean, not that there's not, like, way larger scale and rampant violence today, but I'm saying that just, like, the the kind of like day-to-day life, like your social norms and shit, it was like if you had a fucking argument with somebody, it was not like socially unacceptable for you to just fucking kill them. You know, that was like it's like a normal thing. But you know, I think what he's kind of saying is like, well, that's the way it should be. You know, it's better that way. And I don't really know if that's true or not. Because he's kind of saying that, like, the only reason you don't think that that's okay is because of Christianity. They tricked you into not killing people when you're mad at them. Damn, we got a bunch of ships at least. Yeah, Darwin Awards and shit. Okay, wait, what should we do with this? We got Unity. I think we need a forge. What is this? What is this? Why is there such a big space in between? Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate Christianity itself, but I don't really like what it morphed into, especially like the American version of it.
Thanks.
Oh, thanks. Is it? 14 minerals? That's a lot, dude. Okay, what can we do here? There's like no... Well, there's this one. He's still surveying it, though. Shroud tunnel. I guess we should get this. Wait, where is it at? Did we close it?
And I wonder, what if deterrence fails? What if this idea of prevention doesn't hold? What if someone launches a nuclear weapon? And that became the premise of this book, Nuclear War, a Scenario. I interviewed scores of national security folks who've dedicated their lives to this issue, you know, very close to the president, presidential advisor, STRATCOM commander, CIA director, White House chief of staff, to find out from them the ticking clock scenario of how this would unfold. And, you know, I'm literally shocked. And I wrote the book.
You questioned this concept of deterrence. What led you to question that concept?
inside baseball national security people like myself and probably yourself love to kind of go inside to YouTube videos of Stratcom commander testifying for Congress, etc., etc. And certainly during the pandemic, with a little extra time on my hands and with a president in office that many individuals here questioned the fundamental concept of sole authority, right? So this idea came back to the fore, into the discussion. And I noticed a lot of Stratcom commanders and deputy commanders and whatnot talking about deterrence. And the sort of more inside baseball I got, meaning I would look at like more private, not classified, but private events among military people. I noticed, and I quote them in the book, of course, these, for example, the deputy director of Stratcom saying, deterrence holds, kind of like this, with this authoritative voice. But if it doesn't, everything unravels. And that word unravels began to haunt me. What does that unraveling look like? And the number one most shocking original out of the gate, oh my God, is just how fast it all unravels. And that's why the ticking clock scenario concept, I think, is so terrifying and hopefully so effective, because the point of this book is not to unnecessarily terrify people. It's to realistically inform people of just what a razor's edge we all stand on, because suddenly this idea of certain authoritarian leaders or dictators are talking about the possibility of nuclear use.
I think it's worth sketching what deterrence means in kind of traditional terms. How have we thought about deterrence? What does it mean? And before we talk about why we should question the concept.
Absolutely, and I'm with you on that, because, one of the things is like...
I want to see if she says the part
the
about...
nomenclature, the kind of esoteric language
launch all the shit.
Nuclear weapons, I find is set up to intimidate people. It's set up to kind of divide people between, us and them, the kind of... And I had not previously been an us. I was it's like... And I find that dangerous. And so you can really break things down easily. And by the way, the sources that I work with are usually the smartest people in the room. And what I have found over the course of my reporting career is actually the smartest people in the room, if you ask them, will explain things very simply because they can. It's like Einstein said, if you really know what you're talking about, you should be able to explain it to a child, right? We're all children here when it comes to nuclear weapons. And we have to be adults, right? So deterrence, to deter. Basic word we all learned in high school, like to prevent, right? But here's another thing I'll say to our listeners here is that many people have heard of the concept of MAD, right? Mutual assured destruction. And many people go, oh yes, I'm familiar with that concept. That's why there is no nuclear war. Mutual assured destruction, which folds right in there with the concept of deterrence, meaning, one side, let's just use the US and Russia, one side has a stockpile of nuclear weapons pointed at the other guy. And the other guy, in this case Russia, has a stockpile of nuclear weapons pointed at the other. And each side would be absolutely mad to launch a nuclear weapon because of mutual assured destruction. It would guarantee that we would all die.
Yeah, maybe it's not like all the shit. It's like all the shit they already have.
The concept of MAD, then other concepts
designated
follow.
for
First
them.
strike, and then it becomes game theory on its head about how to outfox mutual assured destruction.
True. What you do in the book is walk through a timeline of events, and maybe tell us about what is the scenario you're envisioning here? Who's launching a nuclear attack against who?
One of the most interesting and disturbing ideas I came across when I was deciding what makes the most sense to have the scenario happen, once I began to learn how it unfolds in literally seconds and minutes and then hours, was, what is the plausible, ignition? because many
What is this
authors,
guy
and certainly
doing?
fiction
Fucking
authors, because
cocaine.
remember, this is a nonfiction book. It's been called dystopian nonfiction because how it ends is with nuclear winter. So many people have written hypotheticals about how it could happen, right? If, Russia does this or China does this, etc. But I was less interested in in the political gaming out of it, of the how. I was more interested in if this happens, if deterrence unravels, boom. And that's why it begins in the first fraction of a second, which is when United States incredible satellite technology can first see the nuclear launch, okay? So the way I came to the idea, you asked how to start it, who starts it, was in a discussion I had with Richard Garwin. And if you're not familiar with Richard Garwin, Richard is now 93, maybe he's 94, and he drew the plans for the world's first thermonuclear weapon. Everyone's familiar with Edward Teller, and they call him the father of the hydrogen bomb, thermonuclear bomb, when in fact, Richard Garwin, when he was 23 years old, drew the plans. And this is actually not even written in some of the most famous books about the hydrogen bomb because it wasn't declassified or known until about 10 years ago, right? But Richard Garwin unequivocally drew those plans. And in a discussion that we had about this, he raised the concern with me of kind of the madman theory, the idea that there are people, and Garwin specifically mentioned Napoleon, who follow this logic of après moi le déluge, which is like after me the flood, if I die, may everyone die. And so that hypothetical, which I figured out actually terrifies everyone, or rather I should say many in Washington, is the premise. It's what is called a rogue launch. In nuclear nomenclature, it's called a bolt out of the blue attack, which is actually pretty easy for we laymen to understand because it is literally a bolt out of the blue. It's like all of a sudden there's a nuclear weapon coming our way. That is how it begins. And the first interesting thing to me to learn was we don't learn about the nuclear weapon coming our way when it, destroys a city. We, the Defense Department, learn about it
Of course.
in the first fraction of a second after launch because of our satellite technology. I was suddenly like, oh my God, you have a narrative, right? The mad ruler, who launched, and then you have the technology. And that's what I think I do in nuclear war scenario, is weave these concepts together in this horrifyingly tight knot, because that is what it is. It's just a big giant of what happens next.
You mentioned that the US will know about this strike within seconds. Maybe take us through what happens within the first, say, 10 seconds or a minute, because what's really fascinating, what really struck me about this book is how quickly all of this happens. And also perhaps tell us about how we know when these different steps happen.
Yes. So, satellite technology, we think of like, we're doing this interview right now thanks to Wi-Fi, thanks to satellite technology.
Yeah.
Not that long ago, as in 1957, there was only one satellite, and that was Sputnik. The Russians beat us into space. And now, all these years later, there's something like 9,000 or more satellites circling the Earth. And yes, many of them do great things like what we're doing right now in communication and GPS and television, etc., etc., etc. But the Defense Department satellites do a very specific set of satellites, which are called SBIRS, right? And that's the space-based infrared system of satellites. And what the SBIRS satellites do is they are parked essentially in geosync, 22,000 miles up, 1/10 of the way to the moon. Parked there, this massive school bus sized satellite with sensors, literally the size of like a car. And they are looking down at the hotspots. They are looking down at the launch pads of the nuclear armed nations so that they know in the first fraction of a second, not even 1 second, when that missile launches. And, of course, the obvious question is, wait, how do they know? Well, as explained to me by various missile experts, including Ted Postal, who is an amazing resource for all of this, that these satellite sensors can measure the plume on the hot rocket exhaust. So you can visualize this. Suddenly it becomes a reality. You see this launch, ICBM, this giant, 60-foot tall missile. It's in North Korea. It's on a road mobile launcher, which itself is astonishing. The thing has, 22 axles. We don't have road mobile launchers in America, by the way, but they do in Russia and North Korea. And the reason we don't have them is your average American doesn't want an ICBM driving through their town, right? But that's okay in North Korea. And so they have these road mobile launchers. This thing in the scenario is taken out into a dirt field, as we have seen happen in testing, and it's launched. And the Sibir's Defense Department satellite sees it in less than a second. And there begins this absolute, massive, 5-alarm fire alert, literally.
Before we go into that, actually, I would want to know what's the probability of a false positive there. If we have the satellite looking at a launch platform for a nuclear weapon in, say, North Korea, a mobile launch platform, how do we know that we don't get a false positive such that we think there's a launch when there isn't a launch?
Yes. Okay, so it's a great question. Well, first of all, most of the nuclear-armed nations, like, for example, Russia, announce their ICBM launches to other countries. And this is true even during the Ukraine war, because no one wants to start a nuclear war by accident, right? So people let others know. Countries have been known to suspend launches during times of great tension for exactly that reason you're talking about. The exception to the rule is North Korea. If you talk to the North Korean missile experts, they will tell you North Korea does not announce its launches. They just want to be powerful. They want to flex, as we could say. So how do we know it's not a mistake? Well, they launch missiles over the sea, and so the computer systems in Sibir's, because remember, you have this satellite system in space, but it communicates with ground systems. That is why it is called a system of systems. And so the data that gets sent down to the Earth, that machine learning is set and understands, I'm speaking in layman's terms here, that the trajectory of this launch is going to send it over the sea, or the trajectory of this launch is sending it into space. And that is where those first few seconds are so critical. And I literally take you through the first seconds in the book through these different locations of what happens at the Aerospace Data Facility in Colorado.
Why is this
what
shit
happens
suck so bad,
at
dude?
Fort Belvoir in Washington? What happens at the Pentagon? Because these different alerts bring everyone who is in the nuclear command and control system into focus on this event to categorize the nature of this launch. And that is where the mechanisms of this system are just so remarkable, because you realize how many people are on it, right? But also at the same time, there's absolutely no action to take except for counterattack if it's an actual launch. I mean, we can get into the interceptor program, which is its whole other shocking discussion. But yes, those are the first seconds of launch, and they are very methodical.
How do we distinguish between an actual launch and something that looks to the satellites and the machine learning system?
She said user error.
Like a launch.
Well, there are thousands of them all the time. The Defense Department is constantly there. If you again, the nerds sort of go deep into the Defense Department videos. They actually released some footage from the command center beneath Cheyenne Mountain. And it's remarkable because it's actual video footage. This was done during COVID, and I'd never seen this before. And you can see this, it looks like something out of the movies with a giant, kind of IMAX type screen with maps of the world, and you can see launches going off, right? So satellites are being launched, short-range ballistic missiles are launched. We have our eye on all the missiles in Ukraine, and we can see the Defense Department can see all of this. The question is, or rather the specifics are, that the SIBR satellites are focused on those launch pads that might, or in the case of North Korea, a road mobile launcher that might launch an ICBM. It's going to be very different from what a launch looks like, in Donbass.
Do you think there's any probability that something that's not a launch would be picked up as a launch? Like a cloud floating over the platform, or I don't know what's realistic here, whatever it might be.
This exactly happened there. In the book, I do take you, I stop the action sometimes to give you these small history lessons, right? Because they're, and one of the readers said to me, I thought I would get a rest from the horror by reading these history lessons, and the history lessons themselves are terrifying. Because for exactly that reason. So once in the early to mid 90s, Yeltsin was president, there was a launch, it was a science project between Norway and the United States to gather some data from the atmosphere, right? They were looking at sort of climate issues, I believe. And this launch was mistaken by an early warning system in Russia for an ICBM launch. And this is the only known time that the Russian equivalent of the football, right? So many listeners are familiar with the fact that the president walks around with his his military aide walks around with a briefcase that has the nuclear launch codes in it. And Russia, because of what we call parity, has the same, essentially the same systems, more or less. And that is the only time in history that the Szeged, their football is called, was opened, which is just like the razor's edge of Armageddon. And then it was determined that this was actually, as you would say, a reporting error, and the Szeged was closed.
Yeah, you talk about at least 6 close calls where we could have had nuclear attacks, in nuclear war in the book. I think we should talk about those. But first, let's go back to these first critical seconds. What happens after a launch is detected? Who knows about it first? And how is that signal transmitted through the entire kind of military and governance apparatus?
It's amazing how fast the next big action happens. All that information has to get to these 3 primary command centers, which are all underground, okay? These are the nuclear command and control bunkers. And so within seconds, the information from SIBRs goes to the Aerospace Data Facility. The National Reconnaissance Office works with the NSA, works with the Missile Defense Agency. There's a number of agencies that are all processing this information. The Defense Department is built on what we call redundancy. But within seconds, all the information lands there's a bunker beneath the Pentagon, there's a bunker inside Cheyenne Mountain, and there's a bunker beneath Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, which is STRATCOM, that's U.S. Strategic Command. So the simplest way to think about this, and by the way, this is how people on the inside explained it to me, Cheyenne Mountain is the brain, okay? It's the brain that pulls it all together. The Pentagon is the beating heart. The bunker under the Pentagon was created as a war room right after World War II. Then STRATCOM, Offutt Air Force Base, the bunker beneath there, is the muscle. So they each have their individual rules, but those 3 command centers now, within seconds after launch, are on it. And why are they on it? Because the next big action that has to happen, and they have to notify the president, right? So, oh my God, it just goes boom, that's it. And yes, there now will be a few minutes of verification. But all of these individuals, specifically NORAD commander, is going to probably be the one to brief the president, with SecDef, who is most likely in the Pentagon, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, most likely in the Pentagon, with STRATCOM commander kind of in the wings. He would, if there was action to take, he would take over. And they must get ready to brief the president. Now, this has happened maybe 3 or 4 times, and I write them in the book. I've interviewed Secretary of Defense, former Bill Perry, for example, who was in one of these situations, woken up in the middle of the night where he thought he was going to have to brief the president and didn't, right? So the de-escalation process is now, if it's going to happen, but there are only minutes, and the confirmation. So the president gets told probably around 5 or 6 minutes after launch. That's how long it takes to determine to reasonably determine the trajectory of the ICBM, right? Like, is it going to over the sea? Is it headed toward Hawaii? Is it going to Moscow? Or is it coming to the continental United States? And as the powers that be get ready to brief the president, then the entire system is also preparing for what must be a secondary confirmation, and that comes from the ground radar systems that are positioned around the world and have been in play since before satellite technology gave that initial, bell ringer in the first fraction of a second.
So in those 5 minutes, how much leeway is there to make a decision based on your personal sense of what's going on, as opposed to just acting in accordance with the law? I imagine that the people you're talking about now in the U.S. government are under kind of strict, have very strict legal responsibilities to act in a certain way. But we know that previously in history, in the USSR, for example, we've had close calls where where the personal actions of key people in the chain prevented a nuclear launch. So how much leeway is there in the system, and how much are the people involved acting under strict legal requirements?
I was having a discussion yesterday with a Los Alamos scientist who's also the classified historian there, and he said to me, I was having this exact question, we were talking about whether or not people, or this, what he called sort of like misconception that a military person would disobey protocol, and he said to me, you have a better chance at winning Powerball than banking on someone in the nuclear command and control defying orders. That's not how it works. With that said, it's a great question.
This is basically what that guy was saying.
That is something that would come
like,
up.
that's the kind of person you have to be.
Right before those keys turn.
They weed you out
US
if not.
Counter-strike, right? But now would not be the time to debate. Now would be the time for the entire nuclear command, control, and communication system to be working, flexing, to try and determine what the hell is going on. And then immediately followed by what actions to take. And so I think now's a great time to mention a really important fact here, right? Which is presidential.
She's just a journalist. She's like
United States, right? So
fucking investigative journalist. One of those annoying people who
can the U.S. president launch a nuclear war? Interestingly, you get an
fucking hounds
answer
people
that
down
says,
for info.
It says, well, not really. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, and it's fascinating to me that is just fundamentally not true. Okay, so Congress did, and I cite this stuff in the book. Of course, my book has the scenario, and then there's 100 pages of notes in the back. But Congress handled this exact question. They have a congressional research service that will look into a subject and put out an open source document for all to read. And this question came up during the Trump North Korea fire and fury debates during his administration. And so Congress put out this report that said, yes, the president has sole launch authority. He does not need to ask anyone, not the Secretary of Defense, not the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not Congress. Period, full stop. And so you can't really say yes, sort of no. The answer is yes. That is the answer, right? And if you do watch STRATCOM commanders talk about this, there is a lot of obfuscating going on, right? Really what it comes down to is one would hope one had a sane president who wouldn't make an unwise decision. But as I show you in nuclear war scenario, how do you even define what unwise decision is, right? Because I take the reader through the specifics of what a nuclear strike against Washington, D.C. would look like. How many people would be killed? How many people would be burned alive? And of course, this is why we have in place the concept of deterrence, full circle to our initial, right? Because don't do that or else we will do that to you, right? And this is the vicious circle.
From the moment the president is briefed until he has to make a decision about whether to launch a counterstrike, how long does he have?
Very simple answer. 6 minutes.
We know this how? How do we know that it's 6 minutes exactly?
Some will say it's 5, some will say it's 7. The reason I use 6 minutes is because it's what President Ronald Reagan wrote in his memoirs, right? So it's a nice number that indicates this is what he was told, and that's more or less what everyone is told. And I also think it's important to just note, anyone who starts being super corrective on numbers, please roll your eyes, because that is, in my estimation, part of the system to make people feel like you shouldn't really worry yourself about this. You're not smart enough, knowledgeable enough, informed enough. You don't know what you're... It's just hogwash, you know? As Hans Christensen will tell you, who leads the nuclear notebook with his team and gathers all these numbers, like how many weapons are on ready for launch. How, you know, these numbers are the best we can come up with. Or rather not we, he and his team, and then they are put out and borrowed, but they change, right? And so it is 6 minutes as a concept, but, you know, in what if one of the interesting things I did was interview a lot of Secret Service agents, including a former head of the Secret Service, about how the president is moved, right? And this stuff is just at the razor's edge of can't be known. But should be known, but what I was told what should be known and can be known, right? So if the president has 6 minutes to decide and the Secret Service, the head of the president's detail, decides to move him to a underground command bunker called Raven Rock, the alternative National Military Command Center, 70 miles outside DC, well, then you have a pause in that 6 minute window when the president needs to decide. Even though the football is with him and technically the clock is ticking, that window may be extended because Secret Service says, no, we're moving him. We're not keeping him in the underground bunker beneath the White House.
Okay. Imagine a scenario where a president has to make the decision about whether to launch nuclear weapons against an adversary. Of course, he would be influenced by whether he would personally die in the situation in which he doesn't respond. But how is that handled? How is the decision made about whether to move him? And were he to stay in D.C., in the White House, for example, would he die in that scenario?
And as a historian, I love this question, and I loved sort of picking through these details and and continuing to learn them as I go. From what I understand, President Reagan and President Carter both they said, I'm going to stay with the ship. I'm paraphrasing, right? So we know both of those presidents were going to wait it out in the White House and let others disperse, because there's a whole very significant concept, during a nuclear strike, which is called continuity of government, which is where you have to keep the government running. So if the president isn't going to go, someone has to in his place. And of course, I get into that in the book. But this is a great question, and which I think a parallel question, which was interesting to me. I interviewed former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta for the book. And he was such an extremely valuable source for me, so generous with his time. He was also the director of the CIA and a former White House chief of staff. So he had this incredible perspective that he shared with me about how different, really high-ranking presidential advisors have completely different sets of information based on what their primary focus is. So he was saying, as CIA director, he knew almost none of the nuclear command and control issues, certainly not to the degree he did when he was Secretary of Defense, and he suddenly found himself visiting these places, right? And realizing, oh my God, my job is extraordinary. And then he also shared with me that most presidents, and he was not the only Secretary of Defense to share this with me, most presidents, and I'm paraphrasing, don't want to know. Don't think they need to know. They have other things to worry about besides a nuclear war, which everyone wants to believe, quote unquote, will never happen. And so therein lies a huge problem, because, presidents they are briefed before they take office about all of this, but they may or may not be paying attention. And those are the words of presidential advisors, not me. That is me relaying what I was told.
That presidents aren't paying attention to this critical information.
I mean, think of all the things you have to hear about, and think about all the things that are perhaps more pressing. And we've had decades of living with the first atomic bomb and now the thermonuclear bomb. And everyone wants to live under this idea that nuclear war will never happen. But as I posit in the book, and as certainly Richard Garwin, who arguably knows more about nuclear weapons than anyone on the planet, shared with me that when all this began, there were two nuclear-armed... Well, first there was one, America. Then there were two, America and Russia. And now there are 9. And it is impossible not to refer to nuclear-armed North Korea as anything but a rogue nation based on their behavior. They do not, I want to say play nice. They do not adhere to the air quotes norms that the other nuclear-armed nations allegedly play by. And that makes them very dangerous. And it is the rogue launch scenario I chose for the book because I wanted to show you how you can have these two superpowers, America and Russia, which, by the way, each have approximately 1,700 weapons on ready-for-launch status, essentially metaphorically aimed at one another. And I wanted to show you the errors that will likely happen based on the judgments of presidential advisors. Were a rogue launch to happen and the U.S. president have to launch a counterattack. And those variables are what should terrify us all and have many more people in conversation about what to do about it.
As you interview all of these people, all of these insiders, what were some of the most surprising lessons for you that you think should be publicly known?
Two come to mind immediately because they are so incredibly dangerous. They shocked me when I learned them, and they continue to shock me. The first is this, okay? So America has, as we've spoken about, the Sibir satellite system that can see a launch. Russia, wanting to have everything on parity, on par with the United States, has its own set of space-based satellite systems that look at ICBM launches. But as all the experts will tell you, the Russian systems are deeply flawed, right? And when I say all the experts, I didn't find a single person who would tell me otherwise. Some people said, well, they're not that flawed. Others, talked about the extreme flaws. But the Russian satellite system, which is called Tundra, it doesn't have, this is kind of in layman's terms as it was explained to me, right? It doesn't have what's called look-down capabilities. So Sibir's looks exactly down on the rocket, and that's why it can measure. Its computer systems, its sensors can measure. And Tundra doesn't have this capacity, and so it has to look sideways, which makes a lot of problems, as you said, with, for example, clouds or sunlight. And the idea that experts that study this field meticulously believe is that Russia could mistake a launch, right? So let's say there was a rogue launch at the United States of one weapon, and the president decided to strike back with 80 nuclear weapons, 82, right, as is suggested in that situation. Russia could mistake those missile launches for hundreds of weapons. And then it looks like they're coming at Russia, okay? Even more perilous is the second part of the equation that you asked me about, which is what I call the hole over the pole, right? Which is that U.S. Minuteman ICBMs have to fly over Russia to get to North Korea. Imagine in a moment of nuclear crisis saying to Russia, trust us, they're just going over you, they're not coming at you, okay? Even worse, and remember, we're talking about minutes,
it's crazy shit,
right?
huh?
Because the launch has to happen before the strike hits the United States.
She talks about a lot of crazy shit in this book.
It's called launch on warning. It's not launch after we absorb a nuclear attack. It's called launch on warning. So you're talking about less than 30 minutes into the scenario, the US president launches nuclear weapons, but has to tell Russia, by the way, they're not coming for you, they're just going over you. Making matters worse, what's the guarantee you can get Russia on them? And to anyone who says that's ridiculous, of course you could. I'm going to quote former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, during the Ukraine war, when it was mistakenly reported that a Russian missile had hit a NATO country, Poland. Okay, it was a mistake. That wasn't what happened, but that's how it was reported all over the press, in real time, essentially. General Milley could not get his Russian counterpart on the phone for more than 24 hours. That is a quote from the general.
Do we know why that happened? Why that enormous delay in such an important situation?
Oh, shit.
Ask General Milley, right? But it tells you everything. There was a war going on, and he couldn't get his Russian counterpart.
I'll be right back.
So how does one want to just live in fantasy land thinking, in the moment of crisis,
the timeline, would the American public know about what's going on?
Perhaps I should have listed that as one of the biggest shockers, right? So, and again, once you realize, oh my God, this is all happening in seconds and minutes, not days and weeks. But, we think about FEMA here in the United States, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And, it's FEMA who gets involved when we have earthquakes or, floods or Katrina, right? FEMA comes out with the sandbags and the, meals ready to eat, allegedly. It's FEMA who is in charge of preparing for a nuclear war. I interviewed Craig Fugate, who was the director of FEMA under Obama. I mean, he handled, dozens of hurricanes with, incredible skill. What he told me shocked me, which is there is nothing to do in a bolt out of a blue attack. There is no population protection planning because everyone will be dead. This is a quote from him. It's hyperbole, but it's not hyperbole, right? I said to him, what is your advice to the American public? And he said, don't forget your morals. Hope that you stalked Pedialyte. So to answer your question, when does the American public know? Well, they're going to find out when, in this scenario, Washington, D.C. has just been annihilated. They're going to find out when all the comms go down.
And this is around half an hour after launch.
Yes. And here, okay, so let's go through the ICBM just really simply, okay? Because when it got explained to me this way, it was like, oh my goodness, now this makes sense, okay? Because people also think about technology is just moving so fast, but the ICBM is basically what it was in 1960, okay? The late 50s. And my interest in ICBM comes from an earlier book I wrote called The Pentagon's Brain, why the United States has its agency DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And the first chief scientist was a guy called Herb York. As a journalist, you can find out a lot in someone's papers that they leave to a private library. Because inside those papers, they often leave a lot of, I don't want to say classified documents, but they leave a lot of documents that might otherwise not be so easy for someone to find. And that was certainly the case with me going to the Giselle Library down in San Diego to look at Herb York's papers, where he left everything after he died. And in those papers, I found the first known analysis of precisely how long it takes for an ICBM to get from a launch pad in Russia to the United States. Herb York hired the Jason scientists, kind of the brilliant American scientists who were in charge of solving these hard problems, and they measured it down to seconds. And this is what they came up with. 1,600 seconds from launch to annihilation, okay? 3 phases, really simple. Boost phase, mid-course phase, terminal phase. Boost phase is 5 minutes, okay? We spoke about the hot rocket exhaust on the ICBM. the satellite systems can only see the ICBM in the 5 minutes that it's essentially burning out the back, okay, and getting rid of its boosters. After 5 minutes, it enters mid-course phase, and now it will fly between 500 and 700 miles above the Earth at, 15,000 miles an hour to the other side of the world. At which point, for the last 100 seconds, it will be in what's called terminal phase, which is pretty obvious what it is. It re-enters the atmosphere, the warhead arms and detonates, and that is the end. So 26 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, North Korea geographically is a little different. I had Ted Postal, the missile expert, do the math. It's about 33 minutes, right? So that's approximately the amount of time it takes. And that is absolutely known in nuclear command and control. And so from the first fraction of a second, 30 minutes later, it's the first target. And we haven't even begun to talk about what submarines do, which almost no one out there in the general public, including me formerly before writing this book, knew, which is that a submarine can sneak up on the coast and launch a nuclear weapon in minutes. And this is just like a shocking truth that no one wants to talk about.
So this is all happening in minutes to maybe 30 minutes. At least it's happening in under an hour. This is all something that struck me about the book, was how you segment the progression of this nuclear attack timeline into segments of 24 minutes, 3 of those, and then into 24 months. So what we're talking about here is something that happens extremely suddenly, but then transforms the world, and the effects are felt for much longer than 24 months. But the effect, it's sudden, and then there's a long aftermath. Let's actually take the point about submarines, because that's pretty interesting. How do submarines change the kind of strategic aspects of defending against nuclear weapons?
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to take you to the president's briefing to get to this submarine issue, right? Because, again, president maybe not even, certainly one would hope the president knows what the nuclear triad is, but do most people reading this book before? No. Nuclear triad. Triad means 3, right? When the president is told you need to launch nuclear weapons in a counterattack, this weapon is coming at us, it's going to be here in less than 30 minutes. This isn't policy, launch on warning. The football gets opened. That is the suitcase, right? The satchel that is constantly with the president, also with the vice president. And inside of that is something called the Black Book. And the Black Book contains information about the nuclear triad, the weapons that are available to the president, and what targets he should hit. And they've been predetermined based on different rogue countries that might attack the United States. And then how many people will die. That's basically the 3 things the president learns in those seconds before he gives the order of which strike he wants to choose.
And so you describe, or you call it the Black Book. Is it an actual book? How often is this information updated?
The Black Book is so secret. It has never, no president, they're called presidential emergency action directives. No, nothing has ever been leaked. It has never made its way into the public domain. A few individuals have spoken of it. A very few, right? A mill aide once talked about how it was like a Denny's menu. That's how he described it. And you choose, I'll have this with that and give me a that on the side, okay? And that's pretty much the only information we have. Los Alamos declassified the origin story of the football for this book for me to share with the public. I'll let readers read about that in the book. But in real time, to answer your question, what does it look like? We don't know. Dr. Glenn McDuff at Los Alamos told me it's called the Black Book because it involves so much death, right? 2 of my sources, Ted Postal, the missile expert who used to advise for the Navy, he has seen the Black Book. John Wolfthal, who I interviewed, who was President Obama's national security advisor on nuclear weapons, he has seen the Black Book. They don't talk about it. There's no reason for them to. You can imagine what is in there. But the nuclear triad is what we're getting at here, right? Which is, so America
I know all about
has
that shit.
3 weapon systems.
They talk about that in
We
the
have
military.
400 ICBMs. These are in underground silos. We have 66 bombers that carry multiple nuclear weapons. And
aircraft
then we
carriers,
have
submarines,
14
and missile
what are called
silos.
Ohio-class, nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered submarines. And the president can use all three. So the bombers are the only element of the triad that can be recalled. So they're almost certainly sent out first. But they will take several hours to get where they're going, and by then this will all be over. The ICBMs, once launched, can't be recalled. They are known to be the first weapons to be used because they will involve what is called use 'em or lose 'em strategy. Meaning, because the location of our U.S. ICBMs
This is what I was talking about, I
are
think.
public domain, they will be the first targets hit by the Russians. Our submarines, of which there are 14, there are several out at sea at any given time. We never know where they are. Even the only people who know where they are the people on board. And they're there out at sea for 70 days at a time. And they're just like zooming around the oceans ready to launch. And one particular note to give listeners of like just how close these submarines can get to the United States. And again, this has been debated. Oh my God, they can't get that close. This is hyperbole. For one of the first times ever, the Defense Department recently released a map showing. So you cannot find a submarine in real time. They are unlocatable, which makes them they're generally called the handmaidens of the apocalypse, because you can't know where they are.
And this is simply because they're under the surface of the sea, and so you can't see them from satellites, yeah.
Absolutely, satellites can't see them. And because they're nuclear powered, they can just motor around without ever having to surface, right?
I mean, yeah, I've been
Until
on
they
them
come
for
back to
inspections
port.
and stuff. I was never
And
stationed
so-
on one, though.
But the Defense Department, in
But
its
yeah,
budget
supposedly their
request,
top speed
sort of
is
trying to
classified.
notify Congress of why it needed so much more money for the nuclear triad, released a sort of after the fact map. You can see through these different seabed systems, tracing systems we have called SOSUS, you can see where they have been, right? And they show, there's a map.
Look at this fucking thing,
you
dude.
print
What
a
is
copy of
that?
it in the book, and it's just shocking when you realize how close the submarines, both Russia and China, can get to America's coast. And then you're talking about minutes from launch to strike.
Is there any way to defend against submarines like that?
No.
There isn't any way to deter except for having submarines with missiles point at the countries that are, yes.
And this is a rabbit hole where you sort of, I mean, when we talk about this, it almost seems, how could, you almost want to stutter and mutter, like, wait, what? Right? And then you kind of go back to another question. I mean, and I don't mean you, I mean me, I mean anyone who is new to this issue. And then you have to say, well, why do we have all the other weapons if those weapons can end the world? Well, exactly, right? And then we can get into the wonky discussion of deterrence and mutual assured destruction. And believe me, trillions and trillions, untold sums of money, because these numbers are most partially classified, have been spent building weapon systems, unbuilding weapon systems. At one point, we had 60,000 nuclear weapons on the planet, right? Now it's maybe 12,500, It's the military-industrial complex at its heart.
I think we have to remind ourselves that this system of nuclear weapons is not rationally designed from a top down by a group of people right now. It's evolved over time. It has been dependent on kind of historical accidents and coincidences and initial trajectories that have then been developed further. And so now we're in the situation we are in now due to not entirely rational circumstances.
I think that is a brilliant assessment, and what a great reminder at this point in this interview to actually bring that up. Because looking from the top down, looking in arrears, it just seems absolutely apocryphal and implausible. And yet, as I take the reader in the book back into, once upon a time after World War II, there was essentially 3 nuclear weapons. Los Alamos was almost shuttered, right? And as the historians at the lab take me through these numbers of how, then suddenly 1949 Russia had the bomb. Well, wait a minute. Now we have to have more bombs. And then you see the numbers escalate, and it becomes, like you said, you can see how it's sort of like a series of actions based on what was happening in the world at the time. And the difficulty we face now is exactly as you said so eloquently, that we have arrived here and the world is very, very, very different. And yet the idea that you could just make all the nuclear weapons go away is just as apocryphal as all of them existing. It is a true conundrum. But the only answer, I believe, is not to play ostrich, like to put your head in the sand and be like, that will never happen. Because, for the first time since the Cold War ended, we have a Russian president who has mentioned the possibility of nuclear use. We have North Korea saying that the Americans are trying to, and I'm paraphrasing, but essentially he said the Americans are trying to start nuclear war on the Korean Peninsula. The UN Secretary General recently said in a very significant speech, we are just, and I'm paraphrasing him, but we are one miscalculation, one misunderstanding away from nuclear annihilation. He added, this is madness. It must stop. And that's why I hope people read the book.
I think in public consciousness, the issue of nuclear war or nuclear attacks has been gotten less attention since the end of the Cold War, because people have been living under the threat of nuclear war for decades now, and it hasn't happened. So maybe the conclusion is, well, maybe this wasn't as big of a deal as we heard about it in it being in the 60s. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of worrying developments in the world that point towards nuclear risk being higher now than perhaps at any point in the last 2 decades, would be my assessment.
And a nuclear war couldn't be farther from a war of attrition. It is not a war of attrition. The book takes place over 72 minutes, right? And when I did an interview with a former Stratcom commander, General Keeler, and he said to me, yes, Annie, the world could end in a few hours. I was just astonished at that kind of truthful reality coming from someone who would be the point man for the president, right? Because when the president, as we spoke of earlier, the Secretary of Defense, he advises the president. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff advises the president. They're not in the decision-making tree, right? They're advisors. And then they tell the president, essentially, here's what you are required to do. And then the president speaks to the Stratcom commander through the bunker under the Pentagon, right? There's a chain of command I take people through of like how the actual order comes down. But then the Stratcom commander, escapes from his bunker. He runs out to the tarmac. He gets on what's called a doomsday plane.
Yeah, it's kind of eerie, huh?
That is what it is called in the military, because it is the command bunker in the sky that will fly around while America is absorbing these nuclear strikes. While tens of millions of people are burning to death in a nuclear holocaust. The Defense Department's Stratcom commander and his team will be up in the air directing nuclear strikes against enemy nations from the doomsday plane, because the comms have been set up that way since the Cold War, using very old school technology to actually communicate with the nuclear triad. We spoke of redundancy earlier. This is what redundancy is. The command bunker at the Pentagon can be obliterated, as it is in the scenario I write, and the doomsday plane can continue to deliver launch codes.
What is their mission? What the mission of the doomsday plane is to make sure that the US retaliates. But I'm guessing the reasoning for having such a plane and having that plane have that mission is to make sure that no enemy actually launches an attack on the US in the first place. So it seems like the US should communicate the existence of this plane and the existence of submarine capabilities as widely as possible. But how widely is this known? And it all seems a bit insane to me that imagine being in that plane and thinking about your mission as your countrymen are annihilated.
I mean, it is, but you raised a really interesting question here, which is
what I
when
need.
these systems were first put in place in the 50s, the nuclear superpowers, Russia and America, were, with spies everywhere and just like obsessively learning, sometimes incorrectly so, what the other side was doing. And so we have evolved, the two superpowers have evolved with eyeballs on one another. So almost everything America has, Russia has as well, right? So the mutual assured destruction of it is essentially legit, right? So there's no question that Russia command and control doesn't know about the Doomsday Plane and they know everything. Let's just assume, right? But maybe North Korea doesn't. What is known about North Korea is so thin, it is shocking. You can read an open source Defense Intelligence Agency report. So the DIA is essentially the Pentagon CIA. It's internal intelligence source. They have a really interesting several hundred-page dossier on what North Korea, is capable of. And it gives you a real window into what we don't know. And if you read all that and interview DIA people as I did, and then also interview people in the civilian sector, there's a brilliant analyst named Michael Madden who is probably the world's expert on Kim Jong-il himself, right? So and he understands how that dictatorship works almost better than anyone, from looking at photographs and reading North Korean newspapers and talking to spies, right? And I write in the book what he shares with us, what he knows. It is so little, right? We don't know what is known. And that is incredibly dangerous because it leaves a lot of room for supposition mixed with paranoia. And when you have paranoia in the mix, all is lost very quickly.
When I got to the section of your book talking about interceptor missiles, I was initially pretty hopeful because this seems like this would be a fantastic solution if we could get something like this up and running, where the idea is that you would intercept incoming nuclear weapons, destroy them before they hit mainland US or any other country. And so you could pour money into developing a purely defensive technology. This isn't an aggression towards China or Russia. This is more actually purely for defensive purposes. Then we have the technical issues of why this might not be the perfect solution. Why isn't this kind of the holy grail of defense against nuclear?
I mean, I'm with you that you're, in layman's terms, in sort of poetic terms, you can really imagine exactly what you're talking about with offense, defense, the sword and the shield, right? The nuclear missiles are just basically a giant technological sword. And this idea of an interceptor missile, people sometimes think of Israel's Iron Dome, right? Is the giant shield. And we see that on television. The rockets coming in from Hamas and the Iron Dome is able to, it functions like a big bubble, like a big shield. Well, that is just simply not the case with the interceptor missiles. Starting with the fact that, as we spoke of earlier, there are roughly 1,700 ready for launch nuclear weapons on either side, Russia, US, okay? And when I say ready for launch, meaning most of them are deployed, and an ICBM can be launched in 60 seconds. Literally, that's why they call them Minutemen, right? I mean, there's other reasons they're called Minutemen, but that's one of them. Once the subs get the command to launch, it takes them about 14 minutes to get that sub-launched missile launched, okay? So the interceptor, if there's 1,700 of these just ready to go, let's even say 1,000 of them ready to go. Well, there are a grand total of 44 interceptor missiles in the U.S. arsenal. So how's that going to work? Because when in a nuclear launch, you don't launch one unless you're a rogue nation. If you're Russia or, you launch the mother load, you launch all of them because you are trying to take out the other side.
Yeah,
and
she does say that, dude. She says launch all that shit.
And that doesn't even get into the failure
Wait, what the
rate
fuck?
of the interceptor missiles. At one point in a 10-year period, let's say 10 years ago, when these new interceptors were being developed, right? And we launched them at Vandenberg Air Force Base, and we fly them over the Pacific Ocean to Kwajalein Atoll, that's where we get the data of how the launch is going. Well, and we try the interception. Something like only 9 out of 20 were successfully hit. That's a very low success rate. And also, I found the technology involved in these interceptor missiles really interesting. And I'm just going to give listeners a quick idea, right? Because the interceptor missile launches, and then the item that is actually going to allegedly intercept this incoming ICBM warhead. And by the way, at that point, it's no longer a giant 60-foot missile, it's a warhead, okay? The nuclear weapon is inside a warhead, which is now in mid-course phase. And inside of that warhead, there are almost certainly multiple decoys to try to, fake out what is about to kill it. And the vehicle that is in the nose cone of the interceptor missile is called an exo-atmospheric kill vehicle, which is just a fantastic, menacing sounding name, right? But think about it. It's this tiny, kinetic, it's like a BB gun. It's like, it doesn't have any explosive. It's going to use its own kinetic energy going 20,000 miles an hour up in space to try and hit a warhead that is moving at 15,000 miles an hour. Literally, someone in the Defense Department called it trying to hit a bullet with a bullet. So that's what you're going to trust defense on, the shield defense on. And by the way, I can't even begin to tell you how many billions of dollars American taxpayers have spent. And a recent congressional report revealed that this whole program had problems, air quotes, and so now it's kind of like on strategic pause, whatever that means.
Is this purely a matter of cost? So just hearing these numbers, it sounds like, naively to me at least, it sounds like a misprioritization to have 1,700 nuclear missiles and 55 interceptor.
44.
44. Could the U.S. have spent a much more money on interceptors, and would that have made the situation better, even with the quite bad success rate of these missiles?
It's a reasonable question. There is no answer. Meaning, how many billions of dollars do you need to spend on something that might work? I think what is more interesting is that most people,
nothing good, bro.
most American taxpayers who have funded this don't even know about this program. And there is also a bizarre assumption that we have such a program that would actually work, right? I mean, I was at a dinner party once, seated next to a very knowledgeable person who will remain nameless, that even worked in government. And I had mentioned him privately, I was working on this book, and he literally said to me, that's ridiculous. Our interceptor program would take care of that. I'm paraphrasing him, but essentially that was it. And I did not say anything. What do you say to that? That is a knowledgeable, literate person who one would think knows better. But this brings us back to that discussion about, people call it the military-industrial complex. I think it's more interesting to call it the defense contractor complex, right? And there's insiders who portend to know everything that is going on and have all the details. And then everyone else is kind of like left out in the dark or spoken down to, right? I always take so much criticism for my books, certainly will for this one too, because I try to write for the layman. I try to write for, high school students, because they are important and they matter, right? I know I'm read by the generals at the Pentagon, but I like to be read by the little old ladies in South Dakota who also write to me, because what we're taught, if you can understand the narrative, then I believe progress can be made by the people, as corny as that sounds. And so that's why I love your metaphor of the interceptor program. Wouldn't it be great if this worked? All you need to know is just have a little bit of information to realize, A, it doesn't work, and B, it's probably not the greatest idea to just try and defend against these missiles because more missiles are being built, because that is the nature of the defense contractor complex. So really you have to discuss the problem holistically.
Which technologies do you see on the horizon that might upset the status quo here? You write, for example, about the electromagnetic pulse, which might put some warning systems out of use. How would that work? And are there any other technologies like that on the horizon?
So the first part of that question is, Russia, Putin in particular, has recently been announcing a whole new class of weapons, the Typhoon submarine that allegedly does all kinds of crazy things, and hypersonic missiles. I mean, that's a different, longer conversation, because really there's more than enough technology. And by the way, this technology is decades old, but it still works, and there's more than enough to destroy the planet and launch us into nuclear winter in 75 minutes, So that's a whole other discussion about creating new weapon systems, because they're really just meant to be more menacing, in my estimation. So electromagnetic pulse is one of those subjects that most American defense analysts don't want to talk about, because like politics, the issue is profoundly divided, right? There was a time after 9/11 when a group of, EMP aficionados were warning, the defense industry about how dangerous an electromagnetic pulse bomb could be. This is setting, in very simple layman's terms, this would mean setting off a nuclear bomb 300 miles up. For example, if you did this over Nebraska, it could essentially take out the entire, grid of the United States, right? You'd have to very specifically explode it 300 miles up in space. And the way in which that would happen was it would be carried in a satellite and then detonated. And this group of individuals who were sounding the alarm on this for what was called the EMP Commission were attacked by many of the more sort of liberal, shall we call them pundits, as being, fear-mongers and trying to get more money, and right? So and again, this is my estimation of just looking at the history of it. It created a real divide where people were afraid to talk about this, again, in my estimation. Because one, you would be attacked. You were sort of with the quote unquote fearmongers, or you were like some wise PhD. Well, in my research and in my interviewing the world's experts on this matter, that is a really unfortunate division of knowledge, because it is not true. Meaning the EMP, or what is called a super EMP, is an actual legitimate real threat. Can North Korea get a nuclear weapon into a satellite and have it be circling the United States? Well, yes. And I write in the book exactly why. And this is of serious concern. Richard Garwin wrote the first paper on EMP back in 1954. It's still classified. Brigadier General Gregory Tuhill, Obama's first cyber chief, also wrote a classified paper in the 80s, or maybe it was the 90s. It's still classified. Both of those people assured me this is of very serious concern. In the book, in sort of the third act, I write about what happens were an EMP, a super EMP, to launch. To explode to death over the United States. And it's beyond horrific. It really, really
no more
is.
cell phones or internet.
Get to that point. But again, I take the readers through some of the debate around this to kind of till the soil
about that.
To make aware of.
They never really clarify what happened.
In my opinion, purposefully been jettisoned to the sidelines over people worrying about
leave the world behind or something like that.
So current nuclear control and command, how vulnerable are these systems to cyber attacks? I spoke with a nuclear expert at some point who told me that the only reason why these systems are so old that they are not vulnerable to cyber attacks. But we're trying, or the US is trying, to update the systems in such ways that they might become vulnerable to cyber attacks. Is that your read of the situation?
You're absolutely correct about all that. The systems are incredibly old. It would make sense. You don't want to be able to hack into an ICBM.
Is that a conscious decision to make these systems unhackable or harden these systems against cyber attacks, or is it simply inertia in the system?
Well, it has to do with your earlier point that we kind of inherited all of this as it moved along. But somebody was,
Okay, I think we just
wise
go
enough
for it,
to not try and update the system as soon as computer technology became viable, whereas the communication systems certainly are updated that way. Nuclear command, control, and communication, NC3. The actual weaponry themselves is, and again, this stuff is like so incredibly classified, as it should be, but in a general sense, you are correct. But here's an example of what I found fascinating, and it has to do with the guidance system of the sub-launched ballistic missiles, the SLBMs, right? So if you think about the technology, you've got this giant submarine, it rises to 150 feet below the surface. That's the launch depth. The order is received. The launch keys are turned. This missile, there are 20 missile tubes. There used to be 24. There are 20 missile tubes, right? Each tube has a Trident missile. Each missile carries multiple warheads.
What is this?
The Trident is jettisoned out of the submarine, rises to the surface of the ocean in 1 second, and it is there that boost phase begins. So the ignition happens, off it goes. Let's say it's 8 or 9 minutes to target from someplace in the Pacific Ocean to Pyongyang in North Korea. How does it get there? What is the guidance system? I asked, right? Think about it. It's like, really, if you just stop and think, it's a real jaw-dropping moment. Well, it's star sighting. I mean, there are other technologies as well that are classified, but a star sighting system was created. Literally, there's a little panel in the missile that opens, and it's guiding itself to its target by the stars. And I found this astonishing that, this weapon of Armageddon is relying on one of the oldest human navigation techniques. Wow.
Yeah, and that it's precise enough to hit its target by navigating using the stars. That's pretty amazing. This whole this whole scenario that you've written about is, of course, horrific. What have you learned about how we step back from the brink here? What do we do to introduce safety measures or make this whole setup that we have in the world? And here I'm not just talking about the US. I'm talking about all of these countries that we've gotten ourselves into this situation. How do we get out of it?
Well, there are many fine organizations like yours that work on these disarmament issues, on, making people aware so that there can be a discussion. For me, as an investigative reporter, as a journalist, as a storyteller, I believe in the power of narrative. I believe if you can get people interested and then secretly get them educated, right? Because they work hand in hand, then people are comfortable having an opinion, having a voice, right? The best example that I can think of is actually in the domain of television, right? So when I was in high school in the early 80s, there was a television show called The Day After, which showed, what a nuclear war would be like and the after effects. And something like 100 million Americans watched this. But more important, President Reagan watched it. And when he signed the treaty with Gorbachev and nuclear weapons numbers began to drop from these insane levels to certainly something that are more, we're a lot better off than we were when there were 60,000 nuclear weapons on the planet, right? And that is because of President Reagan and Gorbachev. And the White House called the television producers of The Day After and said, just so that you know, you had something to do with this. And I find that remarkable and has a thread of optimism to it, because it means that there can be people's fear, people's horror can actually be placed in a way that is meaningful. How that
Come on,
unfolds, I
man.
don't know.
Go,
you know,
you
I mean, we have
fuck.
seen disarmament over the decades and how it works. But certainly something needs to change, because we literally, people are writing articles in major print media left and right saying we are closer to nuclear Armageddon than we have ever been
he's leaving?
since the Cuban Missile Crisis. And that is terrifying.
That's such a fantastic piece of history, and you're right. It makes me more optimistic about the whole thing. I do wonder, however, that it's worrying that if our collective future is dependent on the decisions of very few individuals, such that had history turned out a bit differently, we might not be here, or how important are specific individuals in the history of nuclear risk?
Now what,
Absolutely
dude?
imperative. And look,
Still
you know, it's
equivalent?
like Shakespeare said, past is prologue, right?
Fuck,
so,
dude.
and one would hope that you have sane
Okay.
individuals. I am not someone who writes about politics. I always write about POTUS, President of the United States. It's an office, and it's a very significant office. I personally don't have public opinions about leaders. I vote. I do think there is something to be said in that. It certainly allows me objectivity, and I notice among my friends and colleagues who are on both sides of the aisle, who are very vocal, whatever side they're on, they are just becoming more and more vocal. And I find danger in that, because side taking, you know, then we have a horse in the race, and then we get stubborn, and then we get an ego, and it becomes about right versus wrong. And so I do think people need to look really carefully at their own position on whether it's wise to be so vociferous about leaders, or whether you should go vote, you know, and vote early. I mean, that sounds very Pollyanna-ish, but at its
Okay,
core, I really believe in that, because the leader is so important. And I find that in American politics right now, who would want that job? I mean, it's just a dreadful, you know, you're on the other side of the pond looking at America. It must feel crazy when you see what is going on in the United States of America, and how divided the country is right now in this moment, and how dangerous that is.
Do you think we could reduce nuclear risk by having more diffuse
This is so fucking slow, bro.
responsibilities
Come the
for
fuck
launching
on.
a counterstrike, for example, or a counterattack? If a council of three had to decide, would that make the world safer, or would it simply mean that the U.S. command and control wouldn't come to agreement, and then it would be too slow to matter?
Sure, these are the threading the needle debates, right? 1 degree off of that, I would say that almost universally it is agreed among most wise individuals who are not like super hawks that the launch on warning policy that the United States maintains is reckless and dangerous and should be changed. And almost every president, by the way, in the modern era, certainly in the 21st century, has said that while, you know, running for president. But then they become president, and Lord knows what they're briefed, and that goes out the window. But in other words, you know, even Paul Nitz, who is like one of the greatest hawks of the Cold War, who was deeply enmeshed in the nuclear buildup and the buildup of the thermonuclear weapon arsenal. He even said later in life that launch on warning is incredibly reckless. People speak of it as, you know, that's the UN Secretary, one miscalculation away, because, and again, launch on warning means we're not going to wait and see if we have actually been attacked. We are going to launch within that 30-minute window. That is
Guess he
just
left?
a recipe for disaster. But it will be argued by people on the other side, if you remove that policy, then it will make a, you know, crazy dictator think he can strike the United States. And so then you begin to have that circular debate that people have been having for decades.
I think we should end by talking about the last 24 months. So you talk about the first 72 minutes. What about the next 24 months? What happens there?
Nuclear winter, you know, and What an honor and a privilege it was to interview Professor Brian Toon, who you have interviewed as well. And he, just for listeners who maybe aren't familiar with his work, and they certainly should immediately Google his 16-minute TED Talk because it's brilliant. He was one of the original 5 authors of the nuclear winter theory in 1983, along with the very famous Carl Sagan. And Professor Toon has been working on this issue ever since. And nuclear winter is this idea that after a nuclear exchange, after all these weapons launch back and forth, as I take you through in the book in the 72 minutes, what we haven't touched upon is the nuclear firestorms that happen, that in many ways kill more people than the explosions themselves, the blast and the radiation. The firestorms, every center point has a firestorm of 100 or 200 square miles. Multiply that by 1,000. Imagine all that soot going into the atmosphere. This blocks out the sun and becomes what is known as nuclear winter. What I found fascinating in interviewing Professor Toon was that, as he explained to me originally, a big debate, grew. Of course, the Defense Department said this is, communist propaganda, and many others did. And I'm shocked that this actually continues to today. Because in 1983, by all the scientists, understanding and discussion, we didn't have the same computer technology and climate modeling systems that we have today. And with the new models, as Toon and others explain, the situation is actually worse than was initially posited, And when I say worse, you're talking about 70% of the sun going away. You're talking about places like Iowa and Ukraine having sub-zero temperatures.
It's just like everybody dies, dude.
Earth. Sub-zero temperatures.
Agriculture failing and mass starvation as a result is something that Brian Toon talked about, yeah.
And when you think about that, it takes your breath away, right? That, if you were lucky enough to survive the nuclear war, right? And as Nikita Khrushchev so famously said, the survivors will envy the dead. Right? And this is what will happen in nuclear winter, because it will just be a matter of starvation.
It gives us an additional reason to just avoid this whole thing in the first place, as if we didn't have reason enough. But thinking about, you can debate the specific numbers and how big would the climate effects be of nuclear attacks and so on. I think it gives us an additional reason, at least, to basically avoid nuclear war entirely.
Absolutely. And Toon and others go through these scenarios whereby it isn't a massive exchange between the US and Russia, as I write in my book, but just a, air quotes, small exchange between India and Pakistan, right? Meaning there's no such thing as a small. And they describe, and again, using climate models of today and data from today, of what would happen to the entire planet. And this should be read by anyone who is interested in nuclear winter.
About how long it would take for all the
just a shocking reality that when we
shit
think
that we
about,
built to disappear,
I'm going to reference
basically.
the famous Einstein quote, which is often attributed to him, although I've never been able to actually find the original document. I hope someone will tell me if they can. That he was allegedly asked, how will World War III be fought? And he said, paraphrasing, I don't know, but I know that World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Meaning, nuclear war followed by nuclear winter, will send man back to its hunter-gatherer origins.
Good, dude.
And
fuck this bullshit.
Just a shocking riddle that man evolves to create civilizations, to create technology, to create everything that you and I enjoy today. Not perfect, but wow, only to destroy it all by his own hand. Wow, that's really something to think about.
Yeah, let's avoid it. Let's avoid it. Thanks for coming on. It's been very informative. I've learned a lot. Thanks for talking with me.
Thank you so much for having me.
How about something else?
were in fact nature itself.
I like this guy.
Our physical understanding of nature with metaphysics more generally.
Most everything he
This
says.
is an endeavor which will involve a great deal of speculation and will involve questioning.
Tell me if you
many
can
of
even
the
listen to him. All
inferential
Andrea says,
claims
like, she
which have
can't
come
even
to be
hear what he
regarded
says. Sounds like
as
the teacher from
established
Charlie Brown to
facts
her.
within the academic study of physics. My aim here is to piece together a conceptually coherent understanding of the physical world, one which adequately accounts for phenomena which are actually observable. In doing so, we must be very attentive to the distinction between phenomena which are actually observable and those which have been established, as it is said, through theoretical inferences. Within any scientific endeavor, we must attend to the dangers of what Alfred North Whitehead termed misplaced concreteness. Our tendency to reify our conceptual abstractions as though such models were in fact nature itself. Our tendency, in other words, to mistake
Yeah.
maps for territories.
But I don't
Physics
know.
is,
I
of
agree
course,
with
an
most
absolutely
everything this guy
enormous
says,
field of study,
especially
and what
about
I'm going to be
metaphysics
presenting
stuff.
here is,
When he
above
starts
all
getting
else,
into
a
like
work
some
in
real world
progress.
application and like
Adequately
political
reinterpreting
shit,
and
whatever, it's not as much
recontextualizing
alignment.
Every known physical phenomenon is far beyond the scope of what one theorist, let alone one series of YouTube videos, can hope to accomplish. Nonetheless, this is a project which I have increasingly come to see as absolutely necessary. The depiction of the physical world which we are presented with by academic physics is, as we shall see, utterly rife with ontological incoherences, which simply cannot be
This is
ameliorated
basically
by
the shit I'm
exotic
always talking about,
mathematical objects,
how, like,
dark particles, superstrings,
Not
additional
science, but, like,
dimensions of
science.
time, or any of the other
know what I mean? Like,
unobservable and fantastical phenomena
materialism
which have been
of science,
postulated
the,
since
like,
physics entered its
everything
crisis
that
phase
science
during the mid-20th
doesn't say is
century.
true is bullshit.
Our first order of business, then,
That
must
whole
be an
thing.
understanding why engagement
All the
between
things I say
physics
about
and
that, it's
metaphysics has
basically
become a taboo in the first place. As understanding the origins and
along those
nature
same
of
lines.
this zeitgeist will allow us to see much more clearly the traps which have been laid out before us, consciously or otherwise. Within modern academic physics, it is now an unspoken yet deeply entrenched presumption that the maps produced by academic physics are, in fact, the territories in question. That mathematical equations are somehow
When he talks about the
engines which
maps and
actually
territories
drive
shit,
the
that's like a kind of a off. I mean, I don't know if he's like literally trying to invoke that, but it's kind of like an offhand reference to Deleuze and Guattari, which are like these postmodernist fucking snails, dude. What the fuck? These postmodernist philosophers, because postmodernism is basically like an assault on the assumptions that came out of the Enlightenment. This idea of like logic and reason and progress, especially progress. This idea that like the world is moving in like a direction, that it's, you know, perfecting itself or something, like humanity's you know, coming up with all these great ideas that's making the world a better place or whatever. Or whatever story you want to tell, including things like Marxism. They were really antagonist of Marxist class struggle theory as like a meta-narrative, this like idea that class struggle is what drives, you know, social development or whatever. And they did that in a bunch of ways, whatever. There's like so much to it, but Deleuze and Guattari talk about how they talk about that concept. He calls it doesn't necessarily say maps and like, but he does say territories. He says what they're doing is deterritorializing and re-territorializing things. So concepts like masculinity, for example, are like, you know, where a lot of people have these like problems with like the trans stuff, or like the like feminism and all that. He's saying like what's actually happening is they're rethinking they drew this map, this like conceptual framework of like this is what masculinity is, and what these critiques are doing is like erasing the lines of the map that say like these are the boundaries of this thing, and they're redrawing the lines because those lines are all fucking made up, that's the whole thing. Is like all this shit is made up. Like there is a reality that it maps onto, but that's kind of what he's telling you. That's why it's important to, I guess, say this, is because he's talking about how science has also done the same thing, like with their theories. Like the theory is just a theory. It's not the reality. It's the map. So they drew this map, and the map isn't the reality. And they just pretend like the map is the reality. And they say like everything else, everybody who doesn't agree with this map that we made is wrong because they haven't done all this like math and all this shit that we did. They didn't draw the map. Like, and your map is wrong because it's, not scientific. It doesn't have these same references that we use, and you don't understand what we're talking about. And so there's kind of like this gatekeeping going on of and also like a lot of scientists, like I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about like how philosophy is bullshit, and how like they just basically need to stay out of science because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they're not scientists, so things like that. And like what the funny thing about it is that back in the day, in the origins of science and like Aristotle and just all that shit, like the beginning of all of what we have now is from philosophy. Like science itself used to be called natural philosophy. So, oh shit, these guys have 6K. Fuck, I need energy. Anyways, I can restart it, but just like that's kind of some context of what he's talking about, and like why it makes sense to me that he's saying the territorialization thing or the map. He's talking about the map. And it goes like really, it goes even deeper because the Gene Gebser stuff, for instance, like this whole concept of spatiality and looking at the measuring everything, and like because that's what those guys were doing in the Renaissance, the painters, and like painting in a way that looks more realistic. It's not like they just practiced painting in that way and figured it out. They did a lot of theory. Like a lot of it was like scientific in a way, that was like, or at least mathematical. They were writing like treatises on how to do this and applying science to it. But it was a way of thinking about the world. So it's like this project to Gebser. It's like this project that's going on in human consciousness about trying to master space and like gain some like understanding and ability to like manipulate space. So like the act of mapping at all, it falls within the boundaries of that, so like anytime, even a lot of the integral stuff today that people are doing where they're making these like big charts of like here's how everything works, and it's all laid out in these like quadrants and like all that, so like political quizzes and like here's where you are on the map, it falls within that like line of thinking of like this spatial mastery and this like desire for that. So for Gebser, so we talk a lot about like the modernist way of thinking, which is when we say that, it's like it's kind of like that. It's definitely like the post-enlightenment, like, but it's, to me it's even more so like the post-industrial revolution world, where it's like, you know, like in architecture, modernism was like form over function. You know, everything was like pragmatic and practical, and like, and then modern science. Wait, where is that? Huh? Modern science was wait, what the fuck? Modern science was like born, it depends really what you mean, but it was born really from like World War II and Albert Einstein, even like before World War II, but you know, it really came into its own like post World War II after the nuclear bomb and all that shit. So like that's really, when I say modernism, that's like the period I'm really thinking about, is like, I mean, even kind of post World War One, but you know, moving into that whole kind of era of form over function and like logic over reason. That's why I say it like it's really vague because it has roots in the Enlightenment, but that's kind of the general. Damn, I'm not paying attention here, dude. Anyways, but with Gebser, there's like an even larger kind of container with what he calls the mental structure of consciousness, which is it really has roots in the birth of philosophy itself. So like it's like this big shift in human consciousness and thought, because really like what distinguishes philosophy from mysticism, you know, which is funny because science today, they try to say like they're totally separated from that. So that was like the seeds of that were in the birth of philosophy itself, because what philosophy was trying to do, like all those guys, even pre-Socratic, but definitely Socrates and all them, like what they were trying to do was to find a way to think rationally about the world and, you know, talk about things and find like solutions to these problems that they talk about in a way that I don't know, makes sense, but it's rooted in like rational thought instead of, you know, like feeling and intuition and like some of the more like kind of magical based stuff. But so like kind of the rejection of it was already there, but man, why does he just drive right through that? I guess it's alright. Let's just go here and then fucking see what we can do. Just fuck this guy. It's fucking bullshit. If we can get a couple more ships here too, I think we can. Getting so distracted, dude. 1K? I don't know if that's enough. What is this? 300? Yeah, we could do something, I guess. Alright, where is this fuck? But anyways, so like the mental structure is huge. And these are also like vague concepts because it's hard to say exactly, you know, where the one starts and the other one ends or whatever. But what the fuck, dude? Why? Oh, okay. Shit. The fuck? Wait, he died to the space station? Is that what happened? Because we weren't even there yet. Anyways, so like the real beginnings of that stuff were in the Greek. And I mean, really, you could even like kind of trace some of it into Egyptian, because like the Greek thought all came from Egypt. You know, they were sending people down to Egypt. Like, that's how people learned shit in the very early days of Athens. You know, like you would go down there like as a young dude and then come back when you're a fucking grown person. You know, you would live there for like 30 or 40 years and then come back and teach everybody everything you learned about from the Egyptians, because they were like the center of all the knowledge of the world at the time. But anyways, so Gebser kind of talks about that, like how it I need to figure out what I want to get here. Maybe that. What should I get, dude? What should I get? I'm gonna do this. Fuck it. Yeah, so Gebser talks about that, like, but he also like really harps on the Renaissance and that being like a huge turning point. That's kind of like the apex. So that's like in the middle of the mental structure, but that's like a big shift point from he says each structure has its efficient and deficient phase or mode or whatever you want to call it. But that was kind of the turning point into like the apex of this like ego perspectivism, like during that time of Da Vinci and the Last Supper and like the perfection of perspectivism in art and everything. Yeah, a lot of those oh, this game, yeah, me either. I just started playing it recently, but yeah. Is that what you're talking about? This space game? But yeah, the Egyptians, like, that's what I was kind of talking about earlier with like the Christianity stuff and the whatever, like the like people today kind of tend to not really even be able to appreciate how non-distinct all these like things were, because the Egyptians were like yeah, they were the center of the world at the time and whatever, and they had all these like architecture and all these like crazy things, but they were like super, they had all their like crazy gods and their they're like very mystical beliefs and religion and everything. But like their Book of the Dead and their like what they talk about. Wait, what the fuck? What is happening? Bro, hurry up and do this. What they say is that they all the knowledge that they have was like bestowed upon them by the gods, so that they like got it from somewhere else. And there's even like some links to that in some of the Greek stuff. Like Plato talks about Atlantis, and I can't remember which dialogue that is. He makes a reference to it. A lot of times they make these weird references to things like legends and myths that like nobody even knows what they are, because like they're the books and the things that they're referencing don't exist anymore. But like for example, there's in the Republic, in the Republic, Plato, well, whatever, they make reference to something called the Ring of Ganges. That Thrasymachus guy brings it up. He's asking Socrates, like, if you had this ring, like, what would you use it for good, or would you use it like for your own benefit? And the Ring of Ganges, you can pick it up from like context clues of what they're talking about. Is like the ring makes you invisible. And I swear this is where Tolkien got the idea for the ring from Lord of the Rings. Because, I mean, he never says that, or no, I've never heard anybody say that, but that's like immediately what I thought about when I read The Republic. But anyways, they have a lot of stuff like that, but Plato definitely talks about Atlantis in The Republic. He even gives like a location for it. Let me see if I can find this. Wait, is it in The Republic, or I don't remember which one it is. Maybe here. Oh, Timaeus. It's the one I was thinking of. I think this is the guy who actually says it. Solon is the one who says where it was. And it was like rings. The city was like concentric rings. Anyways, what's happening here? Anyways, he gives like a location for it in that book. He like gives measurements and like all that shit. What's happening? I think this one is probably ready. This dude is so annoying. But anyways, I was just saying, like, it's kind of vague. It's like, you know, there's so many things in the world that are like that. A lot of these things that we talk about, and that's like kind of the whole problem with all this stuff, is that language is inadequate. Like, well, this whole concept that's in the mental structure of like dividing the world into parts and like measuring things and figuring it all out, like from the measurements, like you can get insights into how and better understand how things work that way. But to understand like the whole thing, I think it confuses you even more, because the whole thing has to be whole. It can't be like split into parts and understood. You know what I mean? Like, because the rest of it just doesn't make sense without the context of the whole. So like, and I know I've talked about it before, but there's like, there's something they call the Swordies paradox, where it's like the paradox of the heap, like how many grains of sand makes a heap. And the thing is that like we use those kind of terms all the time, especially in theory crafting, of like, you know, this is what's happening. and we like define something in these vague terms, and there's this like idea that we can just be more specific and like dial it down to exactly what we mean, the parts and like the constituent parts of like every single little detail. But it still doesn't allow you to say how many grains of sand there is in a pile of sand, you know? Because that's like, we know that there's a difference between a pile and, you know, just some grains of sand that are not in a pile. But it gets really confusing when you start trying to talk about the specifics of it. And you see it in everything, all these theories of like consciousness, like even if you buy the idea that like neuron activity creates consciousness, like how many neurons does it take? Or like you could even say it reverse, like how many neurons, like you take one neuron out of somebody's brain and like at which point do they lose consciousness? How many does it take? Or the same thing with like other concepts like being hairy or being like how many hairs do you have to take out of somebody's head until you say that they're bald? You know, because bald people don't have zero hair, right? Or I mean, it's important in a lot of science because like evolution is like that too, because it's impossible to say when a species becomes a new species. You know, it's because there's the criteria that we use to say what a different species is. Like, there's a lot of things to it. There's like morphological things. There's some embryological things. There's like I mean, genetic stuff for sure. But like one of the big factors is the ability to interbreed. So like things like like a horse and a donkey can have a baby, right? But the baby will be sterile. So they say that they're different species. And they had that debate like when we were growing up with humans and Neanderthals. That was a big thing in the scientific community. They were trying to like say that Neanderthals are a different species because they couldn't interbreed with humans. But they found out that's not true. Like, there's a lot of people who have Neanderthal DNA. So were they a different species, or were they just like a different, pretty much like a different breed of humans, like a, you know, like dog breeds? Because dog breeds are way different, but they can all interbreed. So, yeah, I think that's a big problem. Not just for science, but for philosophy. Like, for that mental structure of consciousness and that whole project of rationality, basically, and trying to, like, pretend... Basically what Einstein thought was that the universe is completely rational and logical, and it makes sense to where you can understand it completely with science and with math. Didn't we have an army? Did our army die? Fuck. Bro. Anyways. And I think that's why I say the Eastern spirituality figured that shit out a long time ago. Like that is, you can't really do that. You know, like a small UV laser. The idea that you can, like what Alan Watts says about it is it's like trying to bite your own teeth or like see your own eyes. Like the this is like an exercise in futility. And also, it's in the Bible too, in the book of Job, which is probably my favorite book in the whole Bible. I don't know. I mean, the new, it's also all over the place, and the New Testament, the gospel stuff is like a whole different animal. But whoever wrote that book is a way better writer than whoever wrote. Supposedly Moses wrote the first 5 books, the books of law or whatever. But the book of Job is in the Old Testament. And I'm sure you know about it. It's like they are arguing about, like, Satan and God make a bet or whatever. That Satan bets God that he could, like, make Job hate him. And then he, like, God says, I bet you can't. And then he like tortures him with all these afflictions and, like, whatever. And then Job and his buddies are all, like, sitting around talking about Job is, like, saying, I did everything, like, God wanted me to do, and I try to live my life by, like, in a pious way and whatever, and, like, why is this happening to me? And they start kind of, like, discussing potential reasons, like, why that might be happening to him. And eventually God shows up. He shows up as, like, a fucking tornado. And he basically tells them, like, he kind of just tells them, like, just fucking stop trying to figure it out, because you have no fucking idea. It's, like, so far beyond your ability to comprehend that, you know, it's like what you're doing is an insult to me. Yeah. Oh, nice. I can build this thing. So, yeah, anyways, I think there's some truth to that, you know? And that's, like, not to get, like, not to say that, like, I think science should just, like, stop trying to do science and stop trying to figure things out. I don't think that's the arrogant part of it or whatever. I think the arrogant part of it is the rejection of, yeah, the Old Testament God is not that nice, really. but yeah, I think the arrogant part of what science is trying to do is, like, not what they're trying to do, but, like, what the scientism people, the people who think, like, oh, basically if science doesn't say that it's true, then it's just fucking nonsense, is and acting like they have a monopoly on the truth, and you know, that anything that doesn't fall within the bounds of, like, this materialist scientific reductionist view that the world, basically what Einstein was saying, can be completely understood through science and math, and that everything else is just, like, superstition and, like, dumb shit that people shouldn't waste their time with. I think that's the arrogant part, because, I mean, there's a lot of shit to it. Like, there were these guys there's, like, I think it was in Vienna. I think they called it the Vienna Circle. The logical positivists. It was during, like, Alfred North Whitehead and Bertrand Russell's time, and Wittgenstein. It was, like, maybe a little after Bertrand Russell's heyday, because Wittgenstein was a student of Bertrand Russell. He became a famous philosopher also. But he kind of wrote, his doctoral dissertation was kind of like a... What? I mean, Why is that one or the other? Well, oh God. I feel like I'm not paying enough attention to this and it's going like horribly. Yeah. How about none? But yeah, yeah, so these logical positivists, they were kind of like responding to a bunch of the stuff like David Hume and Kant and like these anti-metaphysical people that were trying to like define the limits of metaphysics and, you know, whatever. They kind of said that like positivism means like it's a form of materialism, but it's like saying that wait, where's this? Let me pause this. So empiricism, which is like the David Hume thing, but so it's saying that this verification principle of science, like what science is doing is it's like showing you the truths of the universe. You know, that it's revealing truths by doing experiments with the scientific method. And it got critiqued so hard. Because, like, Wittgenstein himself, they were, like, kind of latching on to what Wittgenstein was saying about Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead's failed experiment. They were trying to sketch out, like, and ground mathematics in logic, in formal logic, and they were unable to do it. But Wittgenstein, he wrote this, his dissertation, the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus or whatever. It's really crazy. Like the way he wrote it is like this guy was definitely autistic. Just look at this shit. Hold on. Let me say not that. Let me try to find like a. Maybe this is it. Okay. This is how he wrote it. Look. It's like all these. It's like yeah. It's all these like propositions that build on each other. So he thought that he like solved philosophy. After he wrote this, he was like, I'm done with philosophy because I just figured it all out. You know? And this is like the end, right? The very last thing he says is, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. So he's basically he's talking about like, do you believe in God and like that kind of shit. Like I mean, whatever. There's a lot to this, but that's kind of the gist of it. Is like the metaphysics stuff that people argue about. He's saying that like you can't talk about it because basically like language is what the Job book was saying. It's like language and rationality is not like capable of explaining this. It's just impossible. So so the Vienna Circle people, they were kind of like latching on to his work and saying that, oh, he's saying like fuck metaphysics. And they built this like super scientific philosophy of science, of verificationism. And they were inviting him to these talks and stuff too. And he was like, dude, you guys don't get it, man. Like I'm out, you know? And anyways, this philosophy got like so embarrassed, but still like people believe it. In philosophy, like nobody believes in this stuff anymore. Because let me see if they talk about some of this stuff down here at all. Yeah, so it's just basically the idea that science explains the world to people. But anyways, okay, criticisms. So okay, yeah, a lot of these people, like, whatever, there were a lot of them who criticize it, and it's like basically just dead. It's a non-starter. But Karl Popper, he kind of did like this sneaky, most of the scientists today, like, are along the same lines as Karl Popper. Because Karl Popper, and they don't even, they kind of pretend this one part of Karl Popper isn't important or doesn't exist. Because basically what Karl Popper was saying was that the same thing, David Hume talked about this problem of induction is, like, in order to avoid that, you can't say that, like, science is revealing the truth about the world. Instead, he said what it's doing is it's providing like a best estimation of it, but nobody can really know for sure because, like, the theories can be upset and proved wrong and overturned, but to be scientific, it has to be observable and falsifiable. So this whole, like, falsifiability criteria. But the thing is that a lot of these scientific theories, like even like evolution, and Karl Popper even says that. Karl Popper said that evolutionary theory is not scientific. But a lot of the stuff in, like, quantum physics and particle physics and just that whole idea, this, like, theory of everything stuff, is what he would call pseudoscientific. But they want to save, he's really trying to save science. Same thing I think Hume was trying to do. But I think, like, they're trying to latch on to this this idea that, like, we can figure it out and we can understand everything, and that science is like the thing, you know, and that everything else is, like, kind of fucking stupid. But yeah, he said it like he killed it. But then there was a lot of other people who, you know, had other criticisms of it. But I think even Karl Popper's critique and, like, the adoption of Karl Popper's view by most of the scientific community and people, like, you hear them talk about it these days, like all the atheist, like, that whole camp of people, they'll talk about this falsifiability stuff a lot. And but it's like, it's so, you know, it gets into this stuff where they're like, well, if you think Einstein's wrong, like, present your theory and, you know, claim your Nobel Prize. And that's the problem I see with Popper, because it's like this kind of war of ideas, competing theories thing, where it's like the theories get supported by not being falsified, right? Or by standing up to, like, tests of falsification. And if they withstand the test, then they become more robust and more, like, similar to the truth. So, really, that kind of sets up, like, this environment where it's, like, it doesn't necessarily have to map onto reality. You know what I mean? Like, they, it's more just about, like, because what's been happening in particle physics, for instance, is they do these experiments, right, with these colliders, and they're like dark matter and dark energy, and they're trying to look for these things, and then they'll do this experiment with this expected result that, like, this would support it, and then they don't get that result, and then they just move the goalposts, and they say, like, okay, well, this could be the explanation. And if they've gotten so far down in this rabbit hole of, like, mathematical theorization around, like, well, this is how the math could work and this is how it should work, that every time they don't get the result, they just change it so that the theory can still survive. You know what I mean? So it's like which is like, that's one way to do it, but it's also like, it's not admitting that you're getting into this territory of like, you know, because like I was saying, even Karl Popper was saying evolutionary theory is pseudoscientific, right? Which I'm not saying it's a bad theory. That's what people like, they get wrong. They're like thinking like I'm anti-science or something. No, I think it's good to do all this stuff and try to understand it. But I think the problem is that you're trying to pretend like your theories about like what does it all mean are science. Like, and that's not the case. Like, science is science. Science is like the observation of the, you know, this is what happens, right? And this is the result we get over and over and over if we do this same thing. But the, like, turning it into some big idea that, you know, means this thing about the world is not science. That's philosophy. Like, and that's like theory. The theory crafting is not like so they want to like use pseudoscience as like a bad term, and that's like a thing. Like Karl Popper saying like that's shouldn't, like, that stuff is stuff that we shouldn't pay attention to. And I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying like there's value in paying attention to that, but we ought to recognize it as being outside the, like, it's not what they think it is. It's not like this is the best estimate of the truth of the world or whatever. I mean, maybe it is, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not like this is the thing, and, you know, if you don't have a better idea, then that means this is true and you're full of shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's the gatekeeping stuff and just like the arrogance of it that I think that they took a wrong turn with. Anyways.
Nature itself by juridically commanding actual entities in the world to behave in certain ways. Insofar as this presumption holds, it then follows that metaphysics should have no business in saying anything about the science of physics. Physics can remain insulated away from any and all serious criticism by this ideological conviction that physical theories need only be mathematically sound and have no obligation to actually provide us with a genuine, cohesive understanding of why and how the physical world is the way that it is. Prediction and technological application come to replace genuine knowledge. In attempting to understand where we must go, we must first understand where we are, and this of course means that we must understand the path which has brought us to our present situation. For most of the history of physics, we see a common understanding that the study of physics was in fact a subfield of metaphysics. Isaac Newton was not simply a mathematician who strove to create mathematical models which could predict empirical observations. Newton was a metaphysician who very explicitly saw his physical theories as an extension of the study of metaphysics more generally. Isaac Newton and many other such physicists before and after understood that an actual understanding of the physical world was necessarily contextualized within a broader understanding of the nature of reality as such. The notion that physics could be quarantined within an impenetrable fortress away from philosophy, and by extension away from all other fields of science, would have been seen as unthinkably absurd. In order to do physics at all presupposes a conceptually coherent understanding of what physicality itself actually is, and what the compositional architecture of the natural world must be. To do physics, therefore, was inextricably a matter of doing metaphysics. Within the opening decades of the 20th century, however, this understanding of the role of physics within the context of natural philosophy would come to rapidly shift. We can see early developments of this process and the unfolding of its implications within the public debates of 1922 between the physicist Albert Einstein and the philosopher Henri Bergson. The story here begins with the infamous Michelson-Morley experiments, which attempted to measure the effects of the motion of the Earth through the hypothesized luminiferous ether by studying the theorized effects of this motion on the propagation of light. First conducted in 1887 by the American physicists Albert Michelson and Edward Morley, this experimental setup involved reflecting perpendicular beams of light which were then recombined. During this time period, it was widely presumed that the propagation of light was mediated through what was known as the luminiferous ether. The ether was presumed to be a kind of static electromagnetic background through which electromagnetic waves propagated through pressure mediation, much like sound waves or ocean waves. If this etheric background was indeed static, that is, stationary in relation to the Earth's movement through it, then the beams of light which moved against the Earth's trajectory through the ether would presumably propagate faster than...
So, with intuition and, just any kind of those psychic phenomenon, I feel like there's a guy that's been doing experiments with that shit for a long time. He's a scientist. He's a biologist. His name's Rupert Sheldrake. A lot of scientists don't like him. He's kind of like he's definitely like a black sheep in the science community, but he's kind of like some form of like panpsychism or pan-experientialism, where he thinks that like consciousness is like a fundamental aspect of reality, and that kind of everything is on some level conscious, where it's like, at least in biology, he would say, but like, fuck, dude, I'm gonna get fucked right here. All right. Bro, what is happening? Can I, do anything here, dude? Anyways, his theory is pretty interesting. It's really similar to Alfred North Whitehead's, which I think is a really good question. How does it work? But the thing is, we don't know how it works. I don't know how it works, specifically. But I know that there's more to it than what science wants to allow, because they want to just dismiss it as if it's some kind of it's just like a coincidence. It's some bullshit beyond materialist explanation that they want to say is nonsense. And it's just you're just hallucinating that. You're just imagining that it's happening. But yet everyone experiences that. Every single person experiences that. So it's it kind of seems like they're just trying to fool everybody into believing that some of their most fundamental experience of the world is bullshit. You know what I mean? So I don't understand how so many people just go along with that. They're oh yeah, okay, that's not scientific, so I'm just gonna ignore it because they say that the world can't work that way inside of their theory of how everything works, which is cause and effect, particles bouncing off of each other, falling dominoes to create all these causes and effects. And that that was a big part of science forever. That's why, like, I think that belief lingers. Because that was before, and one of the reasons Einstein even didn't like quantum physics, the whole, like, idea of it, that he talked about, like, spooky action at a distance, he called it, was, like, this idea of quantum entanglement, where these particles can be linked to each other and instantaneously react to each other over long distances. It doesn't matter how far they're separated. They could be on opposite sides of the universe, and they're inextricably linked to each other. So, like, how does that work? You know? The idea in quantum physics of non-locality, what they call it, is something that Einstein hated, because he thought that it made the universe, like, irrational in a way. He also, like, didn't believe in black holes for the same reason. Like, a mathematical singularity like that just can't exist in a rational universe. So I think that I mean, that they might be seeing something that, like, has some kind of relation to it in the spooky action at a distance or the quantum entanglement stuff. And, you know, there's a lot of speculation on that about, like, so there was some shit I read recently about how that they found that there was, like, quantum interactive, like, receptor shit in birds' eyes. Because that's another, like, one of the things that they don't understand about certain birds, like, there's those, what are those pigeons that they can, like, they can release them anywhere in the world, and they'll fly back home, like, no matter where you put them. Like, how do they fucking know where they're going? You know? This motherfucker, dude. But anyways, okay, 388 is okay. Wait, this is, oh, we got something new. Anyways, so yeah, I think that there's, like, definitely something to it, you know? I don't know how to explain it scientifically, but I think that what science people do, or this, like, not, I mean, it gets confusing because, like, when we say science and science, there's, like, two different meanings there. You know, one is, like, the act of doing science to try to understand things, which is fine. And then another meaning is, like, the presumptuousness about the materialist worldview, which is saying that, like, oh, intuition and, like, psychic phenomenon are bullshit. Because that's pretty clearly not the case. Dude, this shit is so annoying, bro. So fucking annoying. Okay, what is happening? Okay. Anyways. So yeah, when I, like, speak negatively about science, that's what I'm talking about, is that shit. That, like, atheist, super materialist, you know, that fucking worldview that certain advocates for science promote, that's kind of trapped in that logical positivist, or at least that Karl Popper view of what science is doing. Like a distorted version of Karl Popper, but anyways, I think a really good book about it is this book called Extraordinary Knowing by that, I think I might have told you about it before, but it's that the lady who used a psychic to find her daughter's harp, even though she didn't believe in that shit. She was pretty anti that. But after that, it was like, changed her life, and she dedicated the rest of her life to trying to figure that out. She was a psychologist, I think. But she did all this shit. She wrote a whole book about all of her investigations and stuff around it. And she had some really, really interesting observations, but she kind of ended the book by saying that, I mean, she even had a chapter on why she thinks it's difficult for science to understand and study it, because what science needs to do to have an experiment is like pretty strictly control some certain variables, to like there have to be controls, and that like implementing those kinds of controls, it kind of interferes with what those people are able to do, where they're kind of like it's a lot like meditation or like whatever. It's like entering into some kind of transcendental state where they, oh my god, dude, fuck you, where she has a chapter on that where she interviews a bunch of them, and they all kind of say the same thing. They all kind of say like, I feel like when I'm doing this, when I'm like kind of reaching out into the medium or whatever, or like trying to download the messages or whatever, that they say that they kind of enter into this like state where it's like an ego dissolution in a way, where they feel like they're connected to the whole universe, and they're like just whatever, receiving these signals, which is exactly what Aldous Huxley says in his book about mescaline, about his mescaline experience. He says that like that's what he felt like was happening in his brain, was that it wasn't that what the logical positivist view of science and like the kind of more normal view of epistemology, or like how do we know what we know, how do we like learn, and how do we get knowledge. He was saying that that instead of like him learning new things from like observing them or whatever, that he felt like he was already linked into everything. Like he was connected to all of reality, and he had knowledge of it. He had like a feel of it. Like on some level he had like knowledge of it. But what his mind was actually doing was like narrowing the focus and filtering out a lot of that, because if he had all of it at once, it would be so overwhelming that he wouldn't be able to function, basically. So I don't know, it's interesting to me that those like conceptualizations of how that might work are so similar, but anyways, I think it might be something like that. It certainly, I think, opens the door to be able to do some like experiments with it. But what she was saying was that like when you control those very like sit them in a fucking lab, basically, it kind of and like control these like certain aspects of it, it kind of like inhibits their ability to do it. And she was saying that like supposedly the CIA stopped doing this, but like she had all these case studies. Like the CIA, one of them was this like Air Force officer that they were using, that he was able to see what was happening in Russia. Like he gave they knew that the Russians were working on like some nuclear submarine ship, and he like gave them latitude and longitude coordinates for this place, and they were like, dude, there's no fucking way. But he was giving them like such detailed descriptions of like what was happening inside of that factory, that warehouse or whatever, that like he was giving them like serial numbers off of parts and shit. And they said, sure enough, that because like the manufacturing facility was like so far away from the ocean that they were like, there's no fucking way, because like if they, this thing's so huge, like if they were going to transport it, then we would see it. You know, like there's no way for them to do this like without bro, I'm gonna have to go up here. Fucking bullshit, dude. Okay, fuck it, dude. Goddamn shit. Maybe this guy can still get this. But anyways, I don't know. She has a bunch of stuff, and like a lot of Sheldrake's experiments are like they're similar. Like I guess they did some science, try to do some experiments with some people. One was like a kid that they would put him in a different building and like try to. They had cards, somebody else holding up cards of like certain symbols, and he would have to guess. And his guess hit rate was like way higher than most everybody else, even though it was still under 50%. But I think that's the thing with a lot of those people, is that like they're not always right about everything. And people will look at that and be like, well, they're usually wrong, but the statistical probability of you like just guessing and getting it right is way lower than what they do. So like for a lot of people that means just like, oh, just dismiss it because it's fucking bullshit. But anyways, like I think, dude, this shit, I think that even maybe the answer to some of that stuff is that like it's like we were saying a minute ago, is like for sure keep doing the stuff and trying to understand it as much as we can, but we also have to like always understand and realize that like we won't ever be able to understand everything, at least not in that way, not like concretely through science. Anyways, I'll turn this shit back on.
Those which moved concurrently with this relative motion due to a kind of drag effect. The Michelson-Morley experiment was intended to detect this drag and thereby allow for measurement of the relative motions of the Earth and the ether by detecting interference patterns within the beams of light which would be affected by this relative motion. Surprisingly, however, the Michelson-Morley experiments produced only null results. There was no such interference pattern, and this null result proved to be immensely difficult to explain. One possible explanation was provided by the Dutch physicist Hendrik Lorentz, who proposed that there was a physical length contraction which occurred due to the motion of objects in relation to the ether. Physical distances themselves would contract by a very minuscule amount, such that the speed of light was measured as being constant, regardless of its path through the ether. The problem with this explanation, however, is that it seemed immensely ad hoc. There didn't seem to be any sensible reason why nature would seemingly go out of its way to contract physical distances in order to maintain the constancy of the measured speed of light. As such, many sought a more cohesive explanation, largely due to the fact that this problem emerged during a time before physics abandoned the idea that sensible explanations were good explanations. Though, as we shall see, this problem was also the beginning of a trajectory through which physics would ultimately abandon the idea that it was obligated to actually explain anything at all. following this infamous null result and the general dissatisfaction with the Lorentzian explanation, Albert Einstein would propose his special theory of relativity in 1905. Much like the Lorentzian explanation, the Einsteinian explanation also postulated the contraction of space, as well as the dilation of time, in order to explain the null result of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The difference, however, was that Einstein's explanation involved no reference to an etheric medium whatsoever. Special relativity conjectures that there is in fact no absolute static background of space, time, or ether, and instead relativizes both time and space through an absolutizing of light speed.
Yeah.
In order to adequately understand the significance of this conjecture and its implications, we must contextualize special relativity in relation to the overall history of Western physics. Prior to the development of special relativity, Isaac Newton's theories of motion, gravitation, and optics.
Yeah, they do that with all that shit,
foundational
like
to the study of
social
physics for
sciences
well
and whatever
over
they call it, soft
300
sciences.
years. What is often overlooked in discussions of Newtonian mechanics, however, is the fact that Newton's theories inalterably require the metaphysical presumption of an absolute spatial background. And here we must understand exactly why. When we think intuitively about the notion of rest, we tend to think in terms of stationary objects. An object is at rest if it is not moving, and in order...
So, like, what's funny about this, though, is that they got rid of the, like, absolute universal background, even though Einstein put it in his equations as the cosmological constant, which they try to, like, explain that with dark matter and dark energy existing. But they got rid of that idea of the luminiferous ether about, like, you know, that there has to be some background for everything to be moving against, you know, and he didn't explain the Michelson-Morley experiment. I don't know if he does in this video or not, but it was a debate. Originally there was a debate between Newton and Leibniz about, he might be about to talk about this, and it was about the ether shit. Like, this is why they thought that there was this ether shit, because what Newton was basically saying was that if there's nothing relative, so the idea was their experiment was, or their thought experiment was a bucket of water with a rope, tied to a rope, and that if you twist the bucket of water and then let go of it, it'll spin, right? Whatever, maybe you don't even need a rope. He's just saying a spinning bucket of water. So right when the bucket starts to spin, the water moves with it, right? But then eventually, like, from the friction, the water starts to not move, like, with the bucket, and it makes like a whirlpool. And so the question was, Isaac Newton's question to Leibniz was, like, what does the water move relative to? And the whole, like, debate between the two of them was that Newton was saying that there needs to be, like, some background of the universe. There's like a blank space, universe. It's something. It's not nothing, you know, because, like, then, like, nothing could really, like, movement couldn't really occur. There has to be, like, like, so another way, I guess, to think about it is, like, if you went through, like, a portal into another universe, and the only thing that existed in that universe was you and nothing else, then how could you possibly move? Because there's nowhere to move to. You know what I mean? So there has to be, like, some open space background. It has to be something. It can't just be empty space, because even empty space is some kind of, like, there's something there that you're moving through. So, like, Einstein tried to save that, like, with the cosmological constant or whatever, but Anyways, I'll let him keep going, but like that's kind of some context of like what this whole thing is about, and like the relativity stuff, like shifting into relativity. I think like revealed a lot, but for Einstein, like the constant thing was the speed of light. But the funny thing is they like did away with this ether shit, right? And they said space is just nothing. It's space-time, actually. It's like this, like they're both wrapped up into one thing, and like how gravity affects it and all that shit with the fucking bowling ball on a mattress and those kind of things, like to kind of conceptualize how it works. But a lot of scientists think that that's actually what space, they call it the fabric of space-time, because like you see those things where it's like you put the bowling ball or whatever on the sheet and it creates like a hole. And like then if you have smaller things, it wants to suck them into like the hole that's made there, the depression that's made. But if they're moving at a speed enough to where they can like go around, you know, like when you drop the coin in the thing, that's basically how it works. Everything's like falling in towards the star, but they're moving fast enough away from the star where it like balances out. And that like, that explains it pretty well. But even that whole like idea is is a conceptual tool to understand what's actually happening. What's actually happening is something more complicated than that, you know. But the reason I brought all that stuff up in the first place is because they got rid of the ether thing, and they said it's just nothing. And then with quantum physics, now it's back to like not being just nothing. It's like quantum fields where there's like this even in a vacuum of space there's still like a little bit of something, you know, which is like this quantum fluctuations of energy. And that is basically what the fucking ether is. It's like they always do that. They come back, they reframe something like in a more like materialist way. You know what I mean? Like they did it with so many things. Like in evolutionary theory, the big competitor to Charles Darwin, well, one of them was this French guy named Lamarck, and he basically said like giraffes have long necks because they stretch their necks to try to reach the tops of the trees, and because they're doing that, they like pass that on to their kids. So basically, like, if you lift weights a lot and you know, condition yourself to be really strong, like you'll pass that on to your kids. And the genetics people were like, no, that's all bullshit. It's all like in the genes. But that resurfaced later with epigenetics and some of like the maternal lineage stuff that they, you know, that like there are things that you do in your life that impact your kids, like and like in a way, like there was some truth in what Lamarck was saying, and it wasn't the whole story, but like it wasn't like what they made him out to be, where he was just like this fucking idiot, you know, like. But they do that with so much shit. It's so crazy. But yeah, this guy has some bangers. He'll fuck at, and he's not afraid of using some crazy ass fucking words and shit.
For something to move, some sort of force must be involved to compel such motion. Isaac Newton's most ingenious conceptual revision was a generalization of this notion of rest. Newton conjectured that, contrary to our intuitions, resting states needn't necessarily be stationary states. Rather, Newton tells us that a straight line trajectory through space with a constant velocity can be a kind of resting trajectory, as it were. Objects in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by an external force. It was specifically through this conceptual revision that Newton was able to develop theories of motion that were able to account for both the behaviors of physical bodies within the terrestrial world, as well as the motions of celestial objects within the heavens. thereby effectively coming to complete Galileo and Kepler's philosophical project of expanding the domain of scientific inquiry to encompass both the heavenly realm as well as the earthly. Rather than conceptualizing the astronomical domain as a transcendental realm which resided in contrast to the natural world, as the Platonists had done, there was now only nature. And such thinkers had thus come to be compelled by the belief that the constants at work within the earthly realm were the same constants at work within the heavens. Newton's reconceptualization of rest and inertia allowed for the development of theories which seemed to affirm and complete this philosophical project. But Newton's theories necessarily required an absolute notion of space. Newtonian mechanics requires that the motion of an object be ontologically definite. There needed to be a very real, objective truth as to whether an object was in fact stationary, moving at a constant velocity, or accelerating. If we remove this implied Cartesian spatial grid from the background, then all motion becomes merely relative motion, and Newton's theories simply break down. Imagine a star and a single tiny planet orbiting the star. If we presume that there is an absolute spatial background, then we can presume the star to be at rest, or at least to be moving in a constant resting trajectory. We can then view the planet as in motion around the star. We can compare the implicit straight line trajectory which the planet's inertia is trying to achieve with the force of the star's gravity acting upon the planet. The planet is trying to move in a straight line, which is its resting trajectory, but the star's gravity curves that trajectory such that the planet moves in an elliptical path around the star. If we remove the implied spatial background from this scenario, however, then this would mean that there simply is no objective reality as to whether the star or the planet is stationary. We could just as easily regard the planet as being stationary, with the star moving around the planet. But when we attempt to analyze this scenario in a Newtonian fashion, the model stops working. The gravity exerted by the planet must somehow pull the star's implied straight-line resting trajectory into an elliptical orbit around the planet. But the planet does not have enough gravitational influence in relation to the star's mass in order to do so. More generally, we can see that without a static spatial background, terms like motion or rest, and by extension, acceleration and gravitation, cannot be coherently defined in Newtonian terms. If there is no objective truth regarding whether or not an object is actually at rest or accelerating, then there can be no objective truth as to whether the forces acting on an object are actually following Newtonian principles or not. Many modern commentators will casually claim that Newton's laws of motion and gravitation do not require an absolute spatial background, even though Newton himself did believe in such a background. But this is very misleading. Newton's equations can be used practically within the terrestrial realm or within our solar system because we can implicitly treat the Earth or the Sun as though they were at a state of absolute rest that the motion of other bodies can be defined in relation to. But this treatment presumes that these Newtonian models are in fact approximations of the presumably more veritable Einsteinian models which can justify such an as-if treatment. Taken in themselves without an absolute spatial background, Newton's explanations do not work. But the notion of relativity was also not a novel development in the Einsteinian era, nor in the Newtonian. Prior to the development of Newtonian mechanics, Galileo had suggested the notion of relative motion and mechanical invariance. Galileo asks us to imagine that we are on a ship traveling at a constant velocity across the sea. Assume that you are within the hull of the ship but don't realize that the ship is in motion. It is moving at a constant velocity and therefore you experience no acceleration. If you then take a ball and throw it across the hull, it will travel, bounce, and come back to you just the same as it would if the ship were stationary relative to the Earth. We can thus infer that there is a kind of invariance with regards to physical mechanics, unless acceleration is involved. The mechanical principles operate the exact same way, provided that there is an objective reality to acceleration. If there is no objective truth as to whether or not an object is actually accelerating, then there is no way to discern whether or not the physical mechanics will actually be invariant or not. On Earth, acceleration can be defined in relation to the Earth. Galileo's ship is either accelerating or not in relation to the Earth's gravitational influence, which we can regard as being stationary. If we fully relativize space, however, then acceleration becomes undefinable, and these notions of mechanical invariance conceptually fall to pieces. Imagine, for example, that you were in a spacecraft which accidentally fell into a wormhole that spat you out into a parallel universe that was completely empty. There is literally nothing within this universe other than empty space and your spacecraft. So, in this scenario, is your spacecraft moving or not? If there is no absolute space, then there is no way to know because there simply is no objective reality as to whether you are actually in motion or not. Here we must be very clear. The issue at hand is not that we cannot know the velocity or acceleration of your spacecraft because there are no other objects in this universe to compare this motion in relation to. The issue, if there is in fact no absolute space, is that there is not any objective truth regarding your motion or lack thereof. So then we must ask, will you experience any acceleration in this scenario? We could of course presume that since motion cannot be defined, you will not experience any acceleration, but what if this spontaneously changed? Imagine that several hundred light years away, a star suddenly blinks into this new universe, having fallen through a wormhole just as your ship had done. Now, suddenly your relative motion can be defined. If the star's relative motion in relation to your own is accelerative, will you suddenly feel the jolt of acceleration as this universe suddenly realizes that it has a way to define your acceleration? Perhaps it would take several hundred years for your ship to realize that it is accelerating due to the limitations of light speed. But then, how does this universe decide whether you or the star is the one accelerating? Perhaps you could say that because your spacecraft's thrusters are operating, then this means that you must be the one accelerating, not the star. But mightn't it also be the case that some external force is attempting to move both you and the star, and that your thrusters are just resisting this force? How would the atoms which make up your craft be able to determine whether or not they are accelerating? How would they know whether to maintain mechanical invariance or not? Again, we must keep in mind that this seeming paradox is not due to a lack of information. It's not that we don't know whether some unseen force is attempting to move the ship and the star, with the ship's thrusters resisting this force. The problem is that there is no objective reality to the question as to whether that is the case, in contrast to the possibility that the ship is indeed accelerating. The laws of physics within this universe have no way to know, as it were, because there is nothing to know. There is no way to objectively define the difference between the two scenarios, and as such, no way that this universe can decide, as it were, whether to treat you or the star as the accelerating body. This is, of course, a rather fantastical thought experiment, but imagine scenarios such as these can allow us to achieve a broader view of the conceptual problems which lie within such physical models. I am not, of course, suggesting that the questions raised by this thought experiment do not have answers, but it is how we go about attempting to resolve these seeming paradoxes which is at issue here. The notion of absolute space allows us to avoid these problems by positing that there is in fact an objectively definite reality to motion, not just relative motion. then we could say that even in an empty universe, your spacecraft will experience acceleration depending upon whether its velocity is actually changing in relation to the static spatial background or not. But then we must ask, what might actually constitute such a background? Even in the age of Newton, absolute space was not without its critics. Gottfried Leibniz, for example, had argued that space was in fact an entirely relational phenomenon. Space, Leibniz argued, was not in itself ontologically substantive, but was rather an abstraction which ultimately referred only to relationships between the geometric properties of actual objects. In other words, we could regard the location of an object as being the XYZ coordinate properties of the object, which are defined only in relation to other objects. The values which we assign to those XYZ properties of the object are only quantifiable insofar as we arbitrarily define some object as the bearer of the origin point, as these properties are relationships between the object and other objects. In many ways, this relativistic interpretation of space seems more appealing, as it doesn't require us to presume an unobservable absolute background or to regard space as an entity with its own coordinate properties. If we posit such an absolute background, then it seems that there must be some very real origin point in the universe such that absolute rest or motion can be defined in relation to it. In other words, there must be an actual center of the universe somewhere. The problem, however, is that if rest and motion are relativized in this manner, then so is acceleration, and the invariance principles of physics lose their coherence. With the advent of electrodynamics in the 19th century, this notion of an absolute spatial background would transform into the notion of the luminiferous ether, which was said to be the medium of electromagnetic propagation, as well as the static frame which kinetic properties could be defined in relation to. The ether provided a way for absolute motion and acceleration to be defined without the need for a notion of a cosmic origin point, and thus seemed to resolve many of the issues above. But if this hypothetical ether was indeed a static, motionless background, then that possibility would carry with it empirical implications. The Michelson-Morley experiment seemed to show that nature did not, in fact, accord with the predictions of the ether hypothesis. Einstein's special theory of relativity, or STR, then seemed like a way that physics could do away with the problematic notions of absolute space and the luminiferous ether by rendering light itself as the arbiter of invariance. Special relativity tells us that the speed of light through empty space is invariant with regards to all inertial reference frames. The speed of light will thus appear to be constant, while space and time themselves contract or dilate in order to preserve this constancy. As Einstein soared to popularity in the wake of special relativity, he was not without his critics, however. One of those was the British metaphysician and pioneer of mathematical logic, Alfred North Whitehead, who saw Einstein's theories as having implications that were as profound as they were utterly unacceptable epistemologically. This is a notion which we will be returning to later on, but for now we will mostly be focusing on the criticisms of relativity which were brought forward by the French mathematician and philosopher Henri Bergson. In his critiques of special relativity, Bergson did not argue that Einstein's math was wrong, that he had misunderstood the implications of the Michelson-Morley experiment, or that the dilation of time was physically impossible. Rather, Bergson's critique was in many ways far simpler and far more crucial. According to Bergson, the fundamental issue with special relativity was that Einstein himself was failing to adequately or consistently understand the implications of his own theory. Imagine that you are standing in a field between two clocks, which are positioned some distance away on either side of you. These clocks are designed to stop if a lightning bolt strikes the ground near them. As it just so happens, 2 lightning bolts strike the ground near each clock and both stop at exactly 12 o'clock. From your perspective, these 2 lightning strikes were simultaneous, and your clocks would seem to accurately reflect this reality. But now suppose that another person is in the exact same scenario. They find themselves in a field between two clocks, which are set to stop upon detecting a nearby lightning strike. Unbeknownst to this second observer, however, the field that they are standing on is actually situated on top of a giant airship that is moving relative to your position down on Earth. Because the second observer is in motion, time dilation effects will come into play. From your perspective back down on Earth, it will appear that the second observer's clocks are out of sync with one another. The clock which is posterior to their motion will seem to lag behind the one which is anterior to their motion due to time dilation. Yet, from the second observer's perspective, their clocks will appear to be perfectly synchronized. But it is here that we must apply the concept of relativistic symmetry. If there is no objectively definable sense of being stationary, then it is equally true to say that the second observer in the airship is stationary, and that you are the one in motion. Perhaps the second observer's airship is traveling at exactly the speed of the Earth's rotation. The second observer will look at your clocks and see them as out of sync with one another. You could protest that you are stationary and that their clocks are actually the ones which are out of sync due to STR's time dilation, but the second observer could claim that they are the one who is stationary and that you are moving because you are being dragged along by the Earth's rotation. The reality, according to special...
I think about that a lot, like, you know how they say... You know, like whenever you learn about astronomy and stuff, they talk about, oh, well, they were all wrong that the Earth was at the center of the solar system and the universe and all that. But like, when you learn about the solar system, you usually learn about it like as if the sun is just there, like in the middle, not moving, you know, and everything else is moving around it. Which, like, it seems that way if you're only looking at that, but like, have you seen those animations of like the solar system moving through space? Let me see if I can find it, like how it, like a better visualization of how it looks. Yeah, it's something like this. So like, that's how we usually learn about it, right? Like this. So like, wait, before it goes to that, kind of what he's talking about relates to that, where it's like, so if you're here, and looking out, it looks like all these other things are moving and you're not, right? But if you're here, you're seeing that all these things are moving. If you're putting the sun in the middle, which, I mean, it is in a way, but like, if you're looking out from the sun, you can see all the other planets moving around it. But like, the sun is also moving through space. So like, it actually moves like this, right? So like, it becomes like, where is the center point, you know? And to like everybody, it seems like you're the center point of the world, like your existence. But like this, all of this stuff is like a way of abstraction, you know? It's like a thinking of the world in a different way in order to understand how space works. And in space, I don't mean like outer space. I mean just spatiality in general, like the separation of things in the world or whatever. And like navigating space, right? Because conceptualizing that, like, that's basically what I was saying those guys in the Renaissance were doing, trying to like map that shit out. And Descartes was like a big part of that with the Cartesian coordinate system and everything. But like this whole concept of relativization, and like what basically he's saying that Leibniz was talking about with you know, the universe is completely relative, there is no like background. And Newton was saying like, well, if that is true, like basically nothing makes sense. We have to have like some kind of background, some like constant, something that like allows motion to happen. Because like if relative, but what I really think, and that I think like makes this like beyond comprehension, is that I think Leibniz was right, actually, and that like that is the way it works, but that also is what makes it incomprehensible. You know what I mean? Because like I don't know, it's like there's a lot of really cool movies and like stories that kind of play with these ideas, like Interstellar and that Arrival movie, that where they talk about like time in a different way also. And even Gene Gebser was like in his whole theory talks about how the new like emerging consciousness is like post-linear time. He calls it time freedom. So like part of this like relativization of everything includes like relativization of time. So it's similar to like looking at the point in time that you're at as like this is the center of everything. But in reality, in the way that the universe really is, like there is no center. It's just all everything, all at once, all the time. Like the past, the future, everything. But like what is happening is more of like kind of what we were talking about earlier with like the mind filtering thing. It's like an experientiality of like portions of it, and that's like what we're doing. It's kind of, I don't know if that makes any sense, but like to say that like our experience of the world is the world is, I think, because like in a way that's true for us, that's true, but like when we abstract and like look at things from like different perspectives and different points of view, like the only end point to that is every possible like perspective and every like the whole thing. So like I think that's where that goes. And like it's either that's all bullshit and like nothing exists in the whole world, like solipsism basically is what they call it in philosophy, where it's like only my experience of the world is real, everything else is like I don't fucking know, it's like bullshit. It's like all basically everybody else is like a figment of my imagination in a way. It's like you're all fucking zombies, and I'm the only really conscious one like creating all of this. Or it's like that's true of the whole thing itself, and we're all like fragments of that. And to me that feels more right. I don't know how you fucking go about like arguing for or proving that, but I don't know. To me, like that seems preferable to solipsism. It just seems more. It feels more. I don't know. It's more of like, which like I don't know. It kind of maybe contradicts itself, but that's like more of what I feel about like when I actually get into that kind of state. What those be like in meditating or psychedelics or any of that kind of stuff. Anyways,
relativity is that neither observer is correct because there is simply nothing to be correct about. There is no objectively stationary rest frame, and therefore the claim that you are stationary is just as true, or rather just as meaningless, as the claim that the second observer is stationary. You will observe the lightning strikes on either side of you as simultaneous, and you will perceive those of the second observer to be divided by a slight time lag. The second observer will perceive their own lightning strikes as simultaneous, and yours as divided by a time lag. What special relativity would seem to imply then is that both of you are wrong in the sense that there simply is no such thing as objective simultaneity. Now you might be thinking that you and the other observer could simply bring your clocks together to see whose clocks are actually in sync. So you get on a plane and fly to their airship in order to show them that your clocks are in sync after all. But once you arrive, you realize that your clocks are now out of sync due to the fact that you are no longer in the same inertial reference frame. If the second observer comes down to Earth to compare his clocks with yours, then the inverse scenario will occur. There is simply no way to determine whose clocks are actually in sync, as synchronization itself can only be understood in relation to a given frame of reference. Henri Bergson, however, argued that the most central factor here was in the inherent symmetry implied by relativizing these effects. Because of the reciprocity of these theoretical measurement effects, one cannot claim that these effects are actually real in any physical, objective sense. One of the major appeals of special relativity was that, unlike Lorentzian length contraction, the complete relativization within STR implied that there was no actual length contraction. Rather, such contraction and its correlative time dilation were to be taken as distortions of measurement, not as ontological effects. As such, special relativity cannot explain any ontological, concrete phenomena, and it is here that we can begin to see the inner incoherence of the Einsteinian framework. Special relativity, and by extension, general relativity, must regard these dilation and contraction effects as ontological, objectively real physical effects in order to explain empirical phenomena. But in order to do so, one must ignore the inherent reciprocity or symmetry of these theories, and thus quietly implicate the very same absolute background of space and time which Einstein aspired to annul. One example of this is the effect of time dilation on the decay rate of muons. Muons are quantum entities which very rapidly decay after being created. When muons are traveling at very high velocities, however, we observe that their decay rate is lengthened. The muons actually exist for longer periods of time when moving at relativistic speeds, and this is explained as being due to the time dilation effects of special relativity. What special relativity would seem to imply, however, is that from the muon's own frame of reference, no such time dilation actually occurs. No matter what the muon's velocity is in relation to the Earth,
it's tough for me
there is
too,
still
but
no privileged frame of reference. The muon can declare itself to be stationary and the Earth to be in motion, and that all discrepancies regarding time are due to the motion of the Earth, not the muon. So, suppose we accelerate a muon at very high velocity towards a detector which is connected to a bell. If the muon were to undergo no time dilation effects, as would be the case from the muon's own reference frame, then the muon would decay before it reached the detector, and the detector would not be activated.
What happened there?
The bell will not ring. From a stationary position on the Earth's surface, however, the muon will appear to undergo time dilation as a result of its relative velocity. Neither the position on the Earth's surface nor the trajectory of the high-velocity muon can be regarded as truly stationary or truly in motion, as special relativity has completely relativized both space and time. So now we must ask, does the muon actually activate the detector and ring the bell? If we attempt to interpret this time dilation as a real physical effect, then we encounter a paradox. From our perspective, the muon will appear to decay more slowly and will thus reach the detector and ring the bell. From the muon's perspective, however, there will be no such time dilation, as its frame of reference will be an effective resting state from its own perspective. It will decay at a normal rate and will not reach the bell. We are forced to conclude that somehow the bell will both ring and not ring, depending upon which reference frame we are arbitrarily privileging.
Basically.
So at this point, the defenders of relativity will invoke length contraction in order to resolve this paradox. From the muon's perspective, so we are told, the actual distance between the muon and the detector will be contracted. The muon will thus experience itself to decay at a normal rate, but it will also perceive itself to be traveling across a physically shorter distance due to length contraction, and therefore the muon will nonetheless reach the detector and activate the bell despite decaying at a normal rate within its own frame of reference. But here again, the ontological incoherence of the theory undercuts this attempted resolution. Imagine that there is a second detector, which is connected to a second bell. Within this second detector are two atoms. If the two atoms are brought into contact with one another, the second detector will be activated and the second bell will ring. In attempting to explain the above paradox through length contraction, we must presume that the contraction of space from the muon's perspective is an actually real physical effect, not merely a measurement distortion. If the distance between the muon and the detector only appears to be shortened, then this would have no bearing on the distance which the muon actually needs to cross in order to reach the detector. 10 meters is still 10 meters, even if it only appears to be 5 due to my measurement distortions. There must be an actual shortening of the real physical distance in order for the muon to actually reach the detector in the same amount of time. So if we take this length contraction to be a physically real, ontologically substantive reduction of spatial distance, then we would expect this contraction to bring the two atoms in the second detector into contact with one another, as the real distance between them will have decreased. The second detector will be activated and the second bell will ring, but only within the muon's frame of reference. There is no reciprocal contraction or dilation from our perspective which can bring the two atoms together. Within our frame of reference, the second bell will not ring, yet the ringing of a bell is a very real physical event. Either the bells ring or they do not. Here then we can begin to see the fundamental problem which Henri Bergson saw within the Einsteinian framework. Insofar as STR is taken to be simply a measurement effect rather than an ontological effect, then the theory is able to maintain its relativistic symmetry, but is unable to explain any actual empirical effects. As soon as we begin treating these effects as physically real effects, however, this symmetry collapses and the theory dissolves into incoherence. If we treat the muon's hypothetically contracted length as a mere measurement effect, then the muon should not reach the detector from its own frame of reference because it will still need to cross the exact same distance in the same amount of time. The bell will ring within the Earth's reference frame, but not within the reference frame of the muon. If we treat this contraction as physically real, however, then the second bell will ring within the muon's reference frame, but not within the reference frame of the Earth. Either way, we have the same problem. As soon as we attempt to treat relativistic effects as physically real effects in order to explain empirical phenomena, the relativistic symmetry ruptures and the theory produces contradictory predictions. Explaining the muon's behavior in terms of length contraction is no more than...
It's kind of like the whole Schrodinger's cat thing.
It is an attempt to maintain relativistic reciprocity by treating time dilation as a merely perspectival effect, while attempting to regard length contraction as physically real. Yet, if this length contraction is treated as physically real, then the reciprocity of the theory breaks down in the exact same way, but in a manner that is now obfuscated by the conceptual shell game. The theory can't have its cake and eat it too, and yet the theory can only explain empirical phenomena by attempting exactly that. In reality, the muon will in fact reach the detector in this scenario, and the atoms in the second detector will not ring the second bell. The muons really do seem to have longer lifespans at higher velocities, and this is a phenomenon which stands in need of explanation. Length contraction, on the other hand, cannot bring two objects into contact with one another because such contraction cannot be physically real. The muon's elongated decay time is an empirical fact, which we can actually observe, and it is one which is very commonly explained by invoking special relativity. But, as we have begun to see, special relativity cannot explain any objectively real phenomena at all. It can only account for measurement distortions, which are only real from a given frame of reference. The irony here is that the increased lifespan of muons is often presented as though it were actually evidence for the veracity of special relativity, when in reality this is a phenomenon which special relativity cannot actually account for at all. Another experiment which is often brought to bear in an attempt to validate Einsteinian spacetime is the Hafel-Keating experiment. Within this experiment, extremely high-precision cesium beam clocks were synchronized and flown around the world in commercial airliners. What the experimenters found was that the airliner clocks lagged measurably behind those which were left behind on the ground. Yet, here again, we can see that the inherent symmetry of STR cannot explain this effect. We must presume that some frame of reference is privileged in relation to an absolute background in order to account for the time dilation as a real effect rather than as a purely perspectival distortion. Remember again our initial thought experiment involving the setup with the airship. When we tried to bring the two sets of clocks together to find out which clocks were actually in sync, what we found was that we were unable to determine which clocks were actually in sync with one another due to the lack of a privileged reference frame. If you took your clocks up to the airship, then they would appear to have become out of sync with one another, but they would be in sync again once you return to your original reference frame. The effects were seen to be perspectival, not ontological, as there is no absolute simultaneity within special relativity. If we actually take STR seriously enough to apply it consistently, then we have no explanation for the effect observed within the Hafel-Keating experiment. The clocks on the airliner should have experienced no real ontological time dilation, as one could just as easily declare that the plane was stationary and that the Earth was in motion. The plane's clocks would appear to lag from the perspective of those on the ground, but then the clocks on the ground should appear to lag behind from the perspective of the moving plane. If the clocks were synchronized together in relation to the same reference frame, then the purely measurement-based time dilation effects should have canceled out when the plane landed and returned its clocks to their original reference frame, but this is not what the experiment showed us. Something must break the symmetry of special relativity in order to actually explain any empirical time dilation as an ontologically real effect, rather than as a mere measurement effect. This is where many will point to the general theory of relativity as a way to contend with these failings of special relativity. Within GTR, it is claimed that the fundamental reciprocity of special relativity is broken by the effects of acceleration. So, for example, it could be said that the acceleration of the muon rather than its velocity is absolute, not relative, and this is why the time dilation effects are real for both the muon and for other observers. But how can acceleration possibly be absolute if velocity is entirely relative, given that acceleration is a change in velocity? If the muon can declare itself to be at rest and that the Earth is in motion relative to it, then that would then imply that it is the Earth which is accelerating. Invoking acceleration through general relativity simply invalidates the fundamental principles of special relativity by implying that there is no genuine symmetry here. General relativity does indeed regard acceleration as absolute, not relative, but general relativity does not
Which one? Oh. I don't know, what, do you agree with her or what? Is this like Charlie Brown teacher?
Provide us with a theoretical reason which can actually justify doing so. If the acceleration of an entity is objectively real regardless of its reference frame, then this acceleration, this change in velocity, must be an alteration in relation to something objectively real. This problem is almost always simply ignored in discussions of general relativity and its supposed ability to rescue special relativity from itself. What we are told, if anything, is that acceleration can be absolute because it can be a change in relation to the rest of the universe. If a change in velocity can be absolutized in relation to the rest of the universe, then doesn't it seem that the phrase rest of the universe is now discretely performing the exact same function once performed by the Newtonian absolute spatial background?
Exactly.
If acceleration is not defined in relation to such a background, then what else could the phrase the rest of the universe possibly refer to? Perhaps we could take this to imply that somehow the contents of the universe as a whole can constitute an absolute spatial background which performs essentially the same function as the Newtonian absolute space. Although this suggestion is quite certainly a dodge on the part of Einstein's adherents, there is more to be said of this idea, and so this notion is something that we will be returning to later on. For now, however, what is significant here is that general relativity contains no such theory, by which we could regard the contents of the universe as constituting a background through which acceleration could be regarded as objectively absolute. This idea is, for now, simply an ad hoc suggestion, which is invoked for the blatant purpose of obfuscating the actual shortcomings of Einsteinian cosmology. There is no theory of relativistic absolute acceleration, in other words, even though this idea of absolute relativistic acceleration is often used to resolve many paradoxes of special and general relativity, such as the twin paradox. But there are much deeper problems within the Einsteinian framework than even its inability to break its own symmetry in order to somehow maintain both explanatory power and conceptual coherence. Einstein's theoretical framework is ultimately one of pure metaphysical solipsism, and we can see this well-obfuscated fact by looking closely to another profound issue within the theories: the immeasurability of the one.
What verbiage? Oh shit. I missed that. I think for her, it's like a lot of the fucking words are shit that she has no idea what the fuck it means because she's never heard it before and English is not her first language. So she just kind of fucking zones out. Damn.
One-way speed of light. It is exhaustingly reiterated that the speed of light is constant, and that we know this because we have, presumably, measured the speed of light in various ways and found that this speed is invariantly in keeping with the Einsteinian framework. What almost universally goes unspoken here is that the speed of light has actually never been measured because it cannot be measured even in principle, specifically due to the epistemological implications of special relativity itself. So let us first consider the conditions under which the speed of anything might be measured. You have a point A and a point B, and you have a bow which will fire an arrow from A to a target at B. Speed is of course distance over time, meaning that you need to know how far A is from B, and you then need a way to measure how long the arrow will take to arrive at B. So you need to synchronize two clocks, placing one at A and one at B. You stop the first clock when the arrow is fired, and then the second clock is stopped when the arrow arrives at the destination. You can then compare the two clocks, subtract the difference, and then compare the travel time with how far the arrow traveled. Achieving this with light, however, is much more problematic. There is no way to determine the speed of light without measuring the elapsed time, but the problem is now that there seems to be no way to actually synchronize two clocks in a way that actually accounts for the potential time dilation effects of special relativity. You can synchronize two clocks right next to each other at point A and then separate them, but then the clock that you move to point B will be subject to whatever time warping effects might have resulted from this motion. You can try to synchronize them at a distance using radio waves, but then that will require you to account for the time it takes those electromagnetic waves to travel, which is precisely the thing that you are trying to measure to begin with. If you continue thinking about the different ways that you might try to go about doing this, you will eventually realize that there simply is no way to measure the one-way speed of light that doesn't involve accounting for the effects of special relativity, which already presume to know what the one-way speed of light is. So how can we possibly claim to know that this speed is constant? It turns out that we can in fact measure the two-way speed of light by reflecting the light back to our starting point from its destination. This can actually work because in this scenario we only need one clock. Measured in this way, the combined outgoing and return speed of light does appear to be constant, or at least it does not appear to vary in relation to inertial frame. But that still leaves us with a very serious problem. How do we know that the speed of light is isotropic, having the same outgoing and return speeds, and not anisotropic, with different outgoing and return speeds? Most commentators on this problem tend to look at this issue as an engineering problem. They seem puzzled that there doesn't seem to be a way to measure the one-way speed of light that doesn't involve making circular presumptions. What these commentators often fail to realize is that this is not a practical problem at all, but rather an epistemological and metaphysical problem. The issue here is not that there is no practical way to synchronize the clocks you wish to place at points A and B. The problem is that within the framework of special relativity, there simply is no objective reality with regards to whether those clocks are synchronized or not. There will always be some possible frame of reference from which the clock ticks are exactly simultaneous, but that will always only ever be apparently the case from a particular vantage point. There will also always be innumerable other frames of reference from which the two clocks are out of sync. Due to the fact that there is no privileged frame of reference within special relativity, this means that there is no objective truth with regards to whether the clocks are actually synchronized, no matter how you go about trying to sync them. Einstein himself commented on this problem, and his commentary is very revealing here. Einstein states that we can simply define the speed of light as being isotropic as a kind of convention. Einstein thus essentially tells us that he is simply declaring the speed of light to be isotropic, and therefore that the one-way speed of light is constant by definition. Now, of course, this seems like utter madness. I cannot simply declare the speed of my arrow to be a certain speed. The arrow has a real, objective speed, and whatever speed I declare is simply either true or false. physical properties of real entities within the natural world should not be the kind of thing which we can establish by appeal to convention. This madness does not come about because nature is unimaginably bizarre. It comes about because it is here that we can clearly see the manner in which the Einsteinian serpent comes to devour its own tail. The foundational premise of relativity is that the speed of light is invariant in relation to inertial reference frames. But the very notion of speed itself as an objective property necessarily presumes absolute objective simultaneity. If there can be no objective reality with regards to the temporal relationship between events A and B, then there can be no objective truth pertaining to how quickly or slowly event B succeeded event A, and thus no objective reality to speed at all. Einstein can state that he is permitted to define the one-way speed of light as constant as a matter of convention because he has realized that if we take the epistemological implications of special relativity seriously, then we are forced to conclude that there really is no objective one-way speed of light at all. The problem isn't a lack of information on the part of human beings or a technical limitation. There simply is no one-way speed of light to measure at all to begin with. So let us take a moment to consider just how absolutely shattering this conclusion actually is. If the isotropy of the speed of light is ultimately no more than an agreed-upon social construct, then this implies that special relativity itself and all empirical inferences which presume the veracity of special relativity are themselves no more than social conventions. First of all, we can begin by looking at the infamous Michelson-Morley experiment with which our journey began. If the speed of light is regarded as anisotropic, then this would imply relative motion in relation to an etheric background, even despite the null result. Similarly, gravitational wave detectors utilize laser beam splitters and mirrors, which recombine the beams in a manner very similar to the Michelson-Morley experiment. If we regard light as anisotropic, then interpretations of the data collected by these gravitational wave detectors would be drastically altered. Many empirical inferences made within practical physics also presume the isotropy of light. Anisotropic light would have massive implications for particle physics, as it would imply that particles might behave in very different ways depending upon their direction of motion. Keep in mind here the way that I am using the term regard within this context. As we have already seen, this is not a matter of whether or not light is actually isotropic or anisotropic. There is no fact of the matter either way. As Einstein himself tells us, we can simply choose to regard light as isotropic in order to simplify our models, but this would simply be a convention. The point here is not that light actually is or even could be anisotropic. The point is that if we actually apply special relativity consistently, we are forced to conclude that all of the empirical inferences above are in fact no more than phantoms. These inferences presume an objective ontological reality which is not actually there within special relativity. If there simply is no truth to the matter with regards to whether or not light is isotropic, then this necessarily implies that there really is no truth to the matter with regards to whether the results of gravitational wave detectors are actually valid. There is likewise no truth to the matter as to whether particles behave in different ways depending upon their direction of motion, and there is no truth to the matter with regards to whether the results of the Michelson-Morley experiments were actually null or just apparently null. In addition to the fact that STR negates the very foundations of its own theoretical structure, and the fact that the theory plays a smoke and mirrors game with the ambiguity between ontological effects and measurement effects, special relativity also manages to obfuscate the distinction between phenomena which supposedly offer empirical support to the theory, and phenomena which are in fact only phantoms of the theory's own ambiguity. The phenomenon of length contraction, for example, is often claimed to be a physically real ontological effect. It is claimed that objects really do contract due to high velocities, and that this is an empirical reality which is explained by STR.
Come on.
But this is yet another alleged phenomenon which has never been empirically verified to be physically real. And moreover, it cannot be verified to be physically real due to the epistemological limitations imposed by the theory itself. Any measurement device used in an attempt to confirm the veracity of length contraction will itself be affected by the very contraction which the instrument would be intended to measure. Unlike the Lorentzian contraction discussed previously, the length contraction postulated by STR is not theorized to be a physical compression of actual atoms and molecules which make up physical bodies. Rather, it is a contraction of space itself. Even if one were to get in a spacecraft and travel at near light speed, one would not actually experience this alleged contraction as a perceptible effect. There would still be just as much space in between the molecules in your body, but this space would itself be smaller in relation to non-contracted space outside of your frame of reference. Nothing would appear to be amiss from your perspective within the ship. Or at least this is one interpretation. Academic physicists often seem perfectly content to treat length contraction as a purely relative effect in some scenarios, while regarding it as a very much physically real phenomenon in others, depending of course on what happens to be convenient. Within particle accelerators, for example, it is said that the effects of length contraction upon accelerated particles result in higher densities of such particles, thus increasing the likelihood of collisions. Similarly, it is said that accelerated atomic nuclei become physically more dense due to length contraction and thus result in more extreme nuclear interactions. As we can see, length contraction, as with all phenomena postulated by STR, is exactly as physical or merely metric as physics deems necessary in order to craft its narratives. Special relativity is not a scientific theory. It is a shell game. It is often claimed that there are no empirical observations which have ever contradicted the theory of special relativity. But can this really be said of a theory which is essentially defining itself as true? Moving on to general relativity, then, the problems are only compounded by the attempt to use this relativistic framework in order to account for gravity through the notion of space-time curvature. As we have already seen, the fundamental Newtonian insight regarding the treatment of straight-line trajectories as states of rest provided the means for Newton to formulate gravity as a force which acted to bend the resting straight-line trajectories into elliptical orbits. The fundamental insight of general relativity, then, was to maintain this notion of resting straight-line trajectories while discarding the notion of absolute stationary rest and seemingly overcoming the need to conceptualize gravity as a force which acted at a distance without any apparent medium. This was achieved through generalizing the space-time deformation which special relativity seemingly made possible, though, as we have already seen, treating such deformation as ontological already necessitates conceptual incoherence. General relativity conjectures that gravitational effects are due to the deformation of space-time due to the influence of mass or energy. Einstein came to believe that the mutability of space implied by special relativity could imply a dynamic, fluid-like spacetime. Gravitational effects could then be regarded as the result of physical bodies traveling in straight-line, resting trajectories through a curved spacetime topography, which was quite literally stretched out by massive objects. The physics community, however, seems to experience a rather severe difficulty in coming to a coherent agreement as to how exactly this hypothetical spacetime curvature is meant to actually result in the physical effects of gravity. On the face of it, this spacetime curvature would seem to operate in a rather straightforward manner. Physical bodies are attempting to follow straight-line trajectories with fixed velocities because such trajectories are a kind of resting state. Due to the curvature of space itself, these technically straight trajectories appear as elliptical orbits. This explanation, however, doesn't quite do the work that's needed. This explanation can account for the curvature of otherwise straight trajectories through space, but this explanation can't actually account for what the real phenomenon of gravity actually does. Imagine, for example, that an apple is floating in space above the Earth. The apple has no relative motion in relation to the Earth. Both objects are stationary in relation to each other, and there is no absolute motion which can prevent us from treating them both as such. If relativistic gravity can only account for the bending of trajectories through space, then we would expect this apple to simply stay where it is. There is no trajectory to be bent by the curvature of spacetime. This explanation would imply that the force of gravity was always a modification of one's relative velocity in relation to the gravitational influence. Things which are moving faster would be pulled down harder towards the Earth because of the modification of their own inertia. Objects with less relative velocity in relation to the Earth would experience less gravity. Obviously, this is not what we find in the real world. Another very common explanation for relativistic gravity is through the invocation of gravitational time dilation. This narrative proposes that the effects of gravity are actually due to the asymmetry of time dilation, which would affect bodies moving through gravitational fields. As an object passes through the gravitational field, the part of the object that is closer to the source of gravitational influence will experience more time dilation. Its internal clock will tick more slowly, as it were, in relation to the side of the object which is further away from the gravitational source. This effect would then result in a kind of torque, which would tilt the object in the direction of the gravitational influence, thus resulting in the apparent gravitational attraction. The problem with this explanation is that it blatantly contradicts the equivalence principle of general relativity. Within GR, the equivalence principle states that there is no objective distinction between apparent gravitational attraction due to mass and apparent gravitational attraction due to acceleration. If you are in a spacecraft traveling at a constant acceleration, then you will experience apparent gravitational pull towards the back of your spacecraft. Moreover, you will also experience the entire universe as affected by time dilation in relation to this apparent gravity. Clocks in front of you will tick faster, and those further out from you will tick faster still, at least from your perspective. But this time dilation is observer dependent. You will not actually cause gravitational attraction through the rest of the universe due to a temporal torque resulting from the fact that you will perceive the clocks of other observers to be ticking at different rates. This is necessarily a measurement effect, not an ontological effect. Due to the equivalence principle, however, we can see that time dilation due to the effects of mass cannot cause gravitational effects either, as the time dilation produced by massive bodies like the Earth will also be observer-dependent measurement effects, not physical effects. Does it really seem like the apparent force holding you down to your seat right now is due to the fact that time is passing at an infinitesimally faster rate for your head than for your legs? Throw a basketball straight up into the air and then watch it fall. How could we possibly explain the ball's attraction towards the ground with the idea that time is passing more rapidly at the top of the ball than the bottom of the ball? Moreover, this explanation fails once again due to the inherent symmetry of relativity. The ball is undergoing time dilation from your perspective on the ground, but the ball experiences no such time dilation within its own frame of reference. From the ball's perspective, its own internal clocks are ticking in the exact same way that they always do, and it is your clocks which are ticking differently. Neither your frame of reference nor the ball's is privileged, and thus these effects cannot result in real, physical gravitational effects which must be equally real, irrespectively of differences between inertial reference frames. The third explanation, which seems to have been Einstein's own interpretation, is that gravitation due to massive objects quite literally is accelerative gravity. That the basketball falls down to the Earth because the Earth is literally accelerating outwards in all directions. Now, this would intuitively seem to be completely absurd. If the surface of the Earth were accelerating up towards the ball, then the Earth would presumably explode apart in all directions. This acceleration, however, is said to be due to the fact that space is not merely deformed by massive objects, but rather that space is in fact a kind of quasi-fluid, which is literally flowing into the Earth's center of mass. The Earth doesn't fly apart because this acceleration is caused by the fact that the Earth acts as a kind of sink, which creates a sort of four-dimensional space-time waterfall. You're being held down to your seat because space is moving downwards through you and into the Earth, and thus the acceleration caused by the Earth's gravity is quite literally the exact same accelerative force
This fucking shit again, dude.
Your accelerating spacecraft. On a purely intuitive level, we can already see that this is an utterly fantastical and empirically unverifiable flight of imagination, and one which is self-defeating in much the same manner we saw with special relativity. Einstein's theories of relativity were meant to absolve the luminiferous ether, and by extension, Newtonian absolute space, by relativizing space and time. There was seemingly no longer any need to postulate an unobservable background of static space or ether, such that space could simply be regarded in a relational manner as Leibniz and others had argued, rather than as a medium in itself. But here we can see that in attempting to fully generalize this account, Einstein not only reintroduces space as a medium, but also refashions space into something even more fantastical than it ever could have been within the Newtonian or etheric frameworks. On the one hand, Einstein purports to treat space as though it were nothing but pure potentiality, as many philosophers have argued, that the word space really just refers to relations between the coordinate properties of real objects within the natural world.
Yeah.
This treatment is absolutely crucial for the conceptual coherence of special relativity, as the theory requires that all inertial reference frames be treated as equal. If we reintroduce an ontologically substantive notion of space, then the claim that all inertial reference frames are equal is invalidated. If space is an entity in itself with its own topography, then it follows that objects can be objectively in motion or stationary in relation to that spatial background. But with general relativity, Einstein does in fact reify space in exactly this way. Space is now regarded not only as an ontologically substantive background, but also as a fluid medium which can literally flow into centers of mass. This also requires the introduction of a fourth spatial dimension. Many physicists would ardently deny this because their equations don't explicitly designate such a fourth direction.
Dude, seriously?
Such physicists seem to believe that their equations literally are reality rather than scientific models, and therefore that they have no obligation to actually account for any ontological implications which are hidden within those
dude,
equations.
what the fuck?
Nonetheless, we can see that this is absolutely necessary ontologically. In order for space to be bent in the manner indicated by general relativity, it has to be bent into something. As we have already seen, claiming that the fourth dimension is actually time just does not work. In order to fold a two-dimensional piece of paper, you need a third dimension into which the plane of the paper can be deformed. In order to bend three-dimensional space, you need a fourth direction that you cannot point in. But now consider the fact that the gravitational force must be regarded as an acceleration within this context. What this then means is that the space which is flowing down through you right now in order to hold you to your chair cannot be a flow with a constant velocity. If it were, then obviously there would be no experience of acceleration, as there is no real distinction between stationary rest and constant velocity within this framework. Only increasing velocity results in a feeling of acceleration. In other words, the space which is flowing through us and into the Earth's center of mass must be flowing faster with each passing moment. The speed of the flow of space must itself be constantly increasing incessantly in order for the deformation of space to actually account for gravity. This introduces yet another paradox. If space is a real entity with real properties which can be altered, then this alteration must be due to energy. The Einsteinian framework tells us that mass and energy are interchangeable and therefore provides a means by which a massive object can cause the deformation of space. But it doesn't give us a means by which a
This
massive
fucking
object
bullshit,
could
dude. God damn it.
accelerate this deformation. If the flow of space into the Earth must be happening faster and faster
Holy
with each
fucking
passing
shit.
moment rather than flowing at a static velocity,
Stupid
then
fucking
where
piece
is
of
the
shit.
energy coming from to fuel this endless acceleration of space-time? Is the mass of every object in the universe increasing with each passing moment in order to allow for this constantly intensifying deformation? Moreover, if we are to regard space as flowing into centers of mass, as the theory seems to imply, then where does this space then go? Is it simply annihilated once it reaches the center of mass? This is not simply a pedantic question. If we are going to treat space as an entity in itself with real properties, then we cannot simply hand-wave away questions about the implied ontological status of space. Yet the Einsteinian framework tries to have its cake and eat it too by treating space as though it were a kind of matter or actual entity with real properties, while simultaneously exempting it from any of the restraints which we presume to condition real matter in the real world. And it is here that we can begin to see that beneath this entire tangled maelstrom of inconsistencies, the true failure of the Einsteinian framework is that in reality it doesn't actually offer us an explanation of anything at all. Einstein does not give us any explanation as to how or why space would be the kind of thing that would have such properties in the first place. All he gives us are equations which purport to describe these supposed processes. If we are going to regard space as something which can bend and flow, then there needs to be some sort of causal explanation here which explains why space is more than a mere distribution of strictly potential geometric relationships. Yet general relativity gives us no such thing. Einstein himself eventually realized that this conclusion was inevitable, and in 1920, he delivered a public presentation at the University of Leiden called Ether and Relativity, in which he himself concluded that the endowment of space with these properties necessarily implied that space was more than mere space, but rather that space had to consist in some sort of etheric medium. But Einstein's theories provide us with no such medium, and neither do any of the other fields of physics. When we look at the various quantum fields which are said to permeate our cosmos, we find that none of them possess the properties which a relativistic ether would need to have in order to actually account for the properties which Einstein attempted to attribute to space-time. Einstein's theories, therefore, do not actually constitute a scientific explanation, but rather the promise of a potential explanation which has yet to ever materialize. Academic physicists seem to believe that none of these considerations are truly relevant as long as the mathematical equations work. But this would be to stretch the definition of working far beyond its breaking point. Mathematical equations do not move celestial bodies, nor do they hold one's shoes to the ground. Gravitational phenomena are real phenomena in the real world, which are described with mathematical equations, which are created by human beings as descriptive tools. Isaac Newton did not believe that his equations moved the planets around the sun. His equations accounted for gravitational effects, but did not actually explain them, and Newton himself was explicitly
what happened to the other one?
aware
There was
of
like a whole
this.
4K
Newton famously
here.
claimed that he had no pretensions of providing a genuine scientific explanation for the actual causes of gravity. Because gravitational influences seem to operate at a distance with no apparent medium, Newton believed that the cause of gravity could not be physical at all, and therefore that there could not actually be a scientific explanation for gravity, but only a mathematical description. Newton surmised that gravity was actually driven by a divine, spiritual force rather than a physical one, and therefore driven by a force which lay beyond the scope of scientific naturalism. As we shall see in future videos, although Newton was quite correct in seeing that the cause of gravity could not be physical, he was quite wrong in suggesting that this left an explanation for gravity beyond the bounds of scientific naturalism. Science can and must account for the non-physical, and in fact it has already been doing so unwittingly since at least the 19th century. Nonetheless, Newton was able to make this very
What the
clear,
fuck,
as
dude?
Newton
Okay.
was not an adherent
He wants
of
to build
the
a base
mathematical
here?
materialism, which would later come into vogue. And therefore, Newton saw no issue whatsoever with the suggestion that certain physical phenomena have non-physical causes. Unlike Newton, however, who was very honest about the fact that his theories did not actually explain gravity, Einsteinian physics instead is presented as though it were a genuine explanation, while hiding the fact that it is not within an endless conceptual shell game. One common myth about relativity, which all of us have probably heard at some point or another, is that relativity implies a physically inviolable speed limit on the universe. Nothing can have a velocity faster than the speed of light, so we are told, because of the way that mass comes to be exponentially amplified at relativistic velocities. More mass requires more energy to accelerate, and we are told that due to the relativistic amplification of mass, the energy required for further acceleration approaches infinity
What the fuck,
as an
bro?
object
Where is this
approaches the
fucking-
speed of light. The problem with this claim, yet again, is that it completely ignores
Oh
the
my
fundamental
god,
symmetry
dude. Can
of
you
relativity
fuck
itself.
off?
The relativistic mass of a high-velocity object cannot be ontological, but only perspectival. As we have already seen, relativity
Fucking pain in the
presumes
ass,
that
dude.
any object which is moving at a constant velocity is literally at rest in relation to its own inertial frame of reference. Relativistic mass can therefore only be an apparent increase in mass, which is only real from the perspective of an external observer.
What
From
is
the reference
this?
frame of the object itself, its mass will remain exactly the same, and therefore there will be no increase in the amount of energy needed to accelerate the object further. If we actually take the relativism of Einstein's theories seriously, what they imply is that accelerating an object from 99.9999% of light speed to 100.0001% of light speed should require the exact same amount of energy as that required to accelerate an object from 0% of light speed to 0.002% of light speed. This is because, given the basic premises of relativity itself, there is no way that the laws of physics could distinguish between those two situations. If one does a bit of digging into this issue, what you will find is that physicists themselves will admit that this notion of light speed enforcement by relativistic mass is actually a myth. Rather, they will instead tell us that nothing can move faster than the speed of light, because if something were to move faster than the speed of light, then that object would, according to relativity, begin moving backwards in time. This would break the universe, so we are told, but of course this
Why
is
is it so
obviously
fucking
absurd.
much,
Nothing
dude?
can break the universe.
Holy
Faster than
fuck,
light
man.
causation would, however, break the causal structure of Einstein's theories. Certain forms of hypothetical exotic technologies like wormholes, Alcubierre drives, and quantum telegrams have been suggested as ways in which faster than light travel might be theoretically possible. Physicists will insist that these exotic technologies must be practically unfeasible, even if relativity itself presents us with such loopholes, as doing so would
God
break the
damn
universe.
it, dude. What
But
the
consider
fuck?
this carefully for a moment. Even if these theoretical technologies are not practically possible, doesn't it seem that there is something deeply amiss that a logical impossibility should only be practically unfeasible? Doesn't there seem to be something very confused about the notion that the nature of the universe itself would allow for loopholes which would break its own logical structure, but then create ad hoc practical limitations to prevent those loopholes from being exploited? On an intuitive level, we can clearly see the implication that the basic structure of the Einsteinian universe is not
Holy
logically
fucking shit,
coherent.
man.
Yet, modern physics has made an art form of insisting to us that such intuitions cannot be trusted, that the universe is just too spooky for our stupid monkey brains to understand, and therefore that physics has no obligation to actually be self-consistent. This ideology is deeply unscientific. When we look to the greatest minds throughout the history of science, we find no such absurdity. Thinkers like Aristotle, Newton, Goethe, Galileo, Maxwell, and innumerable others were thinkers who were compelled specifically by the conviction that nature is in fact comprehensible. If the human mind is in fact a product of nature, then this of course implies that the basic compositional features of the human mind should be the same basic compositional features of nature itself. We expect nature to be elegant and conceptually coherent. We expect to see that nature takes very simple principles and then elaborates them in consistent ways. We expect nature to embody the aesthetics of symmetry, parsimony, and self-similarity, not because of peculiar idiosyncratic flukes of human cognition, but because human cognition is nature in the exact same way that plants, animals, stars, and crystals are nature. Insofar as we abandon this conviction that nature is consistent with human cognition, we are abandoning the very project of science itself. But perhaps even more damning for general relativity is the fact that it does not actually account for the empirical reality we find in nature. Even from the time of its origins, general relativity never accurately accorded with the morphology and behaviors of galaxies and intergalactic structures. The effects of gravity predicted by the theory were always far too weak to actually account for how galaxies and intergalactic structures are able to maintain themselves. If general relativity was correct, then we would expect galaxies to tear themselves apart, as there is not nearly enough matter within galaxies to actually account for their formation or self-perpetuation. In order to account for this incongruity, the astrophysics community has confidently declared that some 85% of our observable universe must consist of so-called dark matter. This dark matter is a purely ad hoc hypothesis which is postulated for no other reason than to bring general relativity back into accordance with observation. Of course, it is not uncommon for science to postulate phenomena which are not directly observed. If I go outside and see that the ground is wet, then it is perfectly reasonable to conclude that rain must have occurred even if I did not observe the rain itself. Rain, however, is a known phenomenon. We have plenty of reason for believing that rain is a real thing, and so we are not conjuring the notion of rain out of thin air for the specific purpose of explaining this particular observation that the ground is wet. Dark matter, however, is conjectured specifically due to the inability of general relativity to actually accord with the phenomenon which it is meant to explain. Even modern particle physics, with its motley ensemble of exotic and often unobservable entities, provides us with no candidates for this supposed dark matter. Each time, particle physics has produced a modified theory which has included potential dark matter candidates, such modified theories have failed to make accurate predictions. Rather than questioning the validity of general relativity itself, the academic physics community has instead developed ever more exotic notions of dark matter, which are ever more massive and ever more weakly interacting. More massive particles are said to be more difficult to produce through particle collisions, and thus by increasing the presumed mass of dark matter particles, physics is able to continue pushing dark matter just beyond the range of what can be falsified experimentally. The mathematical tools of general relativity can indeed make accurate predictions for a small range of observations, but most people don't seem to realize how small that range actually is. In addition to an inability to account for galactic observations, general relativity also fails to accord with observations even within our own solar system. General relativity seems to account
How does
for
he
the
get
precessions
more?
of the major planetary bodies of our
Like,
solar system.
how does he get more
but
there?
the
From
theory
where?
quickly breaks down
fuck did
once
they
we
come
begin
from?
looking to the behaviors of trans-Neptunian objects. The clustering behaviors of objects within the Kuiper belt imply far more gravitational influence than what general relativity would predict given the masses involved. Orbital perturbations of such objects likewise cannot be accounted for by the gravitational influences of the known planets. Much as with so-called dark matter, academic physics has engaged with these incongruities by postulating an exotic, unobservable entity rather than subjecting their preferred theory to serious scrutiny. In order to bring these observations into accordance with general relativity, astrophysics has declared the existence of an unseen Planet X. In order for this Planet X to actually account for the observational anomalies which it has been invoked to account for, this planet would need to be a gas giant with a mass comparable to that of Neptune or Uranus, if not significantly larger. It would also need to have an immensely eccentric orbit, which is also sharply inclined in deviation from the solar plane. If such a planet does exist, then this of course begs the question of why astronomers cannot seem to find it. But even if such a planet were discovered, then its very existence would be extremely difficult to explain within our current models of solar system formation. Models which are, of course, built upon the foundation which is general relativity theory. Taken together or separately, special and general relativity are a conceptual train wreck. Oftentimes, this incoherence is obfuscated by a kind of smoke and mirrors game in which it is suggested that this isn't actual conceptual incoherence, but rather a result of the fact that nature itself is mind-bendingly bizarre, mathematically convoluted, and counterintuitive. When confronted with the blatant contradictions and failures of these theories, the academic physics community proceeds to suggest that its critics are missing some arcane subtleties hidden within the mathematics which only the fully initiated can properly understand. Yet, when we question those fully initiated hierophants about these problems, they don't have any straight answers either, and they proceed to either hand-wave these issues entirely or produce their own idiosyncratic reframings as though they were the gospel truth which is actually presented by the theories themselves. Modern academic physics, despite its ostensive materialism and secularism, has become guilty of all the same crimes which those materialists accuse spiritual and religious traditions of participating in. Intentional obfuscation, deference to unknowable mysteries, appeals to authority, disregard for empirical observation, and oftentimes outright gaslighting. When confronted with these critiques, physicists will often declare that even though these theories certainly have glaring problems, there is no real alternative. We don't have a better theory, and therefore we cannot abandon the Einsteinian framework until we do.
Yeah, people always say that.
If you think the Einsteinian framework is bad, they suggest, then why don't you come up with a better theory? This, if you are wondering, is exactly what I mean by gaslighting. Let's say that you are serving on a jury for a murder case. The working hypothesis is that Bob killed Steve. The prosecution makes their case that Bob did in fact kill Steve because Bob was the only person known to be on the same floor of the hotel which Steve was murdered in on the night he was killed. Yet Bob is an elderly, wheelchair-bound man with no criminal record and no connection to Steve. Moreover, there is surveillance footage which clearly demonstrates that Bob was asleep in his hotel room when Steve was killed. It seems rather clear that whatever happened to Steve, it was not Bob who killed him. The prosecution then makes a very strange argument. They say that there is not yet any better theory as to what happened to Steve. They insinuate that if the defense wants to exonerate Bob, then they need to produce a better theory, or otherwise there is no choice but to proceed as though Bob killed Steve, and thus convict him of murder unless a better theory is produced. This argument is, of course, patently ridiculous. The rational conclusion to draw here is obviously that we do not actually know what happened to Steve, and thus cannot prosecute anyone until further notice. It is absolute nonsense to suggest that a demonstrably false theory is better than no theory. Admitting no theory means acknowledging the real limits on what we can and cannot be certain about, and being fully transparent about where the gaps in our knowledge actually are. Acting as though a demonstrably false theory is correct in absence of a better one is pure, unequivocal, and I would argue blatantly intentional obfuscation. What this gaslighting tactic obfuscates, beyond the blatant failures of the theories themselves, is the fact that academic physics does not have a better theory because academic physics has made no attempt whatsoever to produce a better theory. For nearly a century, relativity has been considered an established fact within
they just
physical
like
science.
circle jerk each
Attempts
other,
to produce
basically.
alternative explanations have been consistently met with ridicule, and those academics who have dared to suggest that Einstein was wrong have been ostracized as fringe lunatics and crackpots. All attempts to produce a theory of quantum gravity, and by extension string theory or membrane theory, have presumed that any attempt at such a theory of everything must necessarily preserve the structure of the Einsteinian framework if it is to be subsumed into a more general quantum framework. As yet, all such attempts have failed and will continue to fail insofar as they continue to cling to the notion that exotic, arcane mathematics can be substituted for empirical reality in order to graft the corpse of relativity onto quantum field theory. I am certainly not the only person to have leveled such criticisms against Einsteinian cosmology, but my true aim here is not simply to demolish established dogmas. My aim is rather to lay the preliminary foundations for a more genuine and cohesive understanding of nature. I am certainly not the first to attempt the development of a truly post-Einsteinian understanding of physical nature. Frameworks such as variable speed of light models, electric universe theories, and plasma cosmologies have also attempted to resolve these issues. Much like Einsteinian theories, which these frameworks attempt to supersede, however, models like the electric universe theory and plasma cosmology tend to suffer from the very same conceptual inadequacies which plague the Einsteinian understanding of nature. Although
I think
often
even like maybe
courageous
what
and
this guy,
ambitious,
I'm not sure really like what his ultimate like view on this is, but I think like from this what he's arguing is that kind of what Einstein was saying about, and all the people before him, is that like the universe is comprehensible in a logical, rational way. And that the theory of special relativity just has some kind of like paradoxes and implications that make it not that. Which is like, he's saying that we got to do something else because maybe he thinks that the universe is logical and comprehensible ultimately. But what I'm saying is not that. Right, yeah, like, right. But what I'm saying is that, like, maybe it's not. That, like, there's limits to it. That, let me see. I mean, that are, like, apparent in that, what I was talking about earlier, the Sortes paradox or whatever. Where's it at? Where'd that window go? No? Did I lose it? Yeah. I think it might be this. So, like, this, I think, pretty well explains, like, how, I mean, even whatever, that math, like, it can't understand, it can't, like, explain what's actually happening. It's, like, beyond comprehension. It can get close, but, like, because, you know, this is pi, how pi makes a circle or whatever. But, and pi is like, whatever, you might say, like, okay, it's base 10. But pi, no matter what, like this, you know, how pi relates to finding out the circumference of a circle is irrational in any base number system. So in binary and base 3 and base 4, it's irrational. Which means, like, it doesn't fucking make sense. Because, like, look, like, you think it's perfect and it's going to all come together, like, what he's saying, like, symmetrically and, you know, in a way that makes sense. That, like, wraps it all up in a nice, tidy little bow. But it never does. It just keeps going forever. So, like, to me, that's more, like, mind-blowing and like, wow. Like, about the way that reality really is. That like, basically what I was saying earlier about the Book of Job thing. It's like, that does, in a way, like, wrap it up all in a nice, tidy little bow. You know, that like, the idea that it never will be. You know, that it's, and it makes sense with a lot of what this guy talks about. So if he does, like, think that it's strange to me, but, like, because, you know, things like what Alfred North Whitehead, who we mentioned, are talking about, where, like, this, the way that matter formed, his theory of that, is more based in, like, instead of this idea that there was, like, these preset laws at the beginning of the universe, that, like, that is the way it determined the way that everything would happen. What he's saying is that, like, the way that everything works is like habituations of itself. So, like, and Rupert Sheldrake talks about that a lot too. About, like, he talked about like the formation of certain crystals over time, that, like, they were trying to you know, for, like, some kind of commercial use. You know, like, figure out the way to get these crystals to form. And they were, like, encountering all these problems with it. But once, like, it started happening, once they started getting it in one part of the world without even, like, information sharing or anything, it just started happening, like, everywhere. So that, like, that you see this, like, kind of pattern reflected in all kinds of things, like neuron, like the way your neural pathways form, where it's like, it's kind of like fresh fallen snow, and then you're walking through the snow, and then, like, another person follows that path, and then pretty much, like, it eventually digs out a path that everybody follows. And once that path is dug out, like, not very many people go off the path. You know, it, like, once the path is formed, that becomes the path. But that didn't have to be the path. You know, and like, that basically that's the way that it happened, and it keeps happening that way, and the patterns repeat themselves on, like, many levels, but that the whole thing is kind of, like, ontologically open in a way that it's, like, unfinished, and it never finishes. It just keeps going, and and, like, reiterating itself in different patterns. I mean, similar patterns, the same patterns in a lot of cases, but, like, I mean, basically that means there's no way to, like what I said earlier about Alan Watts saying, like, that it's like your eyes trying to see themselves. He was saying that, like, we expect nature to be the same way that our mind is, our mind to be the same way that nature is, you know, because our minds are nature. But that's also, like, part of nature, is that the like, that pi thing, there's, like, irrational, beyond comprehension aspects of it, because exactly what Alan Watts was saying is that, like, trying to understand your mind with your mind is like trying to shake your own hand or trying to look at your own eyes. Like, it can't work. Like, you're doing it from the inside out. Even David Hume talks about that. I remember there's this part in Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion where the guys are arguing about, it's like three guys. One of them takes like the atheist perspective. One of them takes like, so there's basically two main categories for arguing for like the validity of religion and the existence of God and whatever. I mean, three really, but the third one is like just by like revelation, by faith or whatever, or by saying that like I had an experience of Jesus or God or whatever, and that was like personal to me, and that's how I know. But he kind of like addresses that in the beginning and saying like, well, you can't really argue with that, but you can't really like use that as evidence either. So we're not even going to talk about it, basically. But one of them is like pure logic, where it's like saying there had to be a first cause, basically, and that's God. The cosmological argument, they call it. So one guy takes that position, but his God necessarily then has to become more of like a abstract deist outside of time, outside of the universe, like God is everywhere and knows everything. And in that sense, he can't like have any kind of or whatever it can't have any changing like emotions or anything, because it's, it just doesn't fit with that. Like, you can't be omnipotent and omniscient and omnipresent and also like get angry and change. So they figure that out in their debate. The other guy though takes the what they call the argument from design, which is like it's basically an analogy saying, well, humans make some really complex stuff, like computers and shit, and really smart people do that. But the universe is like infinitely more complex than that, so it must be God or something that made the universe. Yeah, so that's like a more aligned with like what you were saying about wanting to trust your senses or use like a empirical, like a more scientific like proof. And that's even what Christian Science and like intelligent design people they talk about. So they start to like tear that guy's like position down, and they do that by what the fuck? They do that by he takes his analogy. I mean, they both team up on him, but the atheist and the other religious guy, but they take his analogy and like break it down into parts and say like, well, so why wouldn't you say, what, using your own analogy, why wouldn't you say like that the most complicated things that people have made, like ships or like cities, are made by whole teams of people? So why wouldn't you say it's a whole team of gods that made the universe? Or why wouldn't you use an even better analogy and say that the universe was born like a human, or grows from a seed like a tree? Because that's more complicated than a watch or a ship or even a city, So in doing that, like, they kind of get into this thing. Hold on, give me a second. I kind of forgot where I was going with this too, so wait, what was he saying? Oh yeah. That like the thing is comprehensible and whatever. Yeah. I think like Yeah, I don't know. I fucking forgot what I was trying to get to, but too many drugs, man. Wait, what? Upkeep. I'm gonna remember in like 5 minutes, dude, and be like, what the fuck?
These frameworks
rewind
to produce a theory of quantum gravity and, by extension, string theory or membrane theory have presumed that any attempt at such a theory of everything must necessarily preserve the structure of the Einsteinian framework if it is to be subsumed into a more general quantum framework. As yet, all such attempts have failed and will continue to fail insofar as they continue to cling to the notion that exotic, arcane mathematics can be substituted for empirical reality in order to graft the corpse of relativity onto quantum field theory. I am certainly not the only person to have leveled such criticisms against Einsteinian cosmology, but my true aim here is not simply to demolish established dogmas. My aim is rather to lay the preliminary foundations for a more genuine and cohesive understanding of nature. I am certainly not the first to attempt the development of a truly post-Einsteinian understanding of physical nature. Frameworks such as variable speed of light models, electric universe theories, and plasma cosmologies have also attempted to resolve these issues. Much like Einsteinian theories, which these frameworks attempt to supersede, however, models like the electric universe theory and plasma cosmology tend to suffer from the very same conceptual inadequacies which plague the Einsteinian understanding of nature. Although often immensely courageous and ambitious, these frameworks largely fail to move beyond mechanistic materialism and therefore find themselves engaged in the intrinsically Sisyphean and futile attempt to understand the conditions of physicality in purely physical terms. The ground of the physical world itself is not and necessarily cannot be physical. As stated previously, the central problems which we have encountered here are not mathematical or technical problems. They are conceptual problems. And thus, before attempting to directly contend with the phenomena discussed above, we must first ensure that we are not crippled by the same conceptual deficiency which asphyxiated the 20th century science which struggled to grow beyond those bounds. In order to do so, we will begin the next installment of this series by looking at metaphysical frameworks which were developed specifically to transcend these limitations, ideas which were developed by two of Einstein's most significant critics.
Yeah, something with that, with like the rationality of all of it. I can't remember what I was trying to say with what David Hume said, though. It has something to do with that criticism of the argument from design. Where basically, like, I mean, that's like trying to arrive at this, like, understanding of the universe through science, basically. You know? But also imply that, like, that means that God is knowable through science. and not even knowable, but, like, verified, like indicated or whatever. But I think it's the same thing. Like, you're saying basically the same thing. If you're saying, like, you can know, like, for what it's worth, like, science basically, they kind of like transfigured the whole concept of God and like the function of God into science. You know what I mean? Like, they got rid of the religious superstitious, but they kind of installed science itself as, like, you know, this is what tells you the truth. This is what, like, reveals the truth of the universe, and the truth of what the universe is and how reality works, like, takes the place of, you know, the same, like, understanding and kind of like grounding that faith in God and religion and stuff gave people. So it's like, instead of faith in God, it's faith in science. So like, what I'm saying though is that like, and what the Buddhists and Eastern spirituality has been saying forever is that like you are better off like just like, and not saying that you shouldn't try to understand shit or like science is worthless, but what's in the background of that, of the seeking and trying to like have some solid ground to stand on, is that life and reality itself is not solid ground. Like there is no solid ground to stand on. It's like it's happening all the time. It's evolving and emerging all the time. And like, I love the way Pema Chodron talks about it in that quote. I might have like showed it to you before. It's something about like, I mean, I have it in my saved stuff, but is this it? Maybe this may be a version of it. I don't know if this is the one. The one that I'm thinking of is like directly from her book, but okay, yeah, so this is probably the one. We think that if we just meditate enough or jog enough or ate the perfect food, everything would be perfect, but from the point of view of someone who's awake, that's death. So like basically science for some people is taking the place of that. It's like getting to this perfect knowledge, you know, and like feeling confident in what you know about the world, and like this is like I can feel comfortable with my understanding of reality and not like feel unstable or feel like, you know, I don't know, because that feels bad. So if I feel like I have some kind of authority that's telling me that, you know, that I know what is happening, like it makes me feel better. And like that's the exact same criticism they'll levy at religious people a lot. You know what I mean? Like these atheist people. So seeking security or perfection, rejoicing in feeling confirmed and whole, self-contained and comfortable is some kind of death. It doesn't have any fresh air. There's no room for something to come in and interrupt all that. We are killing the moment by controlling our experience. Doing this is setting ourselves up for failure, because sooner or later we're going to have an experience we can't control. Our house is going to burn down. Someone we love is going to die. We're going to find out we have cancer. A brick is going to fall out of the sky and hit us on the head. Somebody's going to spill tomato juice over our white suit. Or we're going to arrive at our favorite restaurant and discover that no one ordered produce and 700 people are coming for lunch. The essence of life is that it's challenging. Sometimes it's sweet, sometimes it's bitter, sometimes your body tenses, sometimes it relaxes, sometimes you have a headache, sometimes you feel 100%. From an awakened perspective, trying to tie up all the loose ends and finally get it all together is death, because it involves rejecting a lot of your basic experience. I love that part. Like wanting things to be different, or like wanting to control things, or like seeking to like control things through understanding is it comes from like a place of insecurity, you know, and it rejects like the reality of things. It takes us away from experiencing life as it is and the world as it is. There's something aggressive about that approach to life, trying to flatten out all the rough spots and imperfections into a nice, smooth ride. This is the best part. To be fully alive and fully human and completely awake is to be continually thrown out of the nest. To live fully is to be always in no man's land. To experience each moment as completely new and fresh. To live is to be willing to die over and over again. From the awakened point of view, that's life. So like, that's what I'm saying though, is like, I don't think it's not, the problem isn't trying to understand things. And like, the really cool part about science is the same part that's cool about religion and spirituality, and you know, like climbing a mountain and getting to the top and being like, holy shit, and like feeling alive. You know, because when you see things, when you like have those like things, those moments that they always talk about in science, like the eureka moments where it's like, aha, we've figured something out. That's an experience of like that only comes through that experience of revelation, of like being in the moment and being alive. Martin Buber even has this quote I really like where he says like that the atheist looking at the stars out their window at night like in awe is closer to God than the religious person who's like trapped in like scriptural interpretation and like trying to prove God's existence through like, you know, that shit. That's like very similar to what Buddhism is always saying, like about like the be here now thing from the 60s, like experiencing light or like flow state stuff. Like that's really what it is, you know. And like, so like the act of like doing science and trying to understand the world and like all that is not necessarily like an issue. It's like I think it's more of like that Apollonian drive to control and comprehend and understand and like manipulate and become like the master and commander and like in a way like deify yourself, which is what I think they're kind of talking about in the way that I read Gene Gebser and all that, is that shift towards egoism. You know, Nietzsche talks about that too, like about the whole God is dead thing. You know, like where like we replaced God with ego, basically, and like the power of reason and logic and science and all that. And like it's like it makes sense to me that like kind of what's been happening in society and like postmodernism and this whole like quest for like you can have your perfect life and like even like stuff like in the metaverse, like you can, you know, be in there and like have this, you know, life by your own design, like you're, you know, controlling all of it. Those kind of like fantasies are not, I don't know, they're really interesting to me because it like that's kind of like a big theme in the story. One of the stories that I've been writing, part of the story, one of the storylines is like that, you know, I'm always talking about the Borg and like the people becoming robots. That's basically what happens. People like kind of turn into this like collective consciousness entity that becomes like a deity. You know, and it's like fragmenting into these like sub simulations and stuff. But I don't know, part of it, like Alan Watts has this talk about being in a dream where he says like he asks you to imagine that, you know, you are controlling the dream. It's like a lucid dream basically, and you have absolute control over everything, and you can do anything you want. But eventually, like you might, you know, do what everybody thinks they would do, like just give yourself everything, become like the most powerful, like God, King, Emperor of everything, and you know, just have all like the experiences you ever wanted to have. But then eventually, like endless gratification gets old, you know, and then like you probably will want to introduce some kind of like novelty. So you might like start like challenging yourself by, yeah, me too, I used to do it all the time. I used to fly around and stuff. But you might like start wanting to challenge yourself like with some different things. But then like if you always knew you held the trump card and you were in control of it, that might get boring too. So you might end up wanting to forget that you are in control of the dream. And essentially, like, in the talk, he gets to the point where he says, like, you might actually end up exactly where you are now. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's kind of like a possibility, like in multiple ways. Like maybe that already happened, but it might also be possible for that to happen again in a different way. Whereas like like hive mind humanity becomes that and like creates itself anew. Like that's kind of what happens in Neon Genesis. It's a very similar thing. Like in Neon Genesis, I don't know, it's a long, complicated story, but essentially this, like in the future, Earth is like being terrorized by these fucking entities that come from space. But one of the solutions, like this one corporation, they kind of like want to return everybody to this like collective consciousness, like primordial soup existence where there's no more like pain and suffering, you know, because there's no like separation between people. He talks a lot about this like porcupine dilemma that is in Schopenhauer, where like, you know, Schopenhauer talks about how in the wintertime porcupines like try to get close together for body warmth so they are not cold. But if they get too close, they'll hurt each other because they have spikes. So they have to like find the right distance from each other to where they're, you know, not too close but not too far away. So he's kind of using it obviously as like an analogy for people, and like where it's like when people get too close to each other, they hurt each other, but they also want to be close to each other, and if they're not, they suffer. So like either way, he's basically, Schopenhauer was a big pessimist, and like he says like no matter what, like you're suffering, which is also similar to Buddhism. His is just more of a like a depressing take on it. but anyways, in the end, like that kind of happens. The main character like is able though to kind of turn it back on itself and like give people, it reminds me a lot too of people's reports of their, why is this so, what the fuck, people's reports of their near-death experiences. Why is this taking so long? What? Didn't we put... Oh, it's here. Yeah, they all kind of like talk about that, like going back into this kind of collective consciousness thing where everybody is, and like it feels like warm and inviting and whatever. So like when that happens, that's kind of what the whole like idea of this like primordial soup stuff is in that story. But he kind of gives people the choice where it's like at the end it's like you can stay there in that soup if you want and be happy and be like, you know, non-individuated, or you can, you know, go back to being an individual and be like reborn as a human. And it's also like, it sounds a lot like like the Hindu conception of that whole thing, where they talk about like being a drop of water separated from the ocean, and when you die you go back into the ocean. But I don't know, those kind of like concepts of all that stuff make sense to me. 800 and this is 600, so we have to wait a minute. Where's this other dude? Didn't we have, oh yeah, here it is. So maybe we can get him up here. What does this fuck have? Invoice modifier. Society research. I don't have the energy for that. Okay, bro. I need you to bomb the shit out of this planet. $800, dude. Why are they... Fuck, this guy's gonna finally try to come do something, huh? Alright, these guys needed less bombing than him. Okay, whatever.
Hey everyone.
Oh shit, fuck you. I don't care about you. Here's a guy I really like. Let's see if we can find Yeah, let's hear this. I never heard this before. What? What the hell is this, dude? What is this guy even doing?
David Bohm, I wonder for our audience if you could give us an idea of the kinds of problems you've been interested in theoretical physics during your scientific career.
Yeah. Well, I began always with an interest in the general nature of matter in the universe, but I did work originally on more restricted problems in nuclear physics and in what is the construction of various machines like the cyclotron, and also in what is called plasma, that the highly ionized gas. And my interest moved more toward understanding the fundamentals of physics and quantum mechanics and relativity. And I became especially interested in how these fundamental theories are not clear, that their basic ideas are unclear and they contradict each other.
Okay, before we get into those contradictions, which I think will form the bulk of our
right.
discussion here, as a strictly a lay
So this
person,
guy that's talking, the interviewer, is David Suzuki, who's like a Zen dude. He was like a, I don't know, Canadian, like environmentalist, fucking journalist, kind of. But he also, I think he did like a bunch of shit in science, like reporting and stuff in science. So he's interviewing this scientist that, David Bohm, who's like, I think really underrated, like overlooked. Probably because some of the crazy shit he's saying that you're about to hear right now.
One of the things that intrigues me is that it seems to me physics for many, many years ran on the idea that nature could ultimately be understood in its most fundamental way. If we broke matter down into small parts, we'd find out the properties of elementary particles, and then we could rebuild the whole universe. And certainly in biology today, biologists feel if they understand the molecular basis of cells, that we'll eventually be able to reconstruct life. I gather in physics this isn't such an optimistic view anymore. That is, people are finding this may not be so. Could you tell us what that problem is?
Yes. The problem, there are several problems. One is that it is not possible actually to analyze the world into particles. You see, what are called particles, such as electrons, also may behave like waves. Or by something in between, according to the circumstance. They are not predictable, nor do they have the properties that a mechanical particle ought to have. That when many of them get together, they have properties of the whole which cannot be analyzed through the parts. And so that is one point. That's what quantum mechanics says. And relativity also says, in another sense, the universe cannot be divided. And even if we leave all that out, the search, see, physicists, in spite of all this, have generally believed that eventually one could find the ultimate building blocks of the universe. And first they thought it was the atom, the very word atom means indivisible, and then came the electrons and protons and neutrons, which were supposed to constitute the atom. Then later, the protons and neutrons were found to have a structure. They could turn into many other new particles, and now they're supposed to have smaller particles called quarks and
720,
protons.
719, dude,
The
what the fuck?
attempt to find a fundamental particle has continually eluded us. See, every time we thought it was so, it turned out that there was a finer constitution. And also, we have these properties of wholeness to say that the very entities we discover cannot really be understood as particles anyway.
It's all very mysterious. Every time I interview a physicist, and they start telling me about the nature of photons, for example, they have no mass, their energy, they behave like waves, and it becomes a very kind of mysterious universe to me. What are the kinds of problems you found as you began to really delve into the nature of matter and so on?
Well, the fundamental problem was just this one, that we were supposed to consider the world made of particles. The particle that we begin with as a small extended object like a tiny billiard ball. And you find that the theory of relativity says it cannot be that. And also, the particle was supposed to move continuously, causally, its future determined, and locally, in the sense that each particle existed in its own space, independent of the others, just interacting mechanically. Right? Now, the theory of relativity made it impossible to hold to the idea of a particle, because if you imagined it to be like a billiard ball, that this would contradict the theory of relativity. It would mean an impulse could be transmitted across the particle faster than light, and that would contradict the theory of relativity. So there were no particles. It was not possible to say the world was made of particles. And to avoid that, physicists went to the idea of a particle of zero extension, a point, a mathematical point. But that led into further contradictions of infinite fields, which have not really been resolved. And the third point is that quantum mechanics shows that the idea of entirely local properties of particles breaks down, that there are peculiar relationships between particles, which are really present both theoretically and proved in experiment, that cannot be understood as a causal connection across the space.
Now, dealing with that kind of difficulty, how do physicists then handle that?
Well, they don't handle it. Essentially, they ignore the problem. They say that
they don't handle
in
it.
the old days, people used to want to explain things. You see, now they feel it's not necessary. That if you can find equations that enable you to calculate the observations that we make, it's felt this is enough. That is, one has got to a much more pragmatic approach, in the sense that, although people don't admit it, they say that the main purpose of physics is to calculate results. You see, that what they say is that when students first take quantum mechanics, they find they can't understand it, and about a year later they say there's nothing to understand. It's just a system of computation.
So now I don't understand that. I mean, are people now getting so much into their machines and their analytical tools that the numbers they get out become all important rather than the phenomena that
That's on one side, that's part of it. See, it's confused, because on the other side, people firmly believe that they're going to find the fundamental building blocks of the universe. They feel they're really real. But when it comes to discuss what they mean, they then say, well, they don't mean, they're just computations. You see, I think people haven't thought out the full each person does his little bit, the fragments, and each person does his little bit and doesn't worry too much about what's beyond. And he may perhaps assume that somebody else has taken care of it. And so the whole thing just goes on without people generally worrying about what the whole thing means.
Well, you take us into the Bohmian view of how we may look at these and deal with these real profound paradoxes or dilemmas.
Yeah, well, the way I started was that one could see that relativity and quantum theory, the two most fundamental theories of matter, really contradict each other in the sense that relativity is, is local, it's causal, it's determinate, it's continuous, and quantum mechanics is just the opposite. It's non-causal, it's non-continuous, it has discrete jumps, but things not passing through the intermediate space, and it's non-local. It has these peculiar properties, electrons connected at long distances. So with that absolute contradiction of the two basic theories, I said we could try to find out what they had in common. Now what they have in common is what I call undivided wholeness. You see, the view of relativity which Einstein was pursuing was that that there's only a general field. Particles are concentrated regions of field which spread out through the universe and merge with others. So the particle is an abstraction, according to Einstein. There's only a whole field which is undivided, right?
All right.
And that's the undivided wholeness is what characterizes that theory. Now, quantum mechanics in a very different way comes to the same thing, because it says energy exists in the form of indivisible quanta, and the entire movement of the universe is made up of unbreakable, indivisible links, you see, and which include the observer and the observed. See, it includes us as well as the atom we're looking at. And so relativity and quantum theory both agree on that. So I said that would be the starting point, to start from the whole and to say the parts are abstractions from the whole. They have no independent existence. Now, I think you can get a simple image of that if you look in water and see a whirlpool or a vortex. See, it looks like an entity, but it isn't. It's nothing but a constant pattern of movement in the water. If you put another whirlpool in, the two penetrate each other, merge, and produce one new pattern. They do not produce two separate whirlpools interacting. And we want to say suppose the atoms are that way. That's a very rough picture, but it gives you an idea. The electrons, the protons, the entire universe is built that way.
Well, I'm really struggling to hang on to this, because I can understand at the level of the particles that physicists study.
Yeah.
And maybe even constructing matter like this chair or you and me, that there is this interconnection. But what about the vast spaces of outer space that connect various bodies in the heavens? Are you implying?
No, that too, yes.
That too?
Yes, to say that as the field spreads, you can see immediately the field spreads. See, light is also carried by this field, so the entire universe is connected through that field. Electric fields, light, various forces are carried, gravitational forces. And so that space is merging with matter. Matter, in that view, is a certain property of that space, which is a bit more concentrated or something.
Okay, but you implied there that there is a wholeness.
Yes.
And yet it seems to me that certainly I have the conceit to think that I'm an individual, that I have my own uniqueness and individuality, and I run around, and what I do here has no real connection with anyone else.
Well, that's an abstraction. You see, if you just think a little while, you'll see it can't be true what you've said. You see, you're surrounded by air, water, and so on. And if you were not surrounded in that way, it wouldn't last very long. Now, also you're surrounded by people who feed you and keep you alive, and also give communications which keep your mind going. And a person totally isolated would never even be human, right? Now, so I think just a little observation shows that view is not really true, that at best it holds as an abstraction. Now, also materially, see, if you take waves passing up through a pond, they pass right through each other, right, as if there weren't any. But if you put a rock in there, you see the rock scatters the waves, so the waves would show up.
These guys are fucked, dude.
Show each other up, right? Now, when we think of empty space as carrying matter and waves, and insofar as this movement passes through without deflection, we would say that that's what we mean by emptiness. You see, it doesn't necessarily mean that space is empty, but merely matter and waves of light and various things pass through it. Now, there's an interesting thing in physics. If you take a metal which is made of atoms, and they may be in a crystal form or very regular, at absolute zero of temperature, these atoms are in a perfect order. And if you pass electrons through, sure, they don't deflect, right? They go right through. Now, if you raise the temperatures, you get some irregularities. Now, if you were to pass electrons through the metal and use them to make an electron microscope, they would not show up the metal, they would only show up the irregularities apparently existing independently. Is that clear?
Yes.
I think that this sort of analogy gives some idea what I mean, that
Damn, 16.
that all these things which seem to exist independently are merely manifestations of something much deeper. And it's like the iceberg, as they say, the top of the iceberg, only far more so.
Okay, now let's take where you've led us so far, and as I say, I'm barely hanging on, I think, and go further into the way that you feel our very ideas and our
No.
The way we look at matter is can be altered with your ideas. That is, how has that perspective really changed your look at what physicists do?
Well, you see,
Oh, wait, who am I fighting, dude?
along these lines, which I call the enfolded order, or the implicate order. I don't know if you want to go into that now.
Well, let's have a try.
These
the
guys.
ordinary idea of matter is it's an object which exists external to other objects, you know, and passes through space continuously, and goes from here to there, right, and connects up with other objects, and makes the whole that way. Now, I wanted to propose to give the idea of what I mean. I saw once on BBC television.
This
a
guy
device
has to be
which I realized
next.
would be very useful for my purposes. It was made at the Royal Institution in London, and it consisted of two glass cylinders, concentric, one inside the other. The inner one was held fixed, and the outer one turned slowly. And you placed a very viscous fluid, such as glycerine, in between the two cylinders. Now, as you turn the outer cylinder, the glycerine on the outside is turning, the glycerine on the inside is fixed, and in between it's moving intermediate rate. So if you took a small bit of glycerine, it would slowly get drawn out into a thread. Is that clear?
No, wait, you've got glycerin in your tube,
And
in your
in
cylinder,
between the two
right?
cylinders.
And then you put a drop of...
The next stage is to put a drop of insoluble ink, which consists of particles of carbon, for example.
So you can see this drop in suspended
That's
in
right,
the glycerin.
suspended there. And each particle of carbon is now carried along by the glycerin, you know, at the speed of the glycerin. And since the outer parts of the glycerin move faster, the particles of carbon are carried apart. Eventually, they become so fine as to be invisible, right? Now, you then turn this machine around slowly, and the particles retrace their paths, and suddenly it forms a droplet again of glycerin, right? And that actually happens. I saw this happening first time there when it was shown on the program. And we actually have, and now, I propose now that this droplet has been folded into the glycerin, right? And it is then unfolded. And now, I want to say that that sort of process helps to explain the behavior of particles. That is, it's only an analogy, we mustn't take it too literally, but for example, suppose I put two droplets in, one next to the other, near the other, and I fold it up. Now, the particles from one droplet are going to sort of mix with the particles of the other, so they're indistinguishable. Yet if we turn the machine around, each particle seems to know where it must go, and it goes backward to help form its own droplet again, right?
Right.
So...
Now, what does that illustrate?
Well, that illustrates a new order, because we say, see, if we put in a number of droplets in a row, you see you have what's called an order, right? And we could fold them all up. The order seems to be absent, but it's still present, because when you unfold it, it'll all come right out again. So I say there's a non-manifest order, there's an implicate enfolded order, right?
Okay.
And I said that notion of order is a different notion of order from the one which science has been using, which is the unfolded or explicate order, in which we say only things outside each other count, and only external relationships of things outside each other are to be part of the fundamental laws of physics.
Well, a scientist would look at what was in the cylinder at any given moment and then try to describe the relationships of the various streams of...
That's the way you would analyze it, but that's why I say it's only an analogy. But I say that that movement abstracted from this analogy is what I want to use. I say quantum mechanics has this process of unfoldment without being able to reduce it to the bits of glycerin and carbon. Is that clear?
Okay.
So the bits of glycerin and carbon are only an illustration of something which I want to call attention to, which is different, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, therefore, what I'm saying is that the fundamental properties of matter are moving in this order of unfoldment. And I give you an idea that suppose we go back to that analogy and I put in a particle and turn it a certain number of times. I call it n times. I put a particle in a slightly different position and turn it n more times. The first one is 2n. We go on, the third is n, 2n, 3n. We put in a large number, and we now turn it backward fairly rapidly. One droplet after another emerges, and it looks as if a particle is continuously crossing the space.
Right.
Now I say that's the image that I want to give as to what a particle really is in quantum mechanics, that sort of movement. And therefore the particle is present in the whole and is merely unfolding and manifesting as a separate thing, but its actual existence is not separate. It is an abstraction. That droplet, that separate droplet, is an abstraction due to our perception, right? Now we say everything folds into everything, and I want to say that the entire universe is unfolding, and that this will explain many of the peculiar effects of quantum mechanics. And for example, if we put in a different environment, it will unfold in a different way, more like a wave rather than a particle, and many other ways. That this will provide a way of not only understanding the quantum mechanics, but of bringing about a theory which would allow relativity in quantum mechanics to be particular theories with approximations within this more general theory.
Now, is there a way of showing or investigating that type of a universe that is enfolded and unfolding? I mean, do we have the tools to...
Well, at present I have to begin with this. In one sense, I'd say experimentally, that's just what our electrons are doing. You see, they're behaving both like waves and like particles, but our language doesn't, call attention to that very well, but tends to talk about building blocks all the time, and prevents us from thinking that way. Now, the mathematics of quantum mechanics does, which is a certain kind of algebra, does actually describe that, and I'm working on that to make an extension of that mathematics, so that we could make a picture in which the mathematics and this particular way of thinking would agree. And it can be, first of all, investigated mathematically, and then eventually, when the thing is developed theoretically, and when it is developed far enough, it might lead to some new experiments.
What has the scientific community said about this way of approaching the...
Well, I've talked over with a certain number, and different people have different responses, but quite a few people would like the idea to succeed, but they don't feel that they want to bother with it until they see that it is succeeding. That is, others, I don't know, but I'm saying that I think that if it were actually to work, that the community would accept it.
You hope?
I hope, but I feel reasonably sure they would, actually. I mean, having seen enough of the response, right? At least a considerable number would. I mean, not all of them.
Okay, now I've had a very profound insight into what you're saying, and I've got to go home and think about this. But I should say to the audience that the reason you're here in Canada right now is you've come over in association with a foundation or an organization whose leader is Krishnamurti. And in my mind, again as a layperson, Krishnamurti I would associate with, a religious or a spiritual group. And I'm wondering what a physicist, a theoretical physicist, is doing with this particular organization.
Yeah,
Took it
this
over,
is a good question. It requires a rather long answer, I'm afraid.
It's okay.
See, first of all, I think that my own interest in science, and many of them interest in science, is not entirely separate from what is behind the interest in religion or in philosophy. That is to understand the whole of the universe, the whole of matter, how we originate and so on. And I think that was Einstein's interest, for example, that he felt that even that it was he had some notion of a non-personal God who had created this universe, or which had created the universe, that man would somehow understand the plan on which it was created. But I'm not sure I share exactly Einstein's view, but I wanted to give it. Now, also, when I was younger, I felt that in the beginning that science would surely be a source of benefiting mankind. I had no question about it. But as things went on, I found that it wasn't doing that. That it was causing a lot of problems, which made many things worse. Some things were made better, but many other things were made worse. Now, and I began to feel that something beyond science would be needed to approach this.
Wait,
question.
hold on. I want to
That,
see what's up with this.
Science alone could not guarantee that it would be used for benefiting mankind. The scientific impulse, though in the beginning I thought it would, just truth alone, right? Then I began to look into philosophy and Eastern and Western and so on, and some people with religious ideas. I mean, just simply looking at it when I was in Bristol in England. And my wife and I used to go to the public library, and she discovered a book by Krishnamurti, and she read in there the words of the observer and the observed. And I had been interested in that because in quantum mechanics that is a key question, in the sense that because of this undivided wholeness, the two cannot be separated. So she assumed that this was a form of quantum mechanics. She showed me the book, but I found, I became very interested in the book, and, which I felt opened up many new things, and finally I wrote to the publisher and found out where Krishnamurti was, and we met and had discussions, and after that I began to become more closely associated with him and his work. Now, essentially, the point made by Krishnamurti was that the problems of mankind originate in thought itself, in consciousness itself, you see. And as previous to that, I had grown up believing that poverty was the main problem of mankind, and science would help me eliminate that. And I could see that no matter how far science went, it probably wouldn't, and even if it did, it wouldn't really it wouldn't really make mankind happy.
But we're always teaching our children that the more rational we are, the more knowledge we have, the more we think, the better we'll be able to solve our problems.
Well, I think what Krishnamurti made clear was we are going to be incapable of that rationality until we go much more deeply into ourselves. That if we were really rational, it would solve these problems, but we cannot be that rational. That we may be very rational in working out some problem in nuclear physics, but we cannot be rational in how we apply nuclear physics. For example, we've used it destructively. We can now overkill the population of the world I don't know how many times, and we also have destroyed the environment, and we have produced destruction of natural resources, shortages such as the oil shortage, and thousands of other problems because of the basic irrationality, the irrational ends toward which we apply our discoveries.
Okay, I can understand that, but where do we, again, how do we get that link? It seems to me that science is one thing that you've done. Krishnamurti's ideas on the world and the problems is another. Is there a link that connects the two?
Yes, you see, the link is that thought itself, consciousness, is caught in a certain irrationality, in a certain disorder, confusion. When that thought is conditioned.
That's also like what Wittgenstein was really saying with his whole thing, with the wherever one cannot speak, one must remain silent or whatever. That's what that was about. It's a really kind of Zen thing. Kind of what Pema Chodron's trying to say too, is actually, there's one of those guys who was in the fucking logical positivism circle. He was saying it as a critique of metaphysics, really. But I love the saying, because it makes so much sense. And I think he didn't really fully maybe understand what he's saying. But he said that philosophy is the disease of which it ought to be the cure. But you could apply that to all of it, civilization, humanity, consciousness, whatever. Just that quest to all those paradoxes, the one that we were talking about earlier, where the guy was saying we believed that seeing each other as enemies is necessary for our survival. Wait, what is happening? Okay, it says he's going there, but he's going here. Oh. I see, dude. That's stupid. So it just links anything to there, I guess. Let me try to get rid of it. Build one somewhere else. Okay, this is what I need, dude. This needs to be a tech world. And we need a governor. And I guess that'll work. And we need... we need it to get bigger. What does? The fuck is that guy talking about? Oh, yeah. No, remember I was saying, I don't know if you were there when I was talking about that, but that Palestinian guy or whatever, or Jewish guy in the Israel-Palestine talk, he was basically saying... he was saying, we felt like we had to see each other as enemies to survive, but in truth, seeing each other as enemies is what is putting our survival at risk. There's nothing for these guys to do. Okay, let's build it here. Bro, but I destroyed it, right? What? Yeah, I don't have it. $9,000. It's a bunch. Look, this guy's number one, but he's like, what the fuck? Oh, it's because he's like a fallen empire. That's why. Anyways, I mean, that's like one strategy, I guess. I'm number 5 right now, but these guys don't really count, I don't think. Well, this guy maybe. Number 1 and number 2. I don't know who number 2 is, but see, it's like your economy, your tech, your whatever. What the fuck? Where is this at? Power outage. But yeah, different like species and whatever have different abilities and shit. Like different characteristics. Bro needs minerals. What the fuck, bro? Build some shit, you fuck. Why the fuck would he not have these? What? Like the longest fucking game in the world. I want to fight this guy next. Hell yeah. There's like a, what is this building? Do I not have it? It's like yeah, I guess I didn't research it yet. Come on, dude. Yeah, I like that shit. Like, how long does this last? Okay, who's got... Dude died? Damn, bro, I thought he lived forever. Bro. Yeah, it's on Steam, yeah. I only got it because it was like on super sale. It might still be on sale. It was like $10 or something. I gotta show you that forest game. Maybe I'll do that when I get back. Let's fucking take a break for a minute. Why is this still negative, bro? Holy fuck. Or maybe these fucks. I might be better fighting them than these other guys. Yeah, Steam is the shit. Wait, what the fuck, dude? Did I have to do something for this? Yeah, how do I fucking do that? No, I am really. This fucking shit, bro. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me restart this shit so it doesn't get too boring.
You see, we ordinarily think that our thought is free, that we can just be free to think what is true, right? But we're not that free because everything that happens is recorded in the brain, actually materially. We could almost think of a tape recording. And this record is replayed as a set of instructions, similar to a computer program that makes us act in certain ways, to think, feel, and act in certain ways. So we may think that a certain thing is true just because it's on the program, and we act accordingly, according to that program. Right? Now, see, that program is put in very early, not merely the useful things like language and techniques and all that, but also all sorts of prejudices and hopes and fears and beliefs. And now that program gives rise to many irrationalities. For example, there's desire. You see, we are moved by desire. You see, now desire, Krishnamurti, comes from the program. Now we have distinguished desire and true passion, which is a tremendous energy that is creative. Desire is programmed, and what you really want out of desire is some sort of state of perfection of consciousness. You want everything to be happy and good and right and orderly and harmonious and everything just right, you see. And that's the ultimate aim of desire. Now, the object of desire is not really desired at all. It's merely a means to the end, which is the state of consciousness, right? So we go through one object after another seeking this state, and it doesn't work. Now, it's not merely that disappointment arises in there, but desire creates self-deception. That is, the quickest way to satisfy desire momentarily is to engage in wishful thinking. That is, to arrange your ideas according to what you desire, you see. So I think that this self-deception, I've observed, is one of the major components of human thought. That is, most thought is self-deception. In fact, the dominant thought is almost always self-deception. However rational you may be in applying your techniques, the end is always determined by self-deceptive thought.
Can you give us an example of how that would work?
Yes, well, I'll give you an example of self-deception first. I take flattery. You see, a person may have been hurt as a child and loses confidence in himself. It's on the program. The program is always demanding overcoming that, so anybody who tells him he's good and right and so on is believed to be true. And he can do anything, right? And everybody is seeking flattery and becoming very annoyed with insults and getting angry. And also people get angry, say, for not just for a second, as young children do, but for years and even, say, hundreds of years with, nations fighting each other, like Northern and Southern Irish and so on. And it all goes on the program, you see, generation after generation. Now, so you can see that, people have, what do they want out of life? Their supreme value. You see, some people want money, some people want power, some people want security, right? Well, they will believe anything which they think will which will aid that aim. You see that you can see the kind of self-deception that goes on, for example, about the oil shortage. It was known, say, in 1960 that there was going to be one. Nobody did anything about it. It became glaringly obvious in 1973, and since that period, nothing has been done about it. And people are still saying that's a story invented by the oil companies to raise prices, you see, which... and because it feels better to believe that.
They'd rather believe they're going to still have their cars. And,
that it's all going to be work out, you see.
Now, what does Krishnamurti offer as far as dealing with that self-deception?
Well, what Krishnamurti is suggesting is that we have got to somehow get at that program, you see. Now, that is not easy to get at, because, you see, the program is recorded in the brain cells somehow, not exactly known how, and we have no organs inside the brain are nerves to tell us what those programs are doing, right? You can even cut into the brain and not feel anything, right? All our sensations come from nerves that are connected to sense organs, right? Now, what Krishnamurti proposes is there is nevertheless a way to be aware of that program, give it attention, as we give attention to an object outside. You see, the program is a material structure as this is, but one is inside, the other is outside. This thing outside, we don't depend only on memory to know what it is, but our senses also tell us something directly, right? So our thought is informed by the senses. Now, when it comes to looking inside, we haven't got any real senses, and we depend mostly on memory, which tells us nothing because it's just the program speaking. So what we can do is to observe this program reflected in two ways. We make a mirror, both in our relationships with others, which will show us our programs, and then also watching the feelings which those programs are producing in ourselves, like fear, anger, all the sensations, all the body, seeing the connection between thought and that state of sensation and feeling and bodily action. For example, if you're frightened, you see the whole body is tense, the heart beats faster, you may feel a sinking sensation in the stomach, and you say, I am afraid.
I like this guy a lot.
You see, you don't see that, generally speaking, any sustained fear is part of the fear program, but you can actually see it, and if you really give it your attention and really work hard at it, and see that there's a connection between a certain thought and a certain fear or anger or pleasure or pain or sorrow or whatnot, right? And now, therefore, those feelings become the mirror of your program.
Now, with all of this, what are you saying that's much different from what a psychotherapy is in North America?
Well, they don't tell you to do this at all. You see,
I thought you look at yourself and you try to.
They don't tell you what to look at. You see, for example, they may tell you to go back to your past and find the incident which produced this thing, but that won't change the program. Right? Now, if they tell you to look at yourself, they're not telling you what to look at. You see, if I say look at yourself, what are you going to look at? I mean, you could say, I see that I'm in trouble on certain points, but I feel certain feelings which are me, right? See, they accept the ego, and once you accept the ego, there is no way out. You see, they accept the ultimate reality of the ego as the physicist is looking for the ultimate particle.
Right.
Instead of saying the ego is nothing but a structure in the whole, which can come and go, right? Now, if you say these feelings of anger, let's say you're angry, right? Somebody has said something to you, he's hurt you, and you're angry. Now you say, this anger is me, being angry, and therefore my problem is either I must show the anger is justified, right? I think the anger is justified, or I say I shouldn't be angry. Well, both of those are merely modifications of the program. You see, your thought comes from the program, like the computer. So your thought says, this anger is justified, and you go on with it, or your thought says it's not justified and I shouldn't go on with it.
But you haven't dealt with the fundamental question
get
of
life
being angry.
No, because it's on the program. See, if you had a machine which was angry, see, programmed to be angry, now you could put on another program, don't be angry, and you'd just be fighting each other. Or you could put on a program saying it's perfectly all right to go on being angry.
Okay, once you have that perception, though, that you're not dealing with it properly.
Yes.
If you try to rationalize it or understand it, then what do you do at that point?
Well, you see, what you have to do is to touch the actual material process of the program. Right? See, awareness can touch that. You see that, for example, in elephants, see, this program is nonsense, really. Is that clear? Some programs make sense, but this one doesn't. Now, generally, when you see nonsense in a simple affair, it loses its power over you. You see, if you said, I thought I was going north, and I see I'm actually going south, and you say, I don't feel an impulse to keep on going north, right? But you see, if you're angry and you can see that this thing is leading you into all sorts of nonsense, but you find you can't stop it because you haven't got to the bottom of it. Mm-hmm. Now, if you can really see this thing at work, you see it is actually originating from memory, producing that feeling, then it becomes plain that it's nonsense, that there's no point to just keeping this machinery going. And
in a sense, that program then is erased, or
null and void, right? Or erased, I don't know.
Have you actually experienced that?
Yes, I can see it. Now, you see, it requires that you keep on giving it attention. You see, there's no guarantee that it won't happen again. But when you understand what's involved, you see you can go into it each time, and when you've seen the basic point.
Now, the problem for me, I guess, is that I can understand that in terms of dealing with individuals, with people who come within your own sphere so that you can touch and interact with them.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very important kind of insight to have. Meanwhile, though, the world is rushing by. All sorts of terrible things are happening at the level of nations and groups of nations and so on. I mean, does this kind of insight have any relevance to the great global forces that threaten our very existence?
Well, in two ways. You see, first of all, the source of this global force is exactly the same as the source of what happens in the individual. That is the collective programs, right? That if they aren't changed, nothing can be done. You see, people have tried by every means imaginable, by religion, by science, by politics, to change this, and nothing has happened, right? It has gone on much the same over thousands of years. Now, somehow that is not going to change fundamentally unless you get at the root of it. Now, you see, the society is basically identical with the individual at this deep root, right? The society is nothing but the totality of individuals who are caught in this, who are in turn reinforcing each other. And so we first of all have to understand what the problem is, because we may be just following a false hope, right? Hoping that we're going to straighten it out in some other way. I mean, it may produce a momentary improvement, but it cannot really get rid of it. Now, the second point is how that we cannot directly affect that thing. It's like, almost like Niagara Falls, right? That's going on its own way.
Right.
And but there may be a way, in the sense that if we had, each person who understands this in some way has removed himself from it, he's not adding to it. But also, I think that if we could get a considerable number of people who are doing this, who are able to do this, they would be able to really think together.
What the fuck, dude?
So ordinarily people can't think together. Each one has his own opinion, which is based on his own conditioning. And people really pay very little attention to each other when they try to think together. Right? Now, if, say, a large, say 10, 20, or 30 people could really think together with one mind, I think they would liberate a tremendous energy which would affect the others, not perhaps finally in the sense of getting rid of the whole problem, but at least diverting it. It would make possible a diversion of the present stream to something less dangerous. You see, I think a few...
What makes you think there's that much energy in just a small number of people?
I think there's tremendous energy in people, but they don't allow it to develop, you see, unfold. Krishnamurti likes to give various examples, like saying people like Hitler and Stalin have had tremendous energy, although they used it, it was done with evil purposes and so on, but a few people can give a tremendous impetus to the whole society. And I think that somebody like Toynbee once said, that in the beginning, each civilization begins with a few people of very high energy who get things started. And it sort of rises up to the top and then falls because the energy gets lost. The way I would say the energy gets lost is that the civilization accumulates traditions which are accumulated in the brain cells, and gradually the brain cells fill up with programs and people can't do anything new, right? So the civilization dies. Now, so I think that you can see now that very few leaders, for example, have any energy. You see, one looks at the politicians and say they're just repeating the same old story, though anybody should be able to see that none of the things they propose is going to work.
You're right on. We're running in a Canadian election right now. You're right on, yes.
Somehow, some source of new ideas is needed of a much higher energy. Something both original and very full of energy and passion, and which would be relevant to the actual problems. And I think that would actually, I think if people could see that there was something which would really be relevant to the problems and would divert us from this disaster we're approaching, it would take hold.
David Bohm, unfortunately we've run out of time and we barely skimmed the surface. I always am very concerned about the electronic media because of the superficiality of the whole thing. And I think what we're showing right now is that we've barely begun to penetrate your mind to share some of these ideas. And I'm just sorry we don't have more time. Thank you very much for coming here.
Oh, fuck.
Request backup. Guess who's back? An enemy has been slain. Attack the Lord.
Better watch out on my turf.
Attack the Lord.
Double trouble.
Ally enemy has been slain. Ally has slain Thor. Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Our turret is under attack.
Cash.
Request backup. Our turret has been destroyed. Mega kill.
Kids of monkey catching a break. I'm everywhere.
Shut down. Unstoppable. Launch attack.
Failed a friend once. I won together.
Shut down. Good game.
Catch.
Our turret is under attack. You destroyed a turret. Our turret has been destroyed. Ally has been slain.
Well, I got to know David Bohm quite well when I was a lecturer at
Our
Birkbeck
turret
College
is
in
under
London,
attack.
and Bohm was there at Birkbeck too. And he, Bohm, and Basil Hiley, and I used to have get-togethers. I think pretty well every week for quite a period. There were quite a few graduate students also, I think, in the physics group. I think we more or less wanted to meet in the physics
Ally has
department.
been slain.
And I think I was the only one from the maths department. But we had many very interesting discussions, and Bohm was somebody who I got a lot from. The Bohm version of the Einstein velocity erosion experiment using spin is something that intrigued me very much. But also his ideas and quantum mechanics, which I find very deep. I always thought that he was very much like a wave factor himself. That you ask a question, you see, a specific question, and he would be very focused and give you a deep, very focused answer to that question. And then it would start to spread out, and it would encompass a little more about physics, and it spread out, and then about philology, and about human nature, and so on. And I'd get a bit lost about what's going on. So I need another question.
Roger
Ask him
Penrose.
Another question, and whoop! The conversation would focus itself very.
Neutral.
Defeat. How do you spell that?
An enemy has been slain. Initiate retreat. An enemy has requested backup. Not yet has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill.
Okay, bro.
Double trouble. Nimbus strike.
Enemy meteor.
Okay.
Our turret is under attack. The enemy has slain Lord. An enemy has been slain.
How do you spell that? Shadow throw technique. I invent. I'm everywhere.
An ally has been. An enemy has been slain. Double
I have found my purpose. Nimbus strike! You messed with the wrong monkey. Good stuff.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't get cold feet.
Our turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Double trouble.
You have slain an enemy.
It ain't outnumbering if it's just me. I said, leave me be.
Oh, fuck, dude.
An enemy has been slain.
I failed a friend once. I'm everywhere.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Alright, let me save this.
Request backup.
Whoever wants to fight me, step right up.
Launch attack.
Let me save this and...
Our turret has been destroyed. Request backup. Request backup. Request backup.
I'm as stubborn as the mountain that bore me.
Shut down. You have slain an enemy.
Oh, gosh.
Killing spree. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. Shut down.
So, this is death.
I think I have a... I don't know if I can play this without a controller, though. Oh!
Guess who's back?
Killing spree.
Nice.
Double trouble.
Killing spree. Double
It
kill.
ain't outnumbering if it's just me.
Launch attack. Mega kill.
Nice.
Launch attack.
The great monkey king, no more. I
Your
am
team destroyed a turret.
Okay, let's see, dude. Is this
Victory.
17? Yeah. No, it's worse. It's way worse than that. Oh shit, what? Okay, I don't even remember my base or how this works. Alright, we got rocks. Logs, rope, wire, half logs. I was like building something. Damn, it's all frozen, dude. This winter shit. Yeah, basically, it really is like Minecraft. Like, cause it's like sandbox. You can build shit, but there's also like a story and like missions. You know, like, oh yeah, I built these like spotlights. But yeah, it is like that. You got to go collect shit, and I don't know where all this shit is I was building. I don't remember. It's been a while. I'm hungry. The fuck, I gotta cross? Skin pouch. Oh shit, it's dark as fuck, dude. I think there's like a... I got a torch somewhere. Yeah, I don't know what I was building, dude. Oh. I was building a shelf there. This armor, dude. I got all these like trapdoors and shit. I don't know what I was doing with these rocks either. What the fuck? Or maybe nothing. I think this guy might have filled them. Wait, what? Fuck is this guy doing? She's like a mutant, dude, look. Yeah, you make traps. It's like a horror game also. It's like these cannibal fucks that live here and Where's the door at? Oh, there it is. Oh, here's these rocks. Guess I was building a wall or something. Can't see shit, dude. Where's that wall at? That head. Wait, there's ways to... Okay, how do I get to the book? There it is. Is it this? Yeah, you can put like torches and shit. It's like impossible to see shit in this game, dude. Oh, out of rocks. This dude's over here taking a nap, man. Come on, dude. I think, wait, maybe all this stuff is down here. 36 sticks. It's funny because like you, in the beginning you crash, like you're in a plane crash and you and that guy are the only survivors, but he has like a head injury, so like he can't talk, he's kind of dumb. No, I've seen videos and stuff, I've seen people playing it. It looks cool, I just never fucked with it. Oh shit. But I heard something. Oh shit, dude, I told you I heard something. Oh shit! Oh, get out of there. Oh shit. I gotta do something about these guys before they destroy my whole fucking base. I have no arrows or what? Oh shit, here we go. Where'd he go? I hear him, dude. Where is he? Is he like stuck under here somewhere? Oh shit. What the fuck? Die, dude. Oh shit, what is that? Oh, she just shot it with a shotgun, dude. Oh, give me that arrow. Where's this guy? He's stuck, bro. Oh. Oh, they fucked up my cold armor. Gotta eat these before they go bad. They don't give you shit, though. Oh, it's rotten, dude. Don't eat it. Oh, no. Oh, that made me sick, dude. If I take medicine, will it fix it? I don't know. Yeah, oh yeah, it did. Alright, I think I'm good for now. Uh-oh. Holy fuck, what is that? What is that, dude? What is that? Oh shit! What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Bro. Oh my god, he just fucking... Bro, why are there so many of them? This guy's fucking that base up, dude. Bro, can you just die? What the? Oh shit. I think he was trying to die. I think he was trying to die and like... I mean, you could turn the brightness up, I guess, but it like... It tells you like what to set it to when you start. So like it wants it to be this dark, basically. Where'd that other one die? Damn, I should have tried to run him into that trap. But I get my little... What is it, this thing? Yeah, they want you to like be scared, you know, so... Sometimes it gets like brighter when the moon is out. It just depends on what night it is. Alright, I was trying to build this thing. I need to build some more traps down there. Yeah, there's like caves. Hold on, let me see if I can... Where's this fucking thing at? Oh, it's getting to be daytime. The winter sucks, too. Wait, there's the GPS thing. There's a way to like... Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's that base. Like, I have something else over here. I might have been trying to build on that. Oh yeah, they took off my, like, deerskin armor, dude, so... I think I went in pretty much all the caves. I think I beat it actually. I don't know if I beat it on this like multiplayer server, but I beat the game before. But yeah, it's like literally you can do anything. Like wandering around this island. I put like a geotag thing over here. Yeah, I got like a little hunting thing here. You can build traps and shit too, look. Where's it at? I don't know if there's any rabbits or shit over here, but... You can set it up in your base too. You can build like a rabbit hutch and like keep rabbits in there. If you put more than one in there, they'll like breed with each other. But I must have been. Oh, here's. Oh, I guess this is it. I was trying to build this thing. I have a chainsaw too, I think. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is why I needed turtle shells, or what? Yeah, these are like traps. I think there's a way to... Maybe it's this? No? I guess not. I don't remember how to do it, dude. There's a way to build a fire. Like, standing up. Raw meat. Okay. Yeah, in the winter you just get fucking cold all the fucking time. It's bullshit. Wait, where's this chainsaw? Is that a joke or is that for real? It's kind of fucked up. But yeah, it gets pretty old, like, doing this shit by yourself. I don't know, sometimes it's fun building shit. But, like, you gotta get all these fucking logs and stuff. I think I was building like a totally different base somewhere. Now that I'm like thinking about it, I think I remember. Okay. We got fish. Yeah. Oh yeah, barbers used to do all kinds of shit, right? Alright, I got this thing. Maybe we can find some turtles down here real quick first. Fucking bird. I don't see any turtles. Maybe they don't come in the wintertime, I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, where's my little fucking thing? I swear it's like right over here somewhere. Oh, is that it? Oh yeah. Okay. Try again later. Wait. I need to go. I think I remember. This dude's on a fucking unicycle. Yeah, there's deer, there's moose and shit. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm trying to go to like the northeast part of the island. If you go fast on this thing and hit a tree, you just fucking go flying, dude. You can get golf carts too. They were trying to like make some kind of resort on this island. Okay, I guess I hit a rock or something. What the fuck? What is it? That? Bullshit, dude. Come on, bro. It's like a little tunnel or something over here. We can check and see if there's anything in there. I think it's right there, actually. You have to like find all these things. Some of them you have to dig them up and shit. I think all these guys are dead in here, but bro, I guess I have no crossbow bolts. Oh yeah, you can 3D print shit. No, out of ink. Or whatever, plastic. Oh shit! They're not dead, dude. Like mutant babies. Oh shit. What the fuck is that? Are there more? I think that's it. Didn't I already have that? I guess not. I guess I didn't have that. What? That's funny. Yeah, but it's kind of like, since I already beat it, there's nothing to do but just build shit. I do think there was another base I was building over here somewhere. Oh shit. Those are the cannibals. Here's a golf cart. If you have a bunch of people, you can ride around in the golf cart together. Oh shit, I think I built like a glider launcher thing. I could have used that to like get over here. Probably would have been faster. Yeah, I think it's like here somewhere. Like the golf course area. Is this it? Oh shit. Oh my gosh. Bro. Maybe it wasn't in this game. No, because you can have like different saves, you know, like you can play single, or this one's like a server other people can play on. But I swear I built a giant ass base over here somewhere. Might have not been in this game. It's a good area though, because it has these berries that are, they give you energy. Oh shit, dude. What the fuck? Okay. Well. Guess we can go in this cave. Oh no, I don't think there's shit in here actually. I think this is just like some bullshit, yeah. Bro, not that. Oh shit. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, how do you use this thing, dude? I forget. don't think there's anything in here. Oh yeah. Whatever's in there, I already got it. I don't think there's any, like, monsters in there, though. What the fuck? Wait. Bro, how many arrows does it take, dude? Oh shit, I missed. It's way too many arrows. Yeah, it scared me too. I wish this armor kept you warm, dude. What the fuck? There's some deer. What? Oh, this is because I shot him in the neck or what? You just fucking... Can't carry any more deer heads. You can make... Wait, where's it at? Oh, here it is. Oh, I need 2. You need 2 to make a armor. If we can get up this cliff, dude, I'm trying to fly on this glider. Maybe we can do it from here. looks like a decent... The fuck was that? So many weird ass noises. I feel like this might work. Maybe we can get back up right here. Jump off this cliff. Oh shit, no! The fuck? Sucks I'm not gonna have the hoverboard though, or the unicycle or whatever the fuck it is. Damn, is that where I just came from? Thought we were gonna find a higher spot. Oh well. Oh, I don't want to go to work tomorrow. For no fucking reason. Yeah, I mean I could, but they get like cranky, dude. Alright, fuck this, dude. I'm gonna go to bed, I think. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna start doing shit again soon. I'll see ya.